NEPAD, AUDA NEPAD, to collaborate with the African Risk Capacity, ARC, and the World Food Programme, WFP, to create a continental platform for stakeholders in disaster risk management and to scale up initiatives across Africa with member states and partners. To discuss the creation of the platform in response to that assembly decision of the African Union, we have two panels, very high-level panel. In our first panel, I am going to invite, and as I call your name, please can you come and join me at the podium. We have Mr. Hassan Nyambe, who is the Director of Sustainable Environment and Blue Economy at the African Union Commission. Please, sir, come to the podium. We also have Honorable Feta Geoffrey, Member of Parliament, Republic of Uganda. Honorable Geoffrey, please come and join us. And we have Madam Nardos Bekele Thomas, the Chief Executive Officer of the African Union Development Agency, who will be represented by Madam Esterine Fotabong. Madam Fotabong is the Director, Agriculture, Food Security, and Environmental Sustainability at the AUDA NEPAD. So our first panel are going to give us their opening remarks addressing the implementation of the decision on enhancing Africa's capacity in disaster risk management and recovery. I would like to call upon first Mr. Hassan Nyambe to give us his open remarks. Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Mrombezi, for according me the space. And I would want to take this opportunity to recognize the Honorable Member of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, also the representative of the CEO of AUDA NEPAD, and that's Madam or Director Esterine Fotabong, and all the speakers and everybody that is present here today. I'll start by saying that assessment after assessment have actually painted a gloomy picture about our continent, in the sense that it is warming much faster, but in addition to that, of the fact that we are actually experiencing increased frequency of disasters as well as increased intensity. Having said that, we have also been carrying out assessments as the African Union Commission every 2 years to determine how member states are performing in the implementation of the program of action for the Sendai framework, which is specifically focusing on our continent. And it's quite clear that the social economic circumstances of our continent or our people is actually to some extent to blame in terms of our inability to cope with some of these disasters. Yes, we are told that on average member states or governments are spending about 5% of their GDP on adapting to climate change. But I think what we are forgetting is the fact that at household level, probably people are spending much more based on the limited resources that they have. We do not know how much school fees are being diverted to climate change adaptation. So those are some of the issues or some of the assessments that actually we need to prioritize. We have also noted that we have not made disasters everybody's business, even though we claim that. There are many times when we feel governments should take responsibilities, but it's actually supposed to be everybody's business to make sure that we are safe. If you put your house on a riverbed, you cannot blame government at the end of the day. Of course, there are circumstances that drive people to be able to do that due to the fact that they cannot afford maybe to build at the appropriate areas, but at the same time we have to respect building codes, and those are some of the challenges that we face as a continent. And risk-informed development has not yet sunk in our approaches to make sure that before we embark on a development project, we carry out the environmental impact assessments, and at the same time, we look at potential risks that are actually involved. Now the question is, what have we done as the African Union to be able to address some of these challenges? We have put in place policy frameworks such as the strategy that we have, as well as the program of action. We have also gone further to be supporting member states to develop policies for disaster risk reduction. Countries like Nigeria, they are being supported by AU. Countries like the Gambia, we have supported them. So basically we have been supporting member states to develop policies. But in addition to that, we have also 4 programs that we are currently implementing concurrently. We have got the Disaster Governance Program funded by the EU. We have got the AMIWAS Multi-Hazard Early Warning System Program funded by Denmark, Italy, and a couple of other partners, Sweden and so forth. We also, including the EU to some extent, we also have the Urban Resilience Program, which is partially also funded by funded by GIZ, but there we are working with UN Habitat as well as UNDRR, and we have got the Sahel Resilience Program, which is targeting countries of the Sahel where there are a lot of conflicts and all other challenges, in collaboration with the ECOWAS, UNDP, and we have got Sweden there as well. So apart from the fact that we have got these programs, we also have bodies, or should I say organs, that are actually supporting us in terms of addressing issues of disaster risk reduction. And among them, we have got the Africa Working Group on Disaster Risk Reduction, to which ARC, AUDA, NEPAD, and all these partners, including ECA, they normally participate. It's a platform where different stakeholders on the continent implementing issues of disasters are actually involved. We also have the Youth Advisory Board to make sure that the voices of the youth are actually heard in addressing disasters. We also have the Africa Science and Technology Advisory Group that is also actually providing the link between science as well as policy when it comes to issues of disasters. And now we are in the process of establishing the Civil Protection Unit, which is going to be mobilizing resources to enable us to respond to some of these disasters. Therefore, it's quite clear that the platform that we are establishing is actually going to link up with all these initiatives and programs to make sure that we build on a solid foundation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Nyambe, for those remarks. It is now my honor to invite to the podium Honorable Feta Geoffrey, who is a member of the Uganda Parliament, to give us his opening remarks. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. As introduced, I am Geoffrey Feta, a Member of Parliament for a constituency in Uganda. I am the Deputy Chairperson for Committee of Environment and Natural Resources of Parliament of Uganda. Honored guests, esteemed colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It is my honor to address you in this high-level gathering at the launch of the African Disaster Risk Management and Recovery Platform. Today marks a very critical milestone in our collective efforts in advancing disaster risk management and resilience across Africa. We gather here at a critical time with the continent facing increasingly severe, frequent natural disaster and other climate-related risks that test the resilience of our communities, of our collective ability to respond effectively. Allow me first to extend my deepest appreciation to the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, African Risk Capacity, and the World Food Programme for their commitment to collaborative platform in joint initiative represents the power of partnership in driving forward the vision set forth by the African Union's decision in February 2024, where member states called for a unified and proactive approach to disaster risk management in our continent. The Agency of Disaster Risk Management in Africa. Disaster, both natural and man-made, continue to challenge our countries and communities, leaving a profound impact on livelihood, infrastructure, and economies. The United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction highlights that Africa faces disappropriate burden with the climate-related events affecting more than 60 million people annually. Drought, floods, cyclones are especially prevalent, devastating rural livelihoods and stalling development efforts. More than 110 million people in Africa were directly affected by weather, climate, water-related hazards in 2022, causing more than $8.5 million in economic damages. The World Health Organization estimates climate change will cause an additional 250,000 deaths per year between 2030 and 2050, from malnutrition, malaria, heat stress alone. Additionally, the direct cost of health sector could reach $4 billion per year, with 80% of the cost being shouldered by sub-Saharan Africa. Moreover, sub-Saharan Africa alone lost an estimated 3.8% of the GDP in 2023 due to these climate-induced disasters. In figure, that exemplifies both the magnitude and the urgency of effective disaster risk management. The frequency intensifies of these disasters have only been highlighted by climate change, placing African nations in a continuous circle of vulnerable recovery. Disaster risk management situation and initiatives. In Uganda, we have experienced firsthand the devastating impact of climate-related disasters on our people and our economy. Uganda was ranked 155th out of 188 countries on the Notre Dame Global Adaptation Initiative Index in 2016 due to the combination of high vulnerability to climate change, 14th most vulnerable country, and low readiness to improve resilience, 48th least ready. Climate change estimates in the agriculture, water, infrastructure, and energy sector collectively amount to 2 to 4% of the gross domestic product between 2010 and 2050. Recognizing these risks, Uganda has made substantial efforts in disaster risk reduction and resilience building through the Office of the Prime Minister's Department of Disaster Preparedness, Management, and the National Climate Change Policy of 2021, and the National Disaster Preparedness Management Policy of 2011. At the continent level, Africa is embracing the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the Sendai Framework for the disaster risk reduction of 2015 to 2030. Both frameworks emphasize the importance of proactive approach to disaster risk management, from enhancing early warning systems and infrastructure resilience to addressing underlying economic vulnerabilities and exacerbate the impact of disasters. The role of African Disaster Risk Management and Recovery Platform. The African Disaster Risk Management and Recovery Platform represents an initiative and an inclusive solution that addresses both initiative and long-term challenges in disaster risk management. By bringing together stakeholders from across the continent, this platform will promote shared expertise, coordination, and a unified vision for resilience. The platform's establishment is timely and necessary as we strive for resilient Africa. The platform will enable member states to share data, resources, and best practices, creating an interconnected network equipped to address disasters with great efficiency. The platform will help align policies, develop cross-border strategies, and enhance early warning systems to manage risk, respond effectively to crisis, and so on. I wish to recognize the goals platform requires sustained platform support for development partners. The sector extends our gratitude to World Food Programme, ARC, Audio NEPAD, and so on. Conclusively, today's launch is not just a creation of platform. It is the beginning of a transformative journey toward a resilient Africa. We are setting the stage for Africa where we can effectively prepare, respond, and recover from disaster. Uganda stands ready to support the collaborative effort with the member states, contributing our experience and learning from others to achieve our shared vision. I thank you. I look forward to a productive discussion and shared commitments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Feta, for your remarks and also for sharing those statistics of the impacts of disasters on Uganda and Africa generally. Allow me now, colleagues, to call on my dear sister, the Director of Agriculture, Food Security and Environmental Sustainability at AUDA NEPAD, Madam Estherine Fortabong. You have the floor.
Thank you, my brother, Director Moderator James Mbini. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, everyone, and we really would like to thank all of you for being here. These early morning sessions are not that easy to attend, knowing that we do finish very late, and most of us live very far. So being here at 9:30 shows your appreciation of the importance of the subject that we are discussing this morning. So we really want to thank you and appreciate your presence. Let me start by recognizing Honorable Feta Godfrey. Thank you. Thank you. The Member of Parliament from Uganda. Thank you, Honorable, for being here. And let me recognize my dear brother, whom we have been in this business for many, many years, the Director of Environment and Blue Economy at the African Union Commission, Director Hansen Nyambe. Thank you, my brother, for being here. Let me also recognize some of the other distinguished speakers that will be on the panel later. My other brother, Dr. Dusuma, who is the manager, Climate and Green Growth for the African Development Bank, Mr. Johnson Spensley from the GEF, who is the Senior Climate Change Specialist, and my sister, Madam Grace Kavuma, who is the Acting Group Director General for the African Risk Capacity. Thank you all for being here. This launch is, I really wouldn't go into the statistics. I think Honorable and Director Hansel has laid very well the background on which we are doing this, having this event this morning. Our apologies for our CEO. She was supposed to be here, but she had to urgently leave early this morning. So I'm making this few remarks on our behalf because I will be speaking again later. So this is on behalf of the CEO, really welcoming all of you. Over the past 5 years, we have witnessed a surge of disasters across the African continent, averaging approximately 98 per year. I'm sure this is more. This goes to some of the points which Godfrey Hansen made earlier in terms of whether we are actually capturing all the disasters that are happening around the continent. That are out there, that in itself is a lot. We need to recognize that. In 2023 alone, in the Southern African region, it was reported that we had around 500 casualties attributed to Cyclone Freddy. These challenges are compounded already by the already tumultuous landscapes that we have in the continent as Africa grapples with what can be called the four C's: climate change, conflict, post-conflict recovery, escalating costs of food and fuel due to geopolitical tensions, among others. Agriculture, and I'm just speaking agriculture because we also have infrastructure and other areas where we are seeing these disasters, being the mainstay of the African economy, has been ravaged by El Nino and La Nino events. As I said, Southern Africa and parts of the Sahel are undergoing drier conditions, while East Africa is being hit with wetter than usual conditions that triggers flood. I think Director Godfrey mentioned some of the programs that the African Union Commission and partners are implementing that are trying to bring relief to some of our member states as a result of these extreme weather events. The realization of the Africa that we want will remain elusive if we don't do more, we don't pay more attention, we don't have more preparedness, we don't have more resources flowing to member states and to communities to help them to adopt and prepare better for these disasters. Research suggests that interventions could reduce expected losses by as much as 50%. So we really cannot overemphasize the need for more programs that help preparedness and bring resources to communities. But yet, just about 1% of national budgets are currently allocated for anticipatory response and DRR management in Africa. I'm really pleased to hear from Honorable what Uganda is doing. And, but again, as Director Nyambe said, it's not only about what member states are putting in their budgets. I think we need a whole society response, what we can get from private sector, what we can get from civil society. It's all hands on deck that can help us to address the magnitude of what we are facing, and actually will be even more seeing that we are actually seeing more and more extreme weather patterns. We do not want to continue the story about Africa being at the periphery of global climate finance. I'm happy that GEF is here, and I'm happy that ARC is here. We need to really strengthen and do more so that more resources through programs to member states or continental programs can come to the continent. So that discourse of being at the periphery needs to change as far as global finance is concerned. So today, as we are here discussing, having this conversation on enhancing Africa's capacity in disaster risk management and recovery, we are also launching the African Disaster Risk Reduction Platform. This was a decision of our heads of state at the February 2024 session, asking us to establish this platform. Again, just as my brother, Director Godfrey, said, we do have several policies that the African Union has put into place, and he listed them. We also have several programs implemented by the African Union, implemented by other partners. However, sometimes we only have to come to platforms like this to know what is happening in the continent. And therefore, the establishment of this partnership platform will help us to share information, help us to share knowledge, help us to see where the gaps are, that we need more interventions, more programs to help us to be more responsive to the needs of member states. I think the decision also recognizes that things are happening and the role that AUD and NEPAD has to play, the role that ARC has to play, and the role that institutions like WFP have to play, in line with what the African Union Commission is already doing, and in line with the expected support that we need from our global finance institutions. So the platform, in brief, will help us to both mobilize technical and financial resources to scale up climate resistance and adaptation interventions in the continent. And more importantly, the issue of coordination that Director Godfrey and Honorable Feta mentioned will be at the center of the work that the platform will do. So with those few words, and in conclusion, AUD and NEPAD eagerly looks forward to collaborating with all the institutions that are here present, with our member states, with the development partners, and to capitalize on the range of opportunities that are there to support resource mobilization to address disaster risk reduction and management issues, including issues such as debt for nation swaps, carbon credits, access to the Green Climate Fund, access to the fundings of NGEF, access to the loss and damage fund, and really bringing the opportunities that are there in these different windows of funding to member states to see how we can explore them to benefit African countries and African communities. I look forward to a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fotabong, for those remarks. May I now allow me to move us to the second part of this session. So I am going to ask Director Nyambe and Honorable Feta Geoffrey to please step down from the podium. I'll call you back to the podium after this coming session. Madam Fotabong, can you remain at the podium, since in your first speech you were representing Madam Nardos Bekele Thomas. So I would like to invite Dr. Alhamdu Dosuma, Manager Climate and Green Growth at African Development Bank, to please join the podium. and also Ms. Eva Grace Kavuma, the Acting Group Director General, Africa Risk Capacity, to please join us at the podium. So in the first session, Madam Fotabong was introducing, giving us opening remarks on behalf of the Chief Executive Officer of AUDA NEPAD. In this session, I would like to ask Madam Fotabong to present the gap analysis report on disaster risk recovery and management in Africa, which would speak to some of the issues that she was raising. And then after that presentation, we'll go to a panel discussion. So Madam Fotabong, you have the floor to present the report. Thank you.
Can I see? I'm trying to, are they projected? Hi, it's me again. Now in another capacity, in my real capacity now as the director in charge of agriculture, food system and environment at the African Union Development Agency. It's my pleasure to present, to make this brief presentation on the platform. See, I'm being tutored on using this. But before we go into the slides, I just want to say we are here in Banku at COP 29, and there is a clear interconnected between the subjects of COP. Please don't look at that screen yet. My people, well, okay. I'm not speaking to those slides yet. I'm just making some introductory remarks before I get to that. Now I'm being disoriented. Sorry. Just 1 minute. Just sorry. No, where's the other one? Sorry. So I was saying, just looking at the relationship between climate change, disaster risk reduction, and loss and damage. Loss and damage and climate change, or loss and damage, has been quite central in the discussions that we have here in Banku, in terms of the establishment of the fund. But I think that it's important that we make that connection, the interconnectedness of climate change, disaster risk reduction, and loss and damage as crucial areas of focus within the global policy and sustainable development efforts. The first panel actually spoke about the extreme weather events, such as hurricanes, floods, droughts, heat waves, that have become more frequent. And this results in a range of environmental, social, and economic challenges that disproportionately affect vulnerable communities and nations within that have limited resources to respond and adapt. Now, disaster risk reduction, on the other hand, involves designing strategies and to help us to reduce the risk and impacts of such natural hazards, particularly through preparedness, early warning systems, and resilient infrastructure. Now, given the intensity of climate-related disasters, DRR initiatives are essential in reducing our vulnerabilities and in enhancing the capacities of communities to withstand shock. The third element of this interlinkage is therefore is as climate impact worsen, certain damages are inevitable despite mitigation and adaptation efforts. Therefore, loss and damage will have to refer to the irreversible harms caused by climate change that cannot be fully prevented. Again, so our disaster preparedness and management would not help us to deal with those kind of damages that we then refer to as loss and damage. These irreversible harms caused by climate change cannot be fully prevented or adapted to. As such, loss of homes, livelihoods, ecosystems, and even entire territories. We are really happy that this concept has really gained full attention at this COP. Well, since the last two COP, I have to say. And we are making more progress in terms of operationalizing the loss and damage fund, because we know that there are areas where there's nothing that can be done. So the integration of these critical areas is important to creating a more holistic approach to climate resilience and equity. I want to emphasize the point of equity. Effective policy must address the underlying causes of vulnerability, build resilient systems, and ensure that adequate financial support and compensation for unavoidable losses to support those most affected by climate change. As mentioned earlier, Director Nyambi laid out all the policies that the continent has put for disaster risk reduction, all the different programs that the continent have. And at AUD and NEPAD, in addition to the programs that the Commission is running, we also have programs like the Agriculture and Food Insecurity Risk Management Program, AFEM, which is part of the bigger PAM program that is implemented with IFAD and other partners. The creation of the Disaster Risk Reduction Unit at AUD and NEPAD is under my directorate is a recognition that in addition to that policy framework and processes, we do need more actions on the ground, more interventions on the ground, because the need is urgent. I will move to this. I will not repeat that slide because we have heard all those statistics. This is what I just said in terms of the different frameworks and the mechanisms that are there. Director Nyambi mentioned them, the African Working Group, and this platform that we are launching today is not coming to replace any of this. It's actually coming to enhance and complement the work that we are doing in the working group, in the different programs that we are implementing, as stated by the decision of the heads of state. We spoke about it earlier, the February 2024 decision to establish this platform. In order for us to do that, to set up the platform, we thought, let's have a study to look at what is happening across the continent, where are the gaps in terms of stakeholder involvement, in terms of preparedness, and so on and so forth. So some key findings that came out from the gap analysis report on disaster risk recovery and management in Africa, which you will be able to find in the AUD site, are the following. Regional coordination. There is a lack of standardized DRR protocols and guidelines. That's what the study found. There is fragmented information and data sharing on hazards, vulnerability and risk across our countries. There is inadequate investment in early warning systems and technology. There are capacity gaps across national, subnational, and local levels. I think we can all agree that as far as the subject of DRR is concerned, we cannot privilege ourselves in just having conversation at the global level and meetings like this, or at the continental level. We have to go where the impact is felt, where the rubber hits the road is at the community level. So having stronger municipal having stronger governance at sub-national level is critical for better DRR responses. We need to have traditional knowledge integrated into modern technology and other responses that we have. Communities have been adapting. They have knowledge of their environment. They have better knowledge of the changes that they are experiencing. We need to involve them. We need to involve these communities as we define actions to support them. It cannot just be, flying in and telling them what to do without consultation, without listening to their experiences and helping them help us to give better solutions. And of course, the non-utility of risk insurance and risk transfer instruments. My sister is here from ACT. I will not elaborate on that. She has all the expertise to speak to that, so I will leave that for her to come back. But these are some of the findings, and I think Director Nyambi's statement this morning and Honorable Fetta's statement also kind of confirm some of the findings of the study. So what's the objective of the platform hearing based on the findings that we have made from the study is really one to enhance coordination of DRR management among stakeholders at all levels on the continent, to mobilize sufficient resources for implementing priority DRR projects in Africa. It doesn't mean the platform will be the one going everywhere to mobilize resources. No, it's about identifying where the gaps are, and in this platform, knowing the niche and competencies of the different institutions, hoping they will therefore mobilize resources, and we can all report back to say, these are the sources of funding we have mobilized to support member states in their actions. To harmonize and synchronize the work across our three institutions, as well as the REC and the Commission, with regard to program and projects to effectively implement DRR programs. To raise the profile of disaster risk management by building a coalition of partners across the continent. I think given the severity of disasters that we are seeing, we have to continue to have highest political attention paid to this issue. We didn't need to have that, and I'm looking at my brother and his team that we need to do better, more briefings to our political principals, showcasing what is the state of affairs in our countries. AUD and NEPA do produce a mini atlas of rural transformation, and I think we have had a discussion. One of the next series of the atlas will really be to have a visual show of what is happening in terms of disasters across our continents and the different sub-regions of the continent. To enhance knowledge sharing and capacity development initiative. For that will mean we need to have better statistics and data. How do we do that is something that we need to reflect on. The point that Hansen made earlier about not capturing what households are actually facing is something that we need to address. Yeah. And lastly, to facilitate the monitoring and evaluation of DRR priority programs project at regional and continental levels. Are all the stakeholders there on the table? How are we engaging with key stakeholders? So those are the objectives of the platform. We look forward to hearing and having inputs from the sitting. If something is missing, let's bring that out. If we need to enhance something, if there's a gap somewhere, please, this is the opportunity for us to share that information so that we can make this platform a value addition to what is currently in implementation. So what are the next steps after this launch? We are doing the launch now. We are working on finalizing a working paper on Africa Disaster Risk Management Platform. That paper will be presented to our Heads of State and Government Orientation Committee for their consideration and adoption. After that, we hope or we intend to have regional consultations because the idea is this platform, in coordination with the RECs, could be operationalized at regional levels, but also, if possible, have national platforms. So these are still points of engagement to see how we will effectively roll this platform so that it plays the role that we all hope it should play in terms of better coordination and bringing harmonization and alignment to the work of different stakeholders and actors with regard to DRR reduction and management. And of course, always we need to continuously do this, do resource mobilization for the platform based on how it's going to be operationalized. So if member states are going to set up national platforms, if the RECs are going to set up sub-regional platforms, and the continental platform, we have that conversation on how do we accompany them in operationalizing them. So it's not just creating something and then we don't have a smooth functioning of the platform, because being a decision of our heads of state, we are responsible, we have the responsibility to report back to them on how we are implementing it. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Director Fotabong, for that presentation. So you have informed us about the gaps identified in the report, as well as about the objectives of the platform, which you are launching today, and also briefed us on what is going to happen after the launch of the platform. Now, to respond to some of the key issues that have been raised by Madam Fotabong, we have a distinguished panel of experts that are working on issues related to the gaps that have been identified, as well as the objectives of the platform. So to start with, I'm going to ask Dr. Alhamdu Dosuma from the African Development Bank to give us insights on how the AFDB finance instruments and mechanisms can accelerate and scale up access to climate finance in African countries. Dr. Dosuma, I think, unless there's a microphone there, you probably have to come to the podium. There is. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, James. First and foremost, let me first commend and congratulate Auda NEPAD for
It's not working?
Okay, it's better, I guess. First of all, let me commend and congratulate AUDA NEPAD for the launch of this African Disaster Risk Management and Recovery platform, and for inviting us to this event. I'm going to respond to your question, James, by saying that the African Development Bank is playing a critical role in mobilizing and deploying climate financing in Africa. In recognition of Africa's limited access to climate finance, we have intensified over the recent years our actions on climate finance mobilization in 3 ways. Number one, we set for ourselves some ambitious climate finance targets. In 2016, when the Paris Agreement entered into force, the bank's climate financing was about 9% of our annual investments. And we, at that period, already started the implementation of our second climate action plan. And we set an objective to move it from 9% to 40% by 2020. And in 2021, we have been able to meet and even surpass that target by allocating 41% of our investments in 2021 as climate finance, followed by 45% in 2022 and 55% in 2023. Actually, 2023 was a very successful year for us because we hit an historical record by mobilizing 5.8 billion climate finance. We haven't seen that in the past. Another target that we set is to achieve parity between adaptation finance and mitigation finance. We have been able to achieve that parity target in 2018 for the first time. And since then, we have been surpassing that target. Over the last 3 years, 60% of the bank's climate finance resources have been allocated to adaptation. As you all know, adaptation being Africa's priority on climate change, and it is also the bank priority on climate change. The last and third and last target is on, setting a target for mobilizing a volume of 25 billion climate finance by 2025. We are already in 2024, and we are on track in achieving that target by December next year. And to materialize those commitments, we have been championing a wide range of transformative and innovative initiatives. I'm going to just mention a few of them. We have been implementing since 2021 the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. It's a 25 billion program to scale up adaptation action in Africa. We are doing this program together in partnership with the Global Center on Adaptation. We are also implementing the Desert to Power program. It's a 20 billion program to scale up access to renewable energy across the Sahel. Actually, the objective is to create the world's largest solar zone in that region in order to provide clean electricity to about 250 million people in the Sahel. Another recent initiative is the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, which is aiming to mobilize $500 million for project development in order to mobilize another 10 billion as investment in green infrastructure in Africa. We have also several other initiatives. Since we are talking about disaster risk management here, I'm going to mention the initiative that we launched recently, last year actually at the COP28, which is the Africa Climate Risk Insurance Facility for Adaptation. It's a $1 billion program to scale up access to climate insurance. And this funding instrument is expanding on an initiative that we have been implementing since 2018. This is the Africa Disaster Risk Financing Initiative, ADRIFI, that we have been implementing together in partnership with the Africa Risk Capacity. We have other instruments such as the Africa Green Bank Initiative, This initiative is aiming to support, local banks, local financial institutions to also mobilize climate financing in order to lend in local currencies. And just to conclude, the last point I wanted to mention is on our key financing instruments and mechanisms. We have two types of climate finance instruments in the bank, internal and external climate financing instruments. Let me just mention the internal financing instruments. You may be aware of the Climate Action Window, the most recent one that was launched at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, which aims at mobilizing between 4 to 13 billion US dollars as climate finance for the 37 low-income countries and most vulnerable countries in Africa. We also have the ClimDev Africa Special Fund, which is part of the ClimDev Africa program that we are jointly implementing together with the African Union, the UN Economic Commission for Africa. The ClimDev, the CDSF is also supporting, the modernization of hydromet infrastructure in Africa. Other instruments include the Africa Climate Change Fund. We have launched recently, it is still going on, the fourth call for proposal for this fund, focusing on methane abatement, and we are aiming to, identify and seek innovative projects that are going to address methane emission in Africa through that call for proposal. For the Climate Action Window, we also launched a technical assistance call for proposal a few days ago, and this is still open for also receiving, proposals to support, NDC's implementation, development of long-term strategies, project preparation, etc. I am also going to mention another one on energy, the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, which is supporting, energy-related investment in the continent. We also launched another one for urban development. We call it Urban and Municipal Development Fund, which is focusing on cities. External funds, as you may know, we are similar to many other international organizations, part of the Global Climate Funding Instrument. We have been accredited to implement an initiative from the Global Environment Facility since 2007. We are also accredited with the Adaptation Fund, with the Green Climate Fund, and also we are implementing the programs of the Climate Investment Funds. So, and recently also we have been innovating in that space. We have developed some innovative programs, such as the Room to Run. It's a 2 billion program together with the UK government, which aims at freeing up some space, some headroom to lend on climate-related projects. We also launched recently a 750 million hybrid capital. It's a new asset class which aims at issuing bonds, sustainable bonds, in order to mobilize additional climate financing resources. Finally, we are advocating together with the Inter-American Development Bank for rechanneling the special drawing rights of the IMF in order to boost lending capacity on green investment in Africa. In conclusion, I must say that despite the progress we are making at the bank, we still face significant challenges because the demands are huge and increasing, and the bank alone cannot make it. And we need really strong and robust partnerships with other institutions in order to scale up and accelerate climate financing deployment in Africa. Our goal is really, as mentioned in our 2030 strategy for climate change and green growth, the goal is to help Africa increase its climate finance access from the current 3% to 10% by 2030. So this is our goal, and I hope that we all together can achieve it. For more information on our climate financing instruments, I want you to just look for this green and pocket-sized booklet, which is just behind us here, or you can just scan it from there, and it's a summary of all the instruments that we have at the bank on climate financing. And I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dusuma, for that very detailed response In the interest of time, I'm not going to try to summarize all of the issues that you have raised. But instead, I'm going to immediately ask Mr. Jason Spenceley. Mr. Spenceley, who is the Senior Climate Change Specialist at the GEF, the Global Environment Facility. I would like to ask you to reflect on the synergies between the interventions of the GEF and the Africa Disaster Risk Management and Recovery Platform. Unfortunately, Mr. Spenceley would have to leave immediately after he's sharing his reflections with us. But you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Un très bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good morning to all of you. It's a real pleasure to be here together with you.
A couple of the distinguished panelists referred to this as a partnership platform, and I'm really grateful for that, because we also see this as a partnership together in climate disaster risk financing. We can't achieve this, addressing this massive challenge if we're not working together across our collective strengths. As you may know, the Global Environment Facility is, since its existence for the past 30 years, the world's largest climate and environmental multilateral fund, operating in all developing countries and especially in Africa. We work very closely with the African Development Bank and a number of other institutions across Africa in ensuring that climate and environmental finance gets to the ground as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Over the past year, there have been a number of really positive developments and collaborations among the GEF and the African Risk Capacity Program, ARC, as well as the African Development Bank, on disaster risk financing. I'd like to share one specific example, which I'm quite excited about, which is an investment directly in the African Risk Capacity Partnership Platform, if I can call it that, together with the African Development Bank, to establish a risk financing guarantee facility to enable participation of African least developed countries in creating a sovereign risk pool within ARC. It's a project that has a total value of $35 million, 10 of which is directly grant-based finance from the Global Environment Facility. We call it ACRIF, the African Climate Risk Insurance Facility. This was just approved several months ago and is just becoming operational in 4 initial countries: Djibouti, Comoros, Somalia, and South Sudan. We do hope this will be able to expand to other countries, deepen breadth of support as well as depth in the 4 countries I just mentioned. This project builds on the African Disaster Risk Financing Program, ADRIFI, and what we're really excited about is how it's advancing market-based instruments to provide climate disaster risk finance and insurance solutions. It's actually also learning from similar models of disaster risk pooling financing across countries on a regional scale, learning from similar experiences in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is one example. We want to do much more, including in the area of innovative financing instruments, of insurance and market-based financing instruments, because public funding alone will not be able to achieve the scale of action that we need. We also need to work with the insurance industry, work with private investment, so we can create the type of sea change that's really required to to address the awesome challenge in front of us. The last thing I would like to say is that we need these multilateral sources of finance to be much, much faster, much more efficient in getting on the ground. The scale of urgency requires a sea change in efficiency. Together with the African Development Bank, we're really glad to see movement on this front. This particular project was actually developed really quickly. We were speaking about it at one, and then 3 months later there was a submission, and then final approval about 6 months later, and the funds are getting out to create the disaster risk pool facility under ARC. Thank you very much. It's been a real honor to join you today. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spenceley, for those comments. Now I would like to come to Ms. Eva Grace Kavuma, who is the Acting Group Director of the Africa Risk Capacity, to tell us how the ARC's finance mechanisms, which we have heard from the two speakers, such as risk pooling, risk transfer, and so on, can in fact support this platform that you are launching today. The floor is yours, madam.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can't hear myself. Thank you very much for that warm welcome. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues on the panel, all of whom we partner with in some shape or form, partners, brothers and sisters. Oh, am I that short? Apologies. It is really a great honor for us to join you here today at this pivotal launch of the Africa Disaster Risk Management and Recovery Platform. As the platform seeks to underscore a collective vision to bolster Africa's resilience against increasing climate-induced risks from droughts and floods and other disasters, in line with the AU Assembly decision to create the platform, I commend the African Union Development Agency, as well as the World Food Programme and my own organization, African Risk Capacity Group, for the leadership in creating this vital platform that will enable us to address disaster risk management and recovery challenges collectively. So the question that I've been asked is, how can ARC's finance mechanisms, such as risk pooling and risk transfer, support the Africa Disaster Risk Management Platform? Well, this is a very pertinent question, and thank you for that, because it gives us an opportunity to showcase ARC's value add to the Africa Disaster Risk Management Platform. ARC's finance mechanisms include risk pooling and risk transfer, which are pivotal to supporting the Africa Disaster Risk Management Platform by providing innovative, scalable, and sustainable financial solutions tailored to Africa's unique risk landscape. Risk pooling allows member states to collectively share the financial burden of disasters and reducing individual country costs while enabling access to significant resources in the time of need. Risk transfer mechanisms such as parametric insurance provide timely payouts that empower governments to respond quickly and effectively to disasters, minimizing economic losses and safeguarding livelihoods and lives. By integrating these mechanisms into the platform, ARC can enhance member states' capacity to prepare for, manage and recover from disasters while promoting regional cooperation and resilience. Now, ARC can also share lessons learned, because in our 14 years of experience, practical experience in implementing the ARC disaster risk management mechanism, we have garnered a lot of information, a lot of data, and a lot of experiences. Across the globe, we are witnessing a significant shift in how disaster risk management, finance, and recovery efforts are evolving. From sovereign insurance mechanisms to community-level resilience programs, countries are developing approaches to mitigate the economic impacts of disasters. However, the African context is unique, with vulnerabilities amplified by climate change and constrained by limited access to financial tools. Through disaster risk management and financing strategies, therefore, disaster risk management and financing strategies have become more essential components for building resilience, as they allow countries to prepare for and to respond to and to recover from disasters in a financially sustainable manner. Again, in our experience as ARC, disaster risk financing strategies contribute significantly to protecting vulnerable communities and advancing long-term development goals. However, for these strategies to be impactful, they must be comprehensive and integrative. An ongoing challenge that we observe within the DRM and DRF strategies in Africa is that their success relies on political commitment and on political will, not just technical adoption. Let me repeat that. We have observed that disaster risk management and disaster risk financing strategies in Africa, for them to be successful, they totally rely on political will and political commitment, and not, from a tick-boxing perspective, technical adoption. While multilateral development banks play a vital role in initiating disaster risk financing strategies, true and lasting impact depends on national ownership. And this is our experience across the 39 member states where we work. Political leadership must recognize disaster risk financing as essential to national development, not merely an external requirement. For instance, countries such as Malawi and Mozambique have demonstrated very strong political will in implementing their disaster risk financing strategies, therefore setting a high bar for resilience planning across the African continent. From our experience again, successful disaster risk management and disaster risk financing strategies are those that actively engage a wide range of stakeholders across government levels, as well as with the private sector and local communities. These strategies benefit from inclusive processes that build local ownership and enhance sustainable implementation. Integrating risk assessments and continuous capacity building into national policies will also enable African countries to develop tailored, robust disaster risk financing strategies. In discussing disaster risk management and risk recovery, it is also critical to highlight the importance of pre-arranged financing. Globally, we see a gap in the proportion of risk finance that is pre-arranged. For example, during Cyclone Freddy, the international community provided sovereign insurance payouts to African nations, but larger support came much later through post-disaster grants. This underscores the need for higher ambitions in pre-arranged finance from donors, which offers several benefits, namely timely response, cost efficiency, and long-term planning into their national budgets, building resilience sustainably over time. So while there remains a very significant role for post-disaster grants, particularly in unforeseen events, combining these resources with pre-arranged finance can maximize our capacity to holistically address disaster management. So in closing, disaster risk management and disaster risk financing strategies when politically supported and well integrated into national frameworks, can significantly boost resilience to disasters across Africa. However, to prevent these strategies from becoming box-ticking exercises, we must foster genuine engagement with stakeholders, utilize data-driven approaches, and establish continuous evaluation mechanisms. As I think Dr. Nyambe, I don't know if he's still here, rightly said in the beginning, this is everyone's problem. It's our problem, it's your problem, it's Africa's problem. So as we launch this Africa Disaster Risk Management and Recovery Platform, let us seize the opportunity to deepen our partnerships, explore innovative solutions, and pave the way for a resilient future for all African communities. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kavuma, for those remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have very little time for interaction with our panelists. But I would like to ask Director Hassan Nyambe and Honorable Member of Parliament from Uganda, Feta Geoffrey, if you can please rejoin the panel so we can have an interaction with the audience. Before we open the floor for questions and comments and suggestions, I have a request from Honorable Jibril Abdullahi, the Executive Chairman of Mokwa Local Government Area of Niger State, Nigeria, to make a statement. Please, if you can take just 2 minutes to make your statement. If there's a microphone, please can you... No? Okay. Since we don't have a microphone, you can come to the podium, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Once again, good morning. Let me go straight to the point. The establishment of African Disaster Risk Management and Recovery Platform is apt and is timely because I'm worried and disturbed with two issues that affect my local government very seriously. And because of that, I requested that I mention them here so that I can have a global support to address these negative challenges in my local government. Jibril Abdullahi Muregi is my name, Executive Chairman Mokwa Local Government Area of Niger State from Nigeria, West African region. My local government is confronted with two major issues: deforestation activities, where trees are being cut down to make charcoal. I think my local government is one of the most risky local governments in Nigeria that is facing serious deforestation activities, so that people believe that they can earn a living as a result of having a charcoal. Secondly, I'm more worried because we suffer a serious flood disaster. My local government is at the receiving end of 4 hydro dams: Shiroro Hydro Dam, Zungeru Hydro Dam, Kainji Hydro Dam, and Jeba Hydro Dam. My local government is downstream of these hydro dams, so anytime there is a spill of dams, it completely submerges my community, and it results in the loss of lives, animals, farmlands, and a lot of things like that. And I think that actually propelled me to bring this to the attention of the international community that are gathered here this afternoon. However, my suggestion is that we should strictly adhere to this establishment of African Disaster Risk Management. It will help address a lot of climate change issues. And two, we should also identify areas of gap so that adequate finance can be sourced to address most of these issues. And three, just like one of my director Eliad mentioned, we should do everything possible to optimize the mobilization and commitment of the political actors and leaders so that they can key into the financing of the climate change challenges. And one important area, I want to challenge my brother there from Uganda, who is a legislator. that we should make it a primary assignment as soon as we return back to our respective countries. We should draw the attention of the leaders so that the legislative chambers, both at the national and subnationals, will make it mandatory to pass a law pass a law that will address funding so that these issues of environmental challenges can be bring to a minimum level. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much for that statement, but also for bringing some practical suggestions of what you think can be done to respond to the disasters that your local government area is experiencing. We have just a few minutes to interact with the panel, the panelists here. Please, can I have an indication of the number of people who would like to ask or make comments? So we have this lady and the other lady there. Anyone else? Okay, so we'll take those two and then we can proceed. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Christine Kaya. I am a member of parliament from Uganda, and I'm the Shadow Minister for Water and Environment. But dear Africans, I think it is high time we came up with a conditional funding for disaster preparedness, not response. Because we have always provided funding, and then it is waiting for aid, food aid, which will never be enough. It is high time we put a condition for preparedness for African nations. Otherwise, I think we have failed to use the money to build resilience, to ensure that we don't lose a lot. To me, that is my issue. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MP. The lady next to you, Zodidi.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Mwamaka. I'm a researcher and lecturer at the University of Glasgow, Scotland. I did like the point raised by the last speaker. She talked about political will. And the question is, I've worked extensively in African countries. The major problem is, how do you influence political will? How do you influence political will? How do we negotiate that? And we also talked about integrating indigenous knowledge, scientific knowledge. How do we really do this in real life? What do we trade off if we must move forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no other indication of request for the floor. So I would like to ask the panelists if you can. Okay, is there any other after this gentleman? No, okay, this will be the last. And then we'll come to the panel.
Yeah, I will ask my question in French. So, yeah. I hope the translator will help me. Yeah.
En anglais. I'm a young African negotiator. I wanted to know as to crisis management and disaster management, what is the, how much, what are the schemes that you've implemented to integrate the youth in this platform? This is what I wanted to ask.
Thank you. So to our panelists, you have a comment, two comments from Nigeria and from Uganda, and two questions from regarding the integration of indigenous knowledge as well as political will, and the question from the youth there. I'm going to give you 1 minute each to please quickly respond to any of the comments or any of the questions as you feel. Starting from, okay, Zodidi is already ending the, yeah, from there.
Thank you very much, moderator. Strictly to the issue of, to two issues. One, political will. I think political will can be manifested through legislation. Through legislation, we can have policies that are put in place through laws passed by parliaments or local government councils that can then be implemented by the various entities. Two, the issue of budgeting and appropriation. There should be a position from here how various African countries and parliaments should be able to provide for the adequate or necessary budgetary appropriation and allocation to deal with disaster at all forms, pre and after. Because mainly Africans are focusing on dealing with the disaster after it has occurred. But we do not prepare adequately for the looming coming of disaster. I think that's where we lose it. We focus more on dealing with disaster when it has happened, but we do not have adequate facilities to deal with the foreseen likelihoods of disaster. I think that is what I can be able to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Preparedness. So Dosuma, 1 minute, please.
Yes, quickly, I'm going to just address the two issues put forward by my brother from Nigeria. On deforestation, I think this is an issue that is being faced by many countries in Africa. And I think it's an issue that requires attention both at the level of government but also at the local level. And I believe that at local level, one action that could be really strengthened is awareness raising of communities on the impacts of deforestation on not only I'm not talking about emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, but also on their own, the loss of livelihoods at the local level. So awareness is key. I know that the funding is an issue, but there are some funding instruments that are being developed. For instance, at the African Development Bank, we have recently created what we call the subnational funding facility, which is aiming to support subnational governments to also address issues that are being faced at country level. Lastly, on the flooding issue, I think there is a need really to strengthen the early warning systems at the government level, but also at local level. I think it's important that you get in touch with the Met Office of Nigeria, the Federal Met Office. I think it is one of the best ones in Sub-Saharan Africa. They are providing services to other countries, and I believe the Met Service is also part of a global funding instrument called the Systematic Observation Funding Facility, SOF, which is also here. I think it's good to have that connection in order to see the possibility to mobilize funding from that instrument and also get support from the Met Office at federal level in order to help you develop a local early warning system. Thank you.
Thank you, Alhamdu. My sister Estherine, please.
Well, thank you. Political will and the question from Nigeria on forestry. I think we need more coordination at all levels. At the country level, we need more interministerial dialogue and coordination, because sometimes this conversation are put in boxes. This is DRR, this is biodiversity, this is the desertification. We need to bring the subject matters together at the country level, where you can then have, alignment and synergies in responses. I think that will be important. In terms of youth and the platform, the way it's designed, is inclusive of all stakeholders. So we will want to see a strong youth participation in the platform. That's definitely a key provision as we design the platform going forward. In terms of, I think, again, with the political will, the government, we talked about budgetary allocation. We have to recognize that the government have a plethora of issues that they have to make provision on, and the national fiscus is limited. I think the leadership from the government is making sure we have those programs and strategies so that all partners coming into the country can also support the implementation of these programs. So it's leadership, providing leadership through design of strategies, programs that they can say, this is the focus of the government, including of preparedness. If partners are here, this is the menu, please help us to implement them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Kavuma.
Thank you very much, my sister. I'll take two questions. Again, I think political will is one of our biggest concerns here. And as I said in my speech, it has to be more than a box-ticking exercise. I always get that confused. English is not my first language. So I think we need to take it further. And as the Honourable MP said, through legislation and budgeting. But I think we have to go a step further, because it has to be about political will. It has to be about ownership. It has to be about total buy-in. So you don't get that by just writing the legislation. It's from practical experience, walking them through, and for them to understand the value of being proactive in terms of budgeting for the events that may occur. So it's a real shift, a culture shift. So the work that we do from African Risk Capacity, the bulk of the work is, the bulk of our success is actually based on the level of country engagement. And country engagement, as we mentioned, it's deeply and laterally across government organs. So we work with a technical working group in each country that we work in, and the technical working group comprises of all the relevant representatives from all the relevant government organs, from civil society, from NGOs, and again from the value chain, all important players. So those people actually influence. We train them on our mechanisms, so they own those tools. We train them, and we train trainers for sustainability. There's no other way that the political decision makers are going to make a decision if their own constituency doesn't understand the mechanism or doesn't understand the value of that mechanism. We also, I think, from another practical way of getting the level of political will is using lessons learned. We have inter-country exchanges where we have countries present their successes in implementing our mechanisms to other governments and encouraging them also to take on the tool. So again, across the regions, we can also create that level of political will by demonstrating the value of the proposition. From the gentleman from Nigeria who mentioned the issues of flood, at ARC we recognize the importance of paying attention to floods, especially with the recent climate changes that we've seen in the seasons. We recognize the problem, and we have been working diligently to develop a flood tool. This flood tool is technically ready for implementation, and this year we should be rolling out to the countries. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And finally, Director Nyambe.
Thank you very much. I would comment on the proposal for a DRR fund by the Honorable Member of Parliament of Uganda. I think that's the way to go. And at the African Union, actually, we are trying to harmonize the special fund that we have that has to do with famine and hunger, to make sure that once the multi-hazard early warning system has given a warning, then resources should be given to the country that is affected or the community. But of course, there are challenges there in terms of the amount of funds that, or the amount of money that is in that fund. But in conclusion, I would simply say that as Africans, we need to learn to walk the talk. We talk a lot, we develop a lot of frameworks, but implementation is our greatest enemy. So if we can walk the talk, we'll be able to solve this problem. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Finally, allow me to request Madam Fota Bong to take the podium to thank the panel, including herself, and also to close the meeting on behalf of Madam Nados Bekele. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother James. I like the one I should thank the panel, including myself. Thank you. So, Your Excellencies, colleagues, friends, thank you all for being here. Panelists, please, it's been a very, very rich conversation. I really want to thank ECA and you, James, in particular, for the excellent moderation, to thank the panelists for their knowledge, and to thank the participants for all the questions and the contributions they've made. I think we've had insights that will help us to roll this platform out and make sure it becomes operational as soon as possible. Some key words, things that came from me, there's a lot, so I can't summarize everything, but there are some key messages that I think came through from this conversation. One, an acknowledgement that this platform is very important and useful and has a value addition in terms of supporting coordination from all these different initiatives that we have there and providing a platform for knowledge sharing. The second aspect is we do have a lot of decisions from our heads of states, policy frameworks that have been adopted by the African Union. We have some programs, but we need to have impact on the ground. And that impact on the ground means we need more programs and resources flowing to implement them. This is a call for everybody to put their hands on deck and make it happen. It's not just for the government. They have a critical role to play by giving that political ownership and leadership. But in terms of implementation, each and every one of us and our respective institutions and partners are important to bring the financing that is needed to support it. The other point I think that came out from the conversation strongly is the need of data, right data to help in decision making in terms of risk financing, as well as just preparedness. And the other point, I don't want to say last, but one of the other important points is the emphasis that we should not only focus on responses, because then you already have the disasters that happen. The importance of preparedness is critical, and I think that is one of the key messages that we should leave here, is we need to be putting more effort and emphasis on preparedness, and for that we need the resources. The point therefore to have a fund dedicated to support preparedness of member states has been taken note of, and I think between the African Union organs represented here by myself and my brother Hansel, is a message that we will have to work and bring it to the attention of our political leadership. So once again, thank you all so much, and please join me in giving a big hand to our panel for their excellent contribution, and a big hand to all of us as well for being here. Thank you so much for being here in a full hall and a session that starts at 9:30 this morning. We are happy and grateful. Thank you. Thank you.
She sit here there.
Now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please have your seats. We are going to start this session on the energy efficiency program. So we are 10 minutes late. Let's start the discussion now. Actually, the African Energy Commission of the African Union has been working on energy efficiency, as you know, to make really an efficient use of the energy we have, so that we can address the energy access gap on the continent. We've been working with different partners. The European Union support us actually to develop the African energy efficiency strategy, and we have been engaging also with key partners like the Denmark. So today we will have a discussion how our program, the African Energy Efficiency Program, contributes to the global targets, that is doubling the efficiency as it was decided during last COP. So today we'll have a program with a few remarks from the African Union Commission, from European Union and Denmark, and then we'll have a short presentation of the African Energy Efficiency Program with the key highlights from the African energy efficiency strategy. So we'll end our program with a panel discussion with the different stakeholders representing member states to give us some key example on what is going on the continent, and also regional and international partners. So without further ado, I would like to call on Madame Carla Montesi, who is the Director General of International Partnership from European Union, to make her remarks. Madam.
Thank you very much. Dear Commissioner Abu Zaid, dear guests, let me express my sincere congratulations to the African Union, and in particular to AFREC, for organizing this event, and for launching the Africa Energy Efficiency Alliance. This initiative marks a significant milestone in our collective pursuit of a significant energy future in Africa. It was just reminded now that in COP last year, the European Union, with many partners, has been a driving force, being the launch of the Global Pledge on renewable energy and energy efficiency, championing the two important ambitious global targets. One, tripling renewable energy capacity, and the second one on doubling energy efficiency improvement by 2030. Allow me to say from the beginning that while we are making progress, and I hope that you can share this impression towards our renewable energy goals, we still have a considerable gap to bridge in terms of energy efficiency. So when we see our commitment at the global level, we are only halfway to our energy efficiency target. So the alliance that we are launching together, it's a really milestone in order to push all our forces in order to reach also the energy efficiency goal. Globally, we can say that doubling the rate of energy efficiency improvement could lead to substantial emission reduction by 2030.
surpassing any other measures. So it's something on which it's very, very important to work, not only in emergency countries, but overall in the world. I don't want to be very long because there will be a presentation on the alliance that will follow, but allow me to take this opportunity to remind once again that the European Union is really committed to push forward in full partnership with the African Union and African partners the global clean energy agenda. Climate and energy are key priorities of the Global Gateway, of the African European Union Global Gateway Investment Agenda. That is their agenda that we use to boost investment, and in particular in strategic sector like energy. As part of this strategic agenda, the Global Gateway, the Team Europe is putting in place the African European Green Energy Initiative with the African Union. It's the initiative that aims to deploy at least 50 gigawatts of renewable electricity in Africa, providing access to electricity for 100 million people by 2030, and substantially increase energy efficiency. This are not just words. I want just to take this moment here to remind that when we look to the investment that we are designing, we are launching, we are implementing, we reach now an amount of 20 billion that will be mobilized, that has been mobilized between 2021 and 2027, with 3.4 billion only coming from the European institution. So I will end just saying that I really commend AFREC for championing this Africa energy efficiency strategy. Allow me to say that since 2022, European Union has supported the development of this strategy, with working with African Union, with all of you, on preparing the strategy, the roadmap, the sectoral action plan, building this comprehensive framework that we hope allow also all the partners to join you in implementing now this strategy and this alliance. So I really want to call once again our partnership and wishing for us to continue this partnership, also following the goals of energy efficiency. Many thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Madam Kalla, for those words, and especially your commitment in pushing the clean energy agenda and your continued collaboration with AFREC in this area. Let me now call Mr. Ole Tonke, who is the Under Secretary for Development from Denmark, to make his remark. Mr. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting Denmark also to this event. And I wanted to start a bit following on what my colleague from European Union talked about, that last year in the GST process and during the COP, we made this commitment to triple renewable energy and also double energy efficiency. And you also see similar notions in the declaration out of the African Climate Summit. So everybody agrees this is really, really important. And somehow the attention and action goes to the tripling of the renewable energy, and very little attention goes to energy efficiency. And it's just been that as per tradition. So I really want to thank the AU Commission for taking up this challenge of driving forward energy efficiency in Africa, because again, this is just the smart thing to do. It's less expensive, it's low-hanging fruits, and everything we can do in this fight against climate change and at the same time expanding power in Africa, we need to do. And again, energy efficiency is just a key way forward. Denmark, we learned that the hard way when the energy crisis back in the 70s hit us. We simply could not afford to import the fuel to drive our electricity generation plants. So the country actually had huge problems. We had to have Sundays where you were not allowed to drive in your cars because we couldn't import the fuel in Denmark. So the government adopted a very clear strategy that we need to find alternative energy sources, and we need to be much more efficient on how we spend our energy. So since then in Denmark, we've really had a strong tradition for energy efficiency, all the way from the top on the distribution grids, etc., which is now, I think, 1%, 2%, 3% or something like that of losses in the grid of Denmark, but all the way down to the consumers of Denmark. And we've had, I mean, numerous. I remember when I was a child, there was these campaigns from government on how do you actually save energy in your homes. Remember to turn this off and and we have now smart meters that turns everything on and off when we don't use it, etc., etc. So, and there's a huge potential in that. And we from Denmark, we really have an ambition to share our experience with all partners, including partners in Africa. The government has recently done a strategy where it's very clear we want to expand our partnerships with the African countries, and climate change and energy is a key sector where we believe that we have a lot to offer, and where the partnership can be a win-win collaboration between Denmark and the African countries moving forward. We even have our specialist in the Danish Energy Agency working in many different African countries, visiting there, showing them what do they actually do at a technical level in Denmark to actually make a difference in energy efficiency. And then the experts from the African countries, they go to Denmark and visit the Danish center to learn and exchange experiences. So we want to do more of that from the side of Denmark, but the focus today is to announce that we want to support the AU Commission in the implementation of the action plan. We have decided to set aside an amount of money in our new program with the AU, specifically targeted on energy efficiency. The three priorities under that program will be to better energy efficiency through norms and standards, which is really important. Second is to reduce loss in distribution, and three, increase means on how to drive forward the energy efficiency in Africa. So we from Denmark, we are really looking forward to the collaboration with the African Union and our partners on the continent on this, and really looking forward to hear about the how to implement that later on in this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ole, for sharing really the good example or the experience from Denmark, and the collaboration that you are having with the African Union in driving, implementing the action plan for African energy efficiency strategy, especially supporting the implementation of MEP and the reduction of losses on the grid. Thank you very much for that. Now let me call Her Excellency Dr. Amani Abu Zaid to make her remark, the Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy of the African Union Commission.
Good morning, everyone. First, allow me to welcome our guests from the European Union and from Denmark and other partners who are here in the room, and to greet my brothers and sisters from across the continent. Yesterday I was in a session and they asked me Africa is so energy deficient and that we have serious challenges when it comes to energy access. More than half of our people do not have access to electricity, and almost 90% do not have access to clean cooking. Why should you be talking about energy efficiency? Or should you be talking about energy efficiency? And my answer was yes, yes, and yes. And it's exactly because we do not have the luxury of wasting energy that we should be talking more than anyone else about energy efficiency. And the African Union has been leader in terms of energy efficiency, not last year, not the year before, even more than 14 years. We have been extremely active in the area of energy efficiency, making it a core program within our energy commission that is based in Algiers. And when we talk about energy efficiency, it's not just about the bulb or the electricity that is being generated, where we should be, optimizing the use of every watt that is being generated, but also making sure that our cars, like you rightly mentioned, our appliances, be them cooling, heating, cooking, whatever we are using, that they are also energy efficient for various reasons. The reason I just mentioned, I mean, our calculations and the calculations of AFRID show, for instance, that by saving, in some regions, saving energy, we can generate enough or avail enough electricity to those who do not have energy. Also, financial savings, more than $200 billion savings. So economic reasons, even at the level of households. I mean, with the prices of electricity, we want to be careful on how we are using energy and our appliances to make sure that we also save economically and financially. You mentioned grid, and I was very happy that the grid was mentioned. I just want to remind everybody that we cannot talk about any kind of energy, let alone renewable energy, without talking about grid. And unfortunately, this piece about grid was completely absent from any commitment in the COP until Africa came together last year, and we insisted during our Africa Climate Summit that the grid makes, that we have a clear commitment on grids in the COP, and I'm so happy that this year we have a commitment about grid. Our continent, even, I'm sure some of you who were here listened maybe to the minister from Uganda when she was saying we have so much energy generated, but we cannot use it, unfortunately, because there is no grid. So either the grid does not exist, which is a huge problem, and when it exists, and listen to this, the waste, the losses on our grids, because they are old, are between 30 and 40%, meaning that 30 or 40% of what's being generated is simply lost in the air. So when we talk about energy efficiency, we are really keen to making sure that the grid is central also to the discussion. Our continent, maybe with the exception of two countries, probably one country, Egypt, who has, the highest standard of grid in the whole of Africa and Middle East. Otherwise, 54 countries have serious issues when it comes to the grids, and we need to remedy that very, very fast. I'm happy that we have here examples of our partnerships when it comes to efficiency, and I must say that Denmark, and I greet, the collaboration and the demonstration effect that Denmark has shown when we came to Sundberg. And I made sure that the declaration, and your minister will tell you that I made sure that the declaration made a clear call on energy efficiency and not just say we met in Sundberg. And we wanted to make sure that through our partnership with the IEA, which is a strong advocate for energy efficiency with us, and through this meeting that took place in Denmark, that we make a strong case for energy efficiency at the global level, not just at the Africa level. Our programs with the EU span across many areas and many sectors, not just energy. But when it comes to energy, yes, of course, for a program for renewable energy and specific action geared to energy efficiency. And I'm happy to see that with Denmark, our partnership or this collaboration extended beyond just the commitment and now into financial support to actions that we intend to take. And I'm sure my colleagues who are here present will let you know more about the African strategy, which is now a strategy aligned to the global goal of doubling energy efficiency, that they will let you know the main pillars of the strategy and how we're going to go about it. And that is important, that we all operate, we are all reading from the same page. And I wish you to understand also that our goals in Africa normally are usually much higher than what are, prescribed in the COP, given, where we are, and we are keen to make sure that we implement what we said we're going to implement. Please, there are many other actors, many other stakeholders who have been instrumental working with us in the space of energy efficiency for the last decade. And I'm sure one of them is RETRADE, the Center for Energy Efficiency. You will hear from them as well. And again, it testifies how Africa has been taking the issue of energy efficiency very seriously and very early on. And that we intend, with thanks to the partnerships that we are having and with the engagement with our stakeholders, to carry this work forward. And let me just repeat, 1 watt lost is one too many. We have to make sure that we stop any wastage, and whatever is being generated should be optimized to the best, recycled and used and reused over and over and again. And this is just one of the many aspects of our energy strategy in the continent. With this, I thank you and I wish you a fantastic event.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for this word, especially for emphasizing that energy efficiency is not only to make efficient use of the energy not only on lightning, but it across sectors. You mentioned the issue for energy efficiency in transport, in industry, and in different areas, and also for really emphasizing on the need to reduce losses in our grid. Before maybe the high level speakers leave the room, I would like to call on the Executive Director of AFREC to make really an introduction of the African Energy Program before we dive into the technical presentation of the findings of the strategy. Mr. Rashid, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Yaguba. Actually, I supposed to introduce my colleague to give you more details on our program, strategy, and action plan. But before that, I would like to just thank the people who support us in the last 2 years to developing this strategy and action plan, and also the sector's energy efficiency development. And of course, my thanks to the European Union Global Technical Assistance Facility, who worked with us for last 2 years. And also, I would like to thank also United for Efficiency from UNEP, who also support us to do saving assessment for all African region with associated country. Now, I proudly say that we have details, data on the potential of savings that Africa can gain from adopting this energy efficiency. And also, I would like to thank all the energy efficiency and renewable energy centers from west, from north, from south. We are really our institution. We are very proud of them and very proud of our support. And also, we are committed together to work on this energy efficiency. This task is very huge and it needs all people go together, and also all national institutions and hundreds of experts that working with us in developing this strategy. The presentation now you are seeing, it is just highlight the main figures of the program, but of course we have so many details on this program.
And I would like to thank Denmark, who really joined us, and from coming here we are implementing very ambitious program on energy electricity supply system. And we hope that we can work on transport, industry, agriculture, and other sectors. I think by this I can say thank you for everyone, and really you will hear from us a lot about energy efficiency, and we are going to we are committed to go further in this aspect. By this word, I thank you very much, and I invite my colleague Nexon to give the presentation. Maybe.
Thank you, Director, and let me join the rest of the speakers to welcome you all. So I'm going to make a brief presentation just to highlight what we are doing on energy efficiency within the continent, and also the contents of the African Energy Efficiency Strategy and Action Plan that we have developed with the support from the European Union. For the context, and I think our guest speakers have already highlighted the significance of energy efficiency for Africa. And as you could see from the highlights on the slide, one of the things that we are looking at is how we can be able to utilize the energy that we save within the continent to advance access in terms of electricity for the close to 600 million people in the continent that do not have access. Another key element that we are to look at is we realize that 75% of the African buildings have not been constructed. So it means between now and 2060, we expect more structures to be constructed within the continent, and this means that we are going to utilize more energy in terms of production of the actual materials for buildings, and also the utilization of these buildings is going to increase significantly. So we are looking at the aspect of energy efficiency to save the energy that we have, to advance access, and also to contribute significantly to the development of the continent. So in line with the global target of doubling energy efficiency by 2030, the African ministers in 2019 in Egypt did call for an African energy efficiency program. And through this program, we have now been able to develop the African Energy Efficiency Strategy and Action Plan that you are going to see. So on this slide, I just highlight the brief journey that we have had over the years, starting with the ad hoc programs that we have been contacting with our partners. So working with the United for Efficiency to do continental assessment, working with the European Union to develop various instruments on energy efficiency in the continent, and having these documents aggregated together into one strategy document that is going to guide the development of energy efficiency in the continent going forward. Using the words of the Commissioner, basically one of the things that we have been asked over the years is whether we should be able to discuss efficiency in Africa now that we do not have access to all our population. And in the strategy, we did try to look at this and use energy productivity as a measure of progress in energy efficiency in the continent. Because one of the things that we'd realize is, as much as we do not have access, we should also look at how we are able to utilize the energy that we have to produce or to increase the productivity within the continent. And in this case, in the strategy, we have set a target to advance the access, to advance the energy productivity within Africa by 50% by 2050 and by 70% by 2063. So in this case, the question we are asking in the strategy is, for every unit of energy that we consume, how much GDP do we generate within the continent? So at the global scale, it might not be able to be a good indicator, but then if you look at it based on the sectors that we have, then it becomes a good measure in terms of trying to look at how we are improving the energy productivity within the continent as we improve on energy efficiency. So as you would see from this slide, one of the items that you're looking at is what is the GDP of our economy and how much energy do we consume. So comparing the GDP generated per unit of energy consumption. And this is important because we expect that as Africa develops, as we increase our access, the energy consumption will go up. So we do not have the luxury to say we are reducing the energy consumption as it were. But in this case, we are trying to relate the GDP that we generate with the amount of energy that we consume within the continent. And given that in the room we have partners from Denmark, we tried to compute what is the energy productivity in Africa for 2019, for instance. And one of the things that came out was for every unit of energy that we consume, we generate $0.2 million in terms of GDP. But then if you compare this with Denmark, for every unit of energy consumed, they produce 0.5. So it means if you, for between 0.2 and 0.5, we have an opportunity to double our productivity in Africa in terms of energy productivity if you are looking at it in advancing energy efficiency. And this graph here, you can see on the extreme left would have what we are calling the energy productivity for the various regions in the continent, with Africa's average energy productivity being 0.2 or thereabout. But then on the graph at the middle, you can be able to see countries like Denmark having a productivity that is double what Africa has. So we are using this then to measure what is the progress that we are making in the continent in advancing energy efficiency. So in the energy efficiency strategy, we have focused on all the sectors of the economy. So we have identified 6 major sectors. So starting with the transport sector, the industrial sector, the building sector, the electricity sector, the agricultural sector, and the appliances. So for the building sector, for instance, that's where we'll see the energy saving assessment that you have done in the continent. And we have realized that by 2040, if you are able to implement the minimum energy performance standards within the continent, we have the potential to save up to 175 trillion watt hours within the continent. So it means we have a potential just by improving the energy efficiency for appliances within the building sector to supply the total electricity, for instance, consumed in Kenya. I come from Kenya, and you'll know that in Kenya, the electricity consumption per year for the whole country is around 140 terawatt hours. So if we are able to save 175 at the continental level, it means we are able to supply even 5 countries who consume much less of electricity compared to what is consumed in Kenya, as an example. For the transport sector, we need to transform our fleet in terms of introduce more efficient fleet, encourage mass transport instead of using of individual cars within the continent. And in the strategy, we have identified specific actions that we are able to implement in realizing this for this sector. For the industrial sector, we need to improve in terms of the efficiency of what is consumed for production of a unit of the product. And there are specific measures that we have provided for in this action plan that try to realize this. So our objective has been to segregate the different sectors, which we have done in the strategy, identified specific actions for each of the sectors, and then going forward, using our data that we collect on an annual basis to monitor the progress in terms of improvement of efficiency in these individual sectors for Africa. So as part of the objectives that you are looking at in the program for energy efficiency, one is to leverage on the capacity of African Energy Commission as an institutional, as a continental body, to encourage exchange between the member states. One of the things that we have had in terms of engaging with the different member states and the regional renewable energy and energy efficiency centers, there is varying experience across the countries. There are countries that are more advanced in terms of implementing minimum energy performance standards. There are countries that are more advanced in terms of encouraging industrial efficiency. So how can we leverage on the experience of the different countries to promote the development of energy efficiency within the continent? So that's one of the key objectives that we have under the African Energy Efficiency Program. The other aspect that we are looking at is capacity building. We need to enhance the capacity of the population or the technical people within Africa to conduct energy audits, to conduct assessments on energy savings, to implement energy efficiency projects within the continent. And that's one of the things that we are looking at in the program that we are having. And then, of course, standards, and also monitoring and evaluation of the programs that are being done at the continental level. So at a global scale, these are the main objectives that we have identified for the African Energy Efficiency Program. So we have had this question and discussion as to how we interlink the initiatives that happen at country level, at regional level, and at continental level. So AFREC is at the center of bringing together what is happening within the different countries, within the different regions, and also with the support from the different partners in implementing energy efficiency programs within Africa. So as you could see, one of the reasons why we are thinking of building an alliance within Africa is to see how we can be able to integrate the actions by the different stakeholders into one direction, so that we are able to monitor what each of the stakeholders is doing and be able to report on this as the African institution, and therefore advance energy efficiency. So in Africa, of course, there are programs that have been implemented directly at country level, others being implemented by the regional renewable energy and energy efficiency centers, and of course then what we are doing as AFREC at continental level. Just a snapshot in terms of the potential of energy savings within Africa. We did conduct a regional assessment for the 5 regions in the continent. And we all know that the consumption for appliances alone contributes to 39% of the emissions globally. So it means if we are able to reduce the consumption of the various appliances that we use, more especially the cooling appliances, due to the aspects of climate change, we are able to reduce 39% of emissions. But then some might say maybe this is not a priority for Africa. But as you'll see in the subsequent presentation, there is a significant potential to save energy that we can then use to be able to electrify more people. So the assessment that we conducted together with the United for Efficiency focused on 6 specific elements. That is the lighting appliances, the motors, transformers, air conditioners, and refrigerators. And in this slide, we are able to see the potential savings of implementing minimum ambitions of savings for appliances within Africa. And as you could see on the top line, if we are able to adopt minimum ambition in terms of energy efficiency savings, we have the potential to save 92 terawatt hours by 20. We are able to save 92 terawatt hours by 2040, just by adopting minimum ambition on energy efficiency. But then, if we enhance our ambition, so have more ambitions, we have potential to save 175 terawatt hours. And these savings are equivalent to 500 megawatt power plants in Africa. So then it means we'll not only be able to save the actual energy consumption, but shave the peak demand and reduce the need to invest more in additional power plants. So this is the continental savings that we did, but then we have detailed reports for each country, which you can be able to access on the website, and also detailed reports for each of the regions. So the West Africa region, North Africa region, East Africa region, which are available and you can be able to interact with. So what we are saying, there is significant savings in terms of electricity, there's significant savings in terms of CO2 emissions, in terms of the installed capacity that you are able to realize by implementing MEPS, or minimum energy performance, within the continent. So for the potential for the different appliances, as you can see from this slide, we have the highest potential in the cooling appliances. So if we are able to focus on air conditioners and refrigerators, that's where we'll be able to get most savings in terms of energy or in terms of electricity. And this is the reason why, with the support from Denmark, we have prioritized implementing minimum energy performance standards for the lighting appliances and for the cooling appliances, because from the assessment, that's where we realize there will be most potential. So as you could see from this, we are trying to link the findings of the continental assessment with the implementation in the action plan. So we have prioritized the implementation of MEPS for the cooling and lighting appliances, because that's where we identified the most savings. And in this program, we are going to support individual countries to adopt the minimum energy performance standards. Because one of the things that has come out from the various forums we have had on the continent is countries have developed standards, but the standards are not being adopted. So we are not able to save, because we have the standards. We can say 20 countries have developed minimum energy standards, but then no one is adopting those standards. So our objective, our main objective, is to move to the next level of having those standards and having them actually implemented within the member states, therefore to advance the energy savings. So in this case, as I conclude, the key areas that we have identified which we might need to collaborate even as we move forward would be in terms of tracking the savings that we are realizing, that in terms of the potential savings, looking at energy efficiency within the power system, so reducing the 40% losses that were identified on the grid, and maybe attaining the global target of around 10%, looking at how we can be able to collaborate in terms of peer exchange within the various member states within Africa, and also developing standards that we are able to use. So as an highlight, in terms of what we are going to do in the subsequent year with Denmark, one of the things that we are looking at, as I've already mentioned, is the adoption of 15 MEPS, development of 15 MEPS and adoption of these MEPS by the various member states, aspects of capacity building on the MEPS, and then the other key aspect is reduction of distribution losses. And in this case, in the program, we are looking at the technical losses, because we know for commercial losses there are different dynamics in different countries, and we may not be able to support this at the continental level. But then one of the things that we are looking at is how we can be able to cut on the distribution losses, and how the different countries are able to share experiences in terms of how they have been able to do this, and building capacity of experts within the countries. And lastly, monitoring of the energy efficiency programs within the continent. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nixon, for this presentation. Actually, this gives you really what the African energy efficiency is all about. Without further ado, as he said, the collaboration is very, very key. That's why we will be having an engagement now in a pilot discussion where we have representatives from regional centers, from member countries, and from international organizations to have this sharing of experience, because we are at different level in implementing energy efficiency in different regions and in different countries. So without further ado, I will call on the stage now the panel. We have Dr. Majed Mahmoud, who is the Acting Executive Director for RECRI. We have Miss, please, you may take your seats, Monica Maduela, who is Resource Mobilization. Sorry if I misspelled your name. Resource Mobilization Head from ECRI, that's the ECOWAS Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. We have His Excellency Honorable Dr. Ahmed Molina, who is the Deputy Minister of Electricity and Renewable Energy from Egypt. We have Ms. Asani Miketa, who is the Head of Energy Transition Planning and Power Sector Transformation at IRENA. We also have Mr. Kofi Agiarko, who is the Director for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency from the Ghana Energy Commission. So the panel will be moderated by Ms. Catalina Chetty, who is Senior Energy Advisor from the UN Climate Champions. So, Madam Katina, you have like 20 minutes, please, for the panel. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here, honored to be able to moderate this panel. A brief introduction of the Climate Champions team. So the Climate Champions team was born in COP25, and it's basically mandated to support the high-level climate champions. Right now we have two high-level climate champions from COP28 and COP29 operating. You may have heard of them, Ms. Razan Al-Mubarak and Ms. Nigar Arpadarai. And the champions are really mandated by parties from COP29 in Paris to support synergies between governments and what we call non-party stakeholders, so non-state actors like businesses, NGOs, civil society, financiers, etc. So really to strengthen the ambition and implementation of climate action, that's the role. And I will be starting here with the questions, if you allow me. So I would like to ask the panelists to briefly introduce themselves and tell us how they are involved in promoting energy efficiency in Africa. So I maybe can start with the ladies. Is it? Oh, yes. I guess we will start from the back onwards. We will do that. We will do like, I will let you pass the microphone. It's going to be easier. Go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate all of us in Africa on the launch of the Alliance. And this is, I would say, one of the important milestones for the history of energy efficiency in Africa. So congratulations on that. For us, I'm representing the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency based in Cairo and serving 17 member states, including 9 African countries, 9 Arab African countries. So this is, we have dual identities here, African and Arab. And in fact, we have started early in identifying the opportunities offered by energy efficiency. And we believe that the governance structure for energy efficiency is the most important thing. And I mean by governance structure, what we are doing right now. What we are doing now is shaping the future. And I mean by shaping the future by setting the strategy. And this is what we did also in the Arab region, that we started with an Arab strategy for sustainable energy, which include renewable energy, energy efficiency, and energy access, the 3 pillars of the sustainable energy. And the energy efficiency component, we translated this into what we call Arab framework for renewable for energy efficiency. And this framework is some sort of a guideline how to develop national energy efficiency action plans. And we have identified the importance of energy efficiency action plans to the extent that we have now several countries that have been supported by us, by RCRE and other development partners. We have several countries that developed now 3 action plans. I mean, these action plans term are typically 3 to 5 years. And for example, Egypt has concluded 2 national energy efficiency action plans and are planning for the 3rd right now. Tunisia had already issued the 3rd energy efficiency action plan. All North African countries have already issued energy efficiency action plans with concrete targets for each sector. And we have seen in the excellent presentation that we have several sectors that worth attention. And we started, based on the action plan, we developed together also with the countries what we call monitoring and evaluation methodologies, tools, how to track the progress. And we have been doing a lot of benchmarking, baseline assessment, etc., to work on that. So once we did that, we started working on enhancing what we call the implementation capacities at the national level. And the enhancement of the implementation capacities of at the national level is very important, because it is not just the knowledge, it's not just capacity building, trainings, etc., but it is importantly to equip them with the tools. And this means that the institution itself should be, for example, if we're discussing building, they should have some sort of building rating assessment for energy efficiency. So a tool that when they put the inputs regarding the building structure, the envelope, the insulation, the instrumentation there, they can in fact measure the energy efficiency saving by this building. And through availing this sort of tools to the region and customized to each country need, and making what, for example, in the building, keeping in the building sector, typologies for the building types in each country, and then what are the best available technologies to deal with this, then you are able to quantify the savings, the potential, and then to shape possibly I would say the actions and measures to be adopted within NEABs. An important cornerstone also of our intervention, together with the NEAB, is green finance. And green finance, in fact, for energy efficiency is a very challenging issue, because typically energy efficiency investments are fragmented and they are small scale, and the ticket size for the bank is not that much attractive, because you would like to invest in mega projects. And also the collaterals for the borrowers are not at the same level as the large scale projects. Typically, countries are more interested in large scale renewable energy projects than fragmented small scale sustainable energy projects like energy efficiency and solar water heaters and even photovoltaic systems. So we need to come with innovative business models, including concepts that integrate suppliers, integrate cooperatives, integrate the microfinance institution. And we started building the capacities of the local banking institutions to understand better the language of the energy efficiency sector. And we started working with the industrial sector through green economy finance facilities, different facilities we have worked in. We have leveraged around $300 million serving North African projects in energy efficiency. We have started with the industry. And why we started with the industry? We started with the industry because we see in energy efficiency an opportunity to improve the competitiveness of the industry, lowering the unit cost of the products. And here we have worked a lot with several industrial facility and with unions and with industrial federation, worked with them in building the business case for energy efficiency in industry. And we have mobilized a market that is now going on its own in several countries, like in Tunisia, in Egypt, etc. And beside that, we have worked also in agro-food industry, and especially the cold chain. And we have launched recently, together with UNEP, the National Cooling Action Plan Initiative. And this is the first, I believe, the first, I would say, regional body to launch such initiative in Africa. That would be, we will produce a regional guideline. This guideline will be adopted by our member states, and it will be, then we'll take 2 countries as pilots to implement it. So we'll show the case and train the training on that. There are several elements. I know that the time is limited, and I can discuss later if you wish on other elements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please go ahead, Monica.
Okay, good morning or good afternoon. My name is Monica Madwekwe. And concerning my organization, I work with ECRI, which is the ECOWAS Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. ECOWAS covers about over 400 million people, about 15 member states. And we've had over a decade of experience in promoting energy efficiency in the region. We started through a project called Supporting Energy Efficiency for Access in West Africa. And this project produced the Regional Energy Efficiency Policy, which was adopted by the ECOWAS member states all the way back in 2013. So when it comes to implementing projects in energy efficiency, facilitating harmonization of policies, ECRI has been one of the oldest regional centers to actually pursue such objectives. So just a little bit about our energy efficiency policy. I won't take much time. Generally, what we have been working towards is to ensure that the West African region attains the same energy efficiency improvements situations as you find in international markets, international economies. And our strategy has been to harmonize policies. Just like what you mentioned, ECRI, from developing the regional policy, also worked with each of the member states to have national energy efficiency action plans. So all our 15 member states have these action plans adopted over 7 years ago. In addition to having these action plans adopted, we've been very much active in capacity building, whether it concerns capacity building to support the establishment of ESCOs. These are energy service companies. We've done a lot of energy audit training. Moreover, ECRI has been very active in promoting e-mobility. So over the years, from Cabo Verde and now in Cote d'Ivoire and Senegal, we have e-vehicles that we are helping member states to adopt, also coming up with infrastructure for e-mobility. Besides that, I think the main other initiative ECRI has worked actively in is the area of investment. We've been able to mobilize GEF funding, that's the Global Environment Facility funding, for energy efficiency. We have an industrial energy efficiency project in Nigeria. And we also have been able to support the Gambia to put in place a testing facility to support appliances, adoption of energy efficient appliances. I could go on and on but I hope I can have more time to talk about all our work in the energy efficiency sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, and I am Dr. Ahmed Mina, First Under Secretary for Strategic Planning in the Ministry of Electricity and Renewable Energy in Egypt. First, I would like to express my greetings for all my friends and brothers in Africa, and usually and always I will be happy to be here to discuss and deliberate what we are doing in Egypt, to exchange views and experiences between all African countries. So I would like to start from the point of Paris Agreement and the climate change objectives and targets. When Paris Agreement put the renewable energy and energy efficiency as the two arms of achieving the Paris Agreement objectives. But renewable energy now, it is very matured, and the many platforms and the many panels, the discussion and the deliberate on the renewable energy, how we can support, how we can encourage, how we can advance, and so on. But unfortunately, energy efficiency couldn't take the same intention as renewable energy. So, as Her Excellency Dr. Amani mentioned and said, that now the time and the phase of energy efficiency to put it on our priorities now. In Egypt, we already understand the matter, and we set the energy efficiency one of our priorities on the level of the country vision. The Egypt Vision 2030 said that the energy efficiency has to be one of our priorities on that. Also, we set a very ambitious strategy, which is called Integrated and Sustainable Energy Strategy, both ambitious target and objective regarding the renewable energy to achieve 42% by 2035, and also to achieve 18% from our energy consumption reduction by 2035 according to 2010. In this level, also in the level of laws, the electricity law in Egypt, including many sections and many articles mentioning the priority and the importance of energy efficiency in our industries and in our business. Also, after that, we implemented 2 action plans, as Dr. Maged mentioned. One of them started 2015 and the other started 2019, and now we are preparing ourselves to start the 3rd National Action Plan, NEAP 3. A lot of work has been done. We are working on 2 parallel paths on that. One of them for providing electricity and for the supply side. In the supply side, we are working in the generation side, transmission side, and distribution side. For the generation side, we already succeeded to decrease the fuel consumption to generate 1 kilowatt hour from 220 gram per kilowatt hour to be now 172 gram per kilowatt hour, which means 22% as an improvement of our energy consumption, of our fuel consumption in producing 1 kilowatt hour. It means that we already succeeded to save around $1 billion annually from our energy consumption, because Egypt is a very big country, big population, more than 100 citizens, more than 40 million consumers in our electricity grid. So we succeeded to decrease our energy consumption and electricity consumption with $1 billion annually, which is a very success story in that. Also, we are working on the transmission line and distribution line. As Dr. Amani mentioned, that the grid is very important on that, how we can minimize the lengths of distribution and transmission grid, how we can encourage the dissemination dissemination of generators and so on, to decrease dependence of the transmission and distribution grid. But when we utilize it, we can improve the efficiency of these grids. So we are working on that. So we decreased the losses from 22 by the year of 2020. It reached now around 17%, and we have a very ambitious target and a very ambitious plan to decrease it to be not exceed 12 by within 5 years, next 5 years.
Thank you.
Also,
yes.
Last one for the demand side, we are working on that for the many sectors, on the industrial sector, in residential sector, in agriculture, in irrigation, and so on. So there is a lot of programs on that, and I think if I have another opportunity to present what we are doing in the demand side, I will be ready. Thank you so much.
That's great. Thank you. Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm from the International Renewable Energy Agency. First of all, I would like to congratulate African Union Commission, AFREC, and all the partners who really made this great effort to bring the launch of the African Energy Efficiency Program, which is a great milestone, which has been already mentioned. And I would also like to congratulate for the great presentation that AFREC colleague has put together. It was really impressive to see that you have already done this analysis. I think it's a great starting point to have actually visualize with the data, how much financial contribution it would make. 20 billion US dollar saving. This is very strong message. So I really like to congratulate, and it was a great presentation. Just about myself, I'm the head of the energy planning support team. Just my specific role at IRENA is to support IRENA member countries with robust energy planning. And with African context, last few years, I have a pleasure to work with a lot of African countries, in particular through the African Union Auda NEPAD, in the project of development of the continental electricity power sector master plan. And in this context, we really supported the overall planning framework of the continental master plan, and in this very context we promoted energy efficiency to make the plan. To have a solid plan is really the foundation for the infrastructure planning, for the really to bring the quality of life and to make the continent with the very strong economic development. So I stop here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon.
It's working. No?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kofi Ejako, and I work with the Ghana Energy Commission as the Director for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. Permit me to take this opportunity to doff my hat to AFREC for elevating the energy efficiency conservation to another level. This is very commendable, better late than never. As I indicated, I work with the Ghana Energy Commission, and the Ghana Energy Commission is the constitutionally mandated agency vested with the mandate to implement energy efficiency activities. And over the years, we have made significant progress in energy efficiency. We can now boast of 20 appliances that have standards and label in Ghana. Not only standards and label, these appliances have the necessary laws for enforcement, because if you have standards and the standards are voluntary, you don't achieve much. So we have decided that for all the standards that we have developed, we will move ahead and join it with regulations to give us the legal muscles to be able to enforce the standards. And over the years, especially from 2010 to 2023, we have made significant savings. We have recorded over 12,000 gigawatt hours of electricity savings with an accompanying avoided carbon emission of 7 million tons. What is more interesting is that we have managed to bring down the average consumption of refrigerating appliances from 1,200 kilowatt hours in a year to just 380 kilowatt hours in a year, and thereby saving each consumer about $80 in a year. And in Africa, $80 is big money to put the girl child to school. So that is what we have done. And our work has actually transcended national borders. We have realized that dumping of obsolete equipment on Africa is a major headache and a major concern, which militates against the energy efficiency drive. So the Energy Commission, and for that matter Ghana, took it upon ourselves to marshal support from the entire African continent and presented a CRP to the Montreal Protocol. And last year, we obtained a decision that has made it illegal and also a shared responsibility that obsolete cooling equipment are banned from being dumped on Africa. So, yes, it is a local, Energy Commission is a local institution, but our influence transcends national borders. And if there is time, we will delve deep into some of these nuances that we have chalked by way of success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to check on time. No more time. I'm just going to leave you with a question for all to think about. And this is, from an investment perspective, why are we not seeing significant private sector investment in the energy efficiency market segment? And what can we do to unlock its potential? So maybe later we'll have the chance to delve into it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katina, and thank you, distinguished panelists. You may take your seat, and thank you for sharing this experience. We see how sharing experiences and best practice across borders is very, very key. One thing that has been mentioned is the partnership into the program. So partnership is very, very
Speakers group photo.
Yeah, we'll bring them later. It's not finished. Yeah. We have we have few commitment or intervention from key partners. We have 3 of them on the table. We'll have those key remarks, and then we'll take the group photo. So first of all, I would like to call Mr. Jesper Hestage, who is Chief Counselor from the Department of Finance from Denmark. Mr. Jesper, yeah, please, come. Yeah, we're running out of time. No, you can come here. Yeah, sure.
Oh. All right. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me here. So, efficiency first means prioritizing energy efficiency as the foundation for balancing energy demand and supply. By improving efficiency, it's often possible to cut energy demand by 50%, which in turn reduces the challenge of meeting supply needs by half. Energy saved is by far the cheapest energy. Efficiency must come first. We are honored to support the African Union and AFREC in promoting energy efficiency across Africa. Energy efficiency is a vast topic with many critical areas. Denmark will focus its support to AFREC on 3 key areas: minimum energy performance standards, reduction of technical loss in distribution, and evaluation and monitoring of efficiency measures. Minimum energy performance standards and labeling aim to phase out the least efficient appliances from the market. In Europe, the Ecodesign Directive has achieved impressive results, covering a wide range of products like refrigerators, TVs, and computers. Thanks to clear labeling, nearly all refrigerator buyers know that label A denotes the most energy efficient options, which empowers consumers and drives positive choices. When the least efficient refrigerators were phased out in Denmark, higher prices were expected, but instead these new standards actually accelerated technological innovation, providing consumers with better products at no additional cost. And so in Denmark, our focus on energy efficiency since the first oil crisis in 1973 has taught us some valuable lessons. We've implemented a variety of policy instruments, including taxes, subsidies, energy labeling for buildings, and industrial energy audits. And we've learned that these tools must continually evolve. Monitoring and evaluation provide the insight needed for this ongoing adjustment. Evaluations of subsidies, for instance, have revealed the problem of free riders, cases where subsidies were used for actions that would have occurred regardless. Evaluations of industrial energy audits have led to refinements, such as a stronger emphasis on companies' own energy management practices. Denmark hopes to leverage the lessons from our energy journey to advance energy efficiency in Africa. Our commitment is to drive real on-the-ground change, implementing measures that deliver clear benefits to communities across the continent. Bringing energy efficiency to all 54 African countries is no small act. With the AFRIC project Efficiency First, we're taking the first step towards this transformative goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now let me invite Mr. Bishal Thapa from CLAPS.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah, my name is Bishal Thapa. I'm a Senior Director with CLASP. It's my privilege to be here. First of all, congratulations on the Africa Energy Efficiency Program and the announcement of the African Energy Efficiency Alliance. We're both honored to be part of it. Also, I think you have a tremendous strategy that you've outlined. It's a two-pronged approach that you've outlined. How do you repurpose the energies that you save from energy efficiency towards improving energy access? Great strategy. Second part, how do you look at improving the overall energy access so that you have better productivity, increasing the productivity? Both of these approaches are very much aligned to the vision that CLASP also has. We believe that energy efficiency, thinking about people, access and appliances, is in effect the way to enhance economic growth, productivity, livelihoods, and also resilience. We've had the great honor and pleasure of working with several African countries, and I want to just share with you an example about how we've worked with the African governments and stakeholders to transform lighting in the world. This was a point that was already made earlier, and I just want to highlight that example as a starting point of how we can work with the countries to extend this work. In April 2021, several countries from the African continent got together to put forward a proposal to effectively end compact fluorescent lighting under the Minamata Convention. CFLs of fluorescent lighting, as you know, contains mercury, and it's also about a third less efficient than its alternative, which is LED lighting. Within a year, CLASP partnered with African governments and stakeholders to be able to convince 136 countries to essentially put that proposal and ratify that Minamata Convention amendment. This means that CFL will effectively be banned by the end of 2025, resulting in not only emission savings of mercury, harmful mercury, but also emission savings of over 300 million tons of CO2 and saving consumers about $80 billion through 2050. The African continent has transformed the way that the world lights its homes and its offices, and it's a tremendous achievement. We want to continue to partner with African governments and stakeholders to be able to extend that further. How can we support African countries and governments to be able to bring minimum energy performance standards on these kind of lighting products? How do we work with them to be able to help improve compliance so that these policies are effective? This is the type of support we are honored to have the opportunity to provide, and we look forward to continuing to partner with that. The second area that I just want to highlight is also on dumping. As you know, half of the ACs that are sold in the African continent wouldn't even be allowed to be produced in countries from where they're exported. There is an opportunity to work together to be able to bring the kinds of standards that are needed to ensure that those kinds of products do not enter the continent, save people money, but also enhance productivity that you're looking for. again, on behalf of CLASP, I'm honored to be able to continue this partnership, and we look forward to supporting all of the 15 minimum energy performance standards that you've outlined in a very effective strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tapa. Let me now invite Ms. Gabrielle Peterson from International Copper Association for her announcement.
Hi, thank you all so much for having me, and I'll speak fast because I know we're at time, but I just want to congratulate you on the launch of this program. Initiatives like this one have never been more important or more urgent. And despite the progress we made at last COP with the Global Pledge, we all know that we are behind drastically where we need to be. So investment in energy efficiency must triple by 2030 to fully implement the double target. ICA is proud to work with Mission Efficiency, where we led the creation of the Mission Efficiency Marketplace with partners from Sustainable Energy for All to bring together the finance and energy efficiency communities together to create bankable projects and develop innovative finance models with ESCOs. And yesterday we launched a call to action to advance these solutions and to triple investment in energy efficiency projects. So at ICA, we recognize the importance of efficiency as a foundational step in the energy transition. You know, copper for us is the metal of electrification, and it's very important to the continent. It's an important market for us as well. And we know the importance of not just having efficient but reliable and safe electricity access to not only advance the future of human development but also sustainable development, and that's why we're actually all here. And that's the story we also really need to continue to tell as we talk about energy efficiency and tell this story. The combination of energy efficiency and renewable energy is the most cost-effective way to provide both speed and scale in our transition to a clean energy economy. And while we must continue to expand renewable capacity in alignment with the ongoing negotiation agendas, the most cost-effective option is to ensure we are using what we are already producing. And the importance of energy efficiency and resilient grids in particular in Africa cannot be overstated. On average, African countries experience electricity transmission and distribution losses that are triple that of other nations, and with some countries facing losses as high as nearly 50%. And with projected African energy demand expected to double by 2040, it is crucial to address these inefficiencies. So ICA launched the Grid Efficiency and Resilience Initiative, which aims to improve electricity grid efficiency and resilience in emerging markets. And in 2023, we partnered with United for Efficiency and completed policy roadmaps in 7 African countries to encourage the adoption of energy-efficient lighting, appliances, and equipment, providing a pathway for a transition to higher efficiency distribution transformers and refrigerators. Low-loss distribution transformers are just one of the most widely applicable and highly effective long-term solutions. As transformers can have service lives of over 30 years or more, low-loss, efficient transformers will need to be installed as energy demand surges. So we work to improve access to stable and quality electricity for the grid in Africa by mobilizing existing structures, organizations, and programs with regional efforts coordinated by U4E. So with these programs, we provide technical expertise and program support to reduce losses on the appliances and applications that account for 50% of energy uses. And minimum energy performance standards are key policies that can unlock energy efficiency domestically. This area is absolutely critical and something we have been proud to support in Africa through our work with United for Efficiency. And U4E has developed the country savings assessments referenced earlier to look at the potential impact on emissions and cost savings at the country level. But we will continue to advocate for further harmonization of standards and regional cooperation with these standards to lower costs, accelerate the transition, and further unlock markets. And by addressing both on-grid and off-grid energy access challenges, ICA's initiatives support the 50% increase in energy productivity by 2050 and 70% by 2063 goals that you have outlined here today. And these projects will not only improve energy efficiency, but also create jobs and empower local communities. The launch of this alliance and this program provides an incredible platform for collaboration among governments, development partners, businesses, NGOs, and the private sector, and we will continue to advance energy access solutions on the continent and support the African Energy Efficiency Program goals, and we look forward to lending our support of your energy efficiency goals and program moving forward. Thank you very much.
So Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, actually this brings us to the end of our presentation. I will just call on for the closing remark, and then we'll invite all the speakers on the stage for the group photo. So I invite Mr. Rashid Abdallah, the Executive Director of AFREC, to make the closing remark, and then we'll move for the group photo.
In fact, it's not closing remark, but actually at the end, I would like to thank everyone who joined us in this session to see what AFREC doing and what we plan to do. And also my thank extended to all the partners that are working with us and all the African experts and African institutions that are working with us. So by this, it is starting another journey to convert the plan to the action. And in AFREC, we are ready to take that. But to take that, we need everyone with us. And this open invitation for everyone to engage with us and to join us to implement this task. Thank you very much. And we are come to an end of this session. I invite all the, panelists to podium to have a picture as advised by Yaguba. Thank you very much.
I need another one.
I was
Madam,
going to give
how
you
now?
some lunch. That's why I was going to ask you to come.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
sorry,
I
I was
noticed.
receiving all that.
So I was wondering if you could just ask the whole panel to come with me.
Sure.
So we can save
So I
time
should
that way.
call out their names?
Just call out their
Okay,
name. Just
okay.
tell everyone to come and sit down, and then I will start moderating.
Okay,
Right?
okay.
And then I just pass it. Yeah, just please sit in front.
We
you're
just,
one of the
we reserved, yes, please. Yeah. Yeah.
And I've cut out one of the questions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so basically, I say a few words, call Kevin
Yeah,
to
he
give the
talks.
opening.
Kevin,
And
maybe
then,
Kevin should call Mohammed, or are you coming back?
I'll come back.
Okay, and then
Yeah.
this introduction panel is you.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and then I come in, and
Yeah.
then
Should I call you first or call you last? Maybe I'll call you first. Because
Fine.
if I call you first, you just end up standing here.
I'm going to be
While
standing
I
here. I'm not sitting down.
Oh, but you sit down initially while Kevin is giving his speech.
No, I'm
and
going
then
to
you
sit
come
down
back.
over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you see his speech. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I can, either way, or just say moderated by, and then but
Yeah.
I'll be standing at the lectern for the whole moderation because there's only 5 chairs.
So I think it's probably
So
better for
after
me
this,
to call
do I
the panel
call,
and then
should I
you.
call France for closing?
That's,
Or do you want to come? That's what I wanted to find out.
Oh.
Nobody said anything.
I mean, it's fine. You can call him. I don't mind, but I'm supposed to be keeping the time.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So that's why I cut
Then-
out the first
Yeah.
set of remarks, because I just don't think we'll do 3 rounds of questions within
Yeah.
the time.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Fun. I love moderating.
Well, there's some things that
No,
just
my
have to be
team
done.
actually
Yeah.
offered, and I'm like, why?
Well,
Like, why did you offer?
why not?
Hi, Hank. How are you? How's it going?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? You need your headphones. I think everybody needs their headphones. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope colleagues can hear me. If you have your headphones on, please give me a sign if you can hear me. Fantastic. Okay, my name is Wale Shonibare. I am the director responsible for, put your headphones on. Yeah, everyone needs headphones. So can I remind colleagues that you're going to need your headphones in order to follow the conversation. So if you don't have headphones, please pick up a pair. So if we could all be seated, please. So we're going to try and stick to time because some of our important guests have to leave within the next 45 minutes or so. So, so again, good afternoon. My name is Wale Shonibare. I'm the director responsible for Energy Financial Solutions, Policy and Regulation at the African Development Bank. It is our pleasure to welcome you to this very important conversation about the Mission 300 Million initiative to bring electricity to 300 million Africans through innovation and partnerships. This is a very exciting initiative that we're going to talk about this afternoon. It's probably the most exciting initiative in the development world right now. There's a real buzz around Mission 300 that we're very pleased about. So over the next hour and a half, we will have an initial overview from our Vice President, Dr. Kevin Kariuki. Then we will have a context setting and welcoming panel from Mr. Mohamed Guled, Vice President from the IFC. Then we will also have a panel that is moderated by Ms. Damilolo Ngubi from SE for All. And then we'll have closing remarks from Mr. Franz Dries Gross from the World Bank. And I'm sure you're going to find it very interesting. So without further ado, let me invite my boss, our Vice President for Power, Energy, Climate and Green Growth from the African Development Bank, Dr. Kevin Kariuki.
Thank you very much, Wale, and we'll try to be efficient. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So, okay, sorry, okay. So this, okay. You see? Okay. How does it work?
Sonia, how does the pointer work?
Yeah? It works. Okay, super. So I think I'll be very brief. What I want to do is to provide an overview of the scale of the challenge and what Mission 300 is about, and as well as address two integral parts of it, which is the Africa National Energy Compact, as well as the critical role that distributed renewable energy provides, and what Mission 300 is all about. So the first thing I wanted to do was to show the scale of the effort. Despite a decade of progress as far as electricity access is concerned, 600 million people still do not have access to electricity. And this is, was exacerbated or made worse by the impact of COVID-19, which rendered people who had access to not have access because they could no longer afford electricity. The second slide shows the population growth, and it shows that by 2040, Africa will have 2 billion people and constitute almost 55% of the global population. What this means, because of the increased demographics, we must continue electrification and the provision of clean cooking solution efforts in future in order to sustain universal access. So here, this gives a chronology of what we have gone through. First of all, the formal announcement about this particular effort was made by Presidents Banga of the World Bank and President Adesina during the April or spring World Bank IFC meetings IMF meetings in Washington. And after that, it was up to the A team to find out what exactly that means. And with all due respect, I'll ask members of the A team, they know themselves, Franz, Damilora, Valerie, just to stand up so that people see. And Wale, of course, just stand quickly. So these are the teams that are working on this particular effort. There are many other people behind the scenes. And what happened is that to do 300 million people by 2030 will require a step change in the way we do things. Business as usual will not work. And therefore, in order to ensure that we are able to meet these goals, we had to very early on bring partners on board who can be able to catalyze the process. And some of those partners I know are here. I saw Eason. Eason is there. He's from Rockefeller Foundation. And GIAP, anybody from GIAP? Okay, super. So those are our partners. And here what we want to do is that at the end of the day, the World Bank will provide increased access to 250 million people by 2030, and the African Development Bank will contribute 50 million people with new additional access by 2030. That level of effort means that we had to undertake very early on an analysis of our existing portfolio as well as an analysis of our existing pipeline, and it showed in order to be able to understand the level of effort that is required. So on the one side, the African Development Bank and the World Bank, as well as our other partners, will come up with the resources that are required. So, because we understand that the African Development Bank and the World Bank cannot have all the resources required, we will also mobilize additional support from other partners. And on the other hand, we will work very closely with governments to generate energy energy compacts that will define the level of effort as far as the reforms are required. And so what we've been doing so far is to undertake very deep dialogues with African countries, starting with what we call the pilot phase, the 15 pilot countries. We've actually engaged with them at great length in order to ensure that we fully understand what they require. And this, of course, it is supported also by technical assistance from Rockefeller Foundation and Global Energy for People and Planet, and of course, the Sustainable Energy for All. But what we will do is that the energy compacts that will result from the reforms as well as the resources that we are going to provide will constitute what we call energy compact that will be signed by the heads of states at the end of January in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. And I can see some of the countries that are represented here. I can see Mauritania, I think I saw Tanzania, and other countries that are part of those 15 countries. And then what we also do is that part of the core principles is strengthening of the policy and regulatory environment, very deep interaction with the private sector, as well as regional trading companies or engagements with how we are going to facilitate energy trading within the continent. But just to emphasize here, the level of effort required, this may not sound real, but our principals, President Banga, President Adesina, and Mr. Dr. Raj Shah of Rockefeller meet every 6 weeks. And for us, part of the A-team, we actually meet every week. So it is a true commitment that we are undertaking, and we are not leaving anything to chance, because what we are trying to do is to ensure, first of all, we develop an energy compact which will encapsulate the commitment and reform actions that the government are going to make in order to make their sectors, their energy sectors, viable and able to bring on board more investments. And the view to unlocking greater support from other development partners. Since my being here and even before, we've had significant inquiries from Norway, from Denmark, and other places, including Germany, all asking how can we be able to join this very ambitious and bold Mission 300. So I will come to the basic outline of the Africa Energy Compact, but the map there shows the pilot, and I want to emphasize it is the pilot 15 countries that for whom we are developing very specific energy compacts. And what we've done here, we will provide an analysis of the country's progress to date, along with the pillars and the principles that will ensure that we sustain accelerated increased access in order to meet the goals or the goal of Mission 300. Of course, we'll set out specific targets for the and the indicators in the compact. As I mentioned earlier, these compacts will be signed during the African Heads of State Summit on 28th of January next year. Without getting into very nitty-gritty details, the effort or the goals of Mission 300 is to increase access to modern, and I emphasize the word modern energy, in an affordable, reliable, and sustainable manner by 2030. There are sub-goals. The sub-goals are to increase access to electricity and clean cooking, but also increase the share of renewables in the energy mix, but also importantly, and recognizing that public sector financing cannot be able to meet the financing needs of electrification, we will pay special effort to try and increase the amount of private capital that we can be able to mobilize. So at the middle there and all the way down there, they are what we call the 5 pillars that define the energy compacts. There is, of course, the need to expand generation and network infrastructure at competitive costs. That's the first pillar. The second one is to leverage the benefits of increased integration. And the third one is to embrace distributed renewable energy and clean cooking as vital elements of universal access to modern energy. Then the fourth pillar is how to incentivize the private sector, and I see significant members of the private sector who are involved in Africa's power sector here, with a view to unlocking additional resources and bring additional resources on the continent. And then finally is to ensure the financial viability of our utilities that provide reliable and affordable services. And this is important because the one thing I always say is that if you are going to be able to provide increased access, you must have viable utilities. Today, unfortunately, there are less than a handful of utilities on the continent that can be said to be financially viable. And that also shows the level of effort that Mission 300 is embarking upon. Without getting into the very nitty-gritty details, also we want to emphasize the critical role of distributed renewable energy. And here it is because we acknowledge and understand that at least 50% of new electricity connections by 2030 will have to come from distributed renewable energies. And here we believe it is the most efficient way of achieving the Sustainable Development Goal. But also we also want going beyond the rural areas. We also want to provide access to rural areas, to rural communities, but most importantly also to ensure that we catalyze private sector investment. So I believe this is my final slide, so I won't keep you too long. Here all I want to say is to emphasize that Mission 300 is all about partnerships. And that's why I was ready and willing to identify some of our critical partners very early on. I also see Power Africa, with whom we also consider partnerships here. But here, as I said, there will be an African national energy compact. The Africa, as I said, includes those pillars I spoke about, but for the national compacts, they will have to drill those 5 pillars into nitty-gritty details. Because, for example, Tanzania, and I'm just saying because it's the host, does not have an issue with system losses, so it cannot be a priority. But there are countries that have significant generation issues, and therefore we will have to ensure that the compacts that we develop are bespoke and good for purpose and meet the individual circumstances of the countries. Of course, there's the technical accelerator facility, and here I must thank Rockefeller, who actually mobilized $10 million of technical assistance support in order to accelerate and catalyze the processes that we are going through. There is the issue of resource mobilization, and here, as I said, we will be reaching out not only just to the MDBs, but also to the private sector. And then here, and this is very important, the issue of country ownership of the Energy Compact is at the heart of Mission 300. And that is why we want to memorialize these compacts by signing in public between the partners and the governments who will be represented by the heads of states of those energy compacts in Tanzania on 28th of January. And so finally there, I'm saying, I know I'll see a lot of you in January during the Africa Climate Heads of State Summit in Dar es Salaam. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me introduce our next speaker, Mr. Mohamed Guleb, the Vice President of Industries from IFC.
Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here with you today to discuss the ambitions and the ambitious initiative by the World Bank Group and the African Development Bank, as well as a lot of our partners, to connect 300 million people to electricity in sub-Saharan Africa by 2030. It's also worth noting that the Mission 300 is really a concept that, in my view, we have to think as we go forward on how to solve large-scale problems in a holistic way. And so this really sets a template, not just for electricity access, but also many other problems for which we have to find similar solutions. We know that energy access is critical for people. It helps drive economic opportunities, boost job creation, and improve education and health services. But across Africa, electrification has stagnated, and national utilities face recurring financial and operational challenges, with fewer than a quarter of them breaking even, as my colleague Kariuki referred to. And according to most recent estimates, this is exacerbated by external shocks such as inflation and currency volatility. That's why the private sector investment will be critical in electrifying the continent and meeting our goals. the public sector or development banks alone cannot meet the financing needs, and we know that. It's estimated that about half of the new connections targeted under the M300 mission will be cost effectively achieved via grid extension, and the remaining half via off-grid solutions, primarily through private sector-led distributed renewable energy, or DRE. On the off-grid side, an estimated $40 billion is needed for World Bank Group-led access programs to meet the 2030 mission by 2030. If we also consider the investments needed to increase conservative estimates indicate that an additional $36 billion of private sector capital is likely required. Despite this clear need for private investment, the market is not expanding at the required pace, and it will not do so on its own. Mobilizing private sector at scale and pace will require a more strategic approach than before. One that targets both market creation and private capital mobilization. So how do we do that? Under Mission 300, we are driving a range of innovative approaches as well as partnerships to achieve our mission. In addition to the partnership with the African Development Bank, Mission 300 is building on its strong relationships with other stakeholders and institutions. An example, Mission 300 has now formed a joint working group that also includes Rockefeller Foundation, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, and UN Sustainable Energy for All. And Damilola is here today. Another critical pillar is policy reform to improve the enabling environment. As you have heard, we are already making progress on this front with the National Energy Compact, and are expected to be signed in January in Tanzania. Such efforts on the part of the governments are essential for reinforced private sector participation in scaling up energy access in Africa. At the same time, IFC is stepping up its activities with private enterprises that generate distributed renewable energy, that build and operate standalone and interconnected mini-grids, and that finance and distribute off-grid solar home systems, and clean cooking products. In this regard, I'm also delighted to share with you that approval of the DARES initiative by the board of the World Bank, which brings together World Bank Group entities in contributing to this initiative. Another example is IFC's investment in an initiative led by Acumen, whose founder and CEO, Jacqueline, is one of the panelists today. This will be the first blended finance initiative dedicated to financing household solar systems for the hardest to reach populations in Africa, targeting 16 countries across the region. Thank you, Jacqueline. Despite this progress, much remains to be done. I want to emphasize the importance of maintaining a strong focus on mobilizing private investments. Most urgently, additional concessional capital from donors and philanthropies is critical to unlock the commercial financing that we need. I look forward from our panelists and on the early momentum of the Mission 300 in addressing this critical challenge, along with their insights and opportunities. Please welcome panelists. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, to demonstrate the importance of this topic, we have a very, very distinguished panel this afternoon to discuss some of the issues. So without further ado, let me introduce the panelists and invite them to come on stage. So first of all, we'd like to introduce the Honorable Minister Masouda Baham, Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development for Mauritania. Please welcome, Madam Minister. And then Honorable Minister Anna Bette Treverum, the Minister of International Development from Norway. Welcome, Madam Minister. Then also would like to invite our distinguished CEO from Acumen, Ms. Jacqueline Novogratz. Welcome. The Vice President of Operations for MEGA Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, Mr. Junaid Kamal Hamid. You're most welcome. And our own Dr. Daniel Schroth, Director of Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency at the African Development Bank. And we have a very distinguished moderator who just qualified or was announced as one of the top 100 most influential climate finance people in Time Magazine's recent publication, Mrs. Damilola Ogunbi, CEO and Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Sustainable Energy for All. What a big title.
Thank you, Ale. Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, it's a privilege for me to welcome to you for this amazing panel. It's really also nice to see the amount of women that are on this panel, which is not typical at a lot of these COP events. And it's to really show the collaborative nature that the World Bank and the African Development Bank and the IFC really brings into this space. We know there's the need for the private sector, we know there's the need for government, we know the need for donor organizations, and there's also a need for innovative financing, which is why guarantees play a key role. But we all have to do this together. For far too long, we've been working on our small incremental projects around the continent, which has made some progress. But now we have the amazing opportunity to really join forces and really feed on this big opportunity of 300 million people having access to electricity. This is for Africa, by Africa, and I really believe that everybody needs to see and really own this as one of the key programs that any of your institutions want to work with. So the African Development Bank of World Bank, we're working with Sustainable Energy for All, Rockefeller Foundation and GIAP, but there's so many other partners that can really join us to make sure this is a success. This is the scale as Africans we've been asking for. This creates an enormous amount of jobs and also helps the gender conversation. So please, if you're going to take anything away from this, is to really think of ways that you can come and support this. However, we have a brilliant panelist here today to really get straight into the conversation about how Mission 300 can support and what do you need to see from the initiative. So I'd like to start with the Honorable Minister for Mauritania. We all know that Mauritania has abundant solar and wind resources, offering significant opportunities for the scale-up of energy access around. How do you think Mauritania has taken advantage of this, and what are the policies and reforms that you would put in place to make sure investment actually happens in this sector with the support of the World Bank and AFDB? Please. No, it's on. It's on. You just need to talk. It's on.
Le micro est allumé. Très bien. Merci, Madame la modératrice.
Thank you very much, moderator. Before I answer your question, I would like to thank the African Development Bank and the World Bank for inviting us to this panel. And the goal is to show the goals of, we aim at showing the goals of Mission 300, which is really important for sub-Saharan African countries that signed the compact of 15 countries in order to grant access to energy to 300 million Africans. I would like to thank you that His Excellency, the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Mohamed El Shawari, the President of the African Union as well as Mauritania, works with Samia Suluhu, the President of Tanzania, for the success of the next conference of the heads of states about energy, which will happen in late January in Tanzania. Now, when it comes to the question of Tanzania, we are working together in order to reinforce capacities to have a better institutional climate that would allow us to reach our goals, and the ultimate goal being to have universal coverage by 2030. And this requested us to double the rate of rural electrification that went from 6 to 12%, to triple the yearly rhythm of production from 4 to 12%, and the mix needs to go from 44 to 70% by 2030. And also we need to raise the amount of private equity that is mobilized, because there is almost none no private capital involved at the moment. There are lots of resources in Mauritania, which is a big chance to help us reach our goals in terms of clean energy, for clean, affordable energy for all the citizens of Mauritania. This commitment is materialized with several projects, and I can mention a few of them. Remit Deer is the first project. There's a public-private partnership project to install small solar grids in 120 towns. Project of batteries to stabilize the network and use renewable energies. Another project, PM Interconnection Manu Mauritania, which is just one side of the Trans-Saharan common grid. So the goal is to connect all the countries of Sahel from Mauritania to Chad. And then there's an initiative, another power initiative. So studies were conducted in critical fields in order to maximize the results, to optimize the results, and then a regulatory framework was made for. So our national energy company was divided in 4 structures: one for the production and the distribution, one for selling electricity, and one for new electrification. So all these structures depend on one authority in charge of regulating electricity in the country. So there's a new code, a new code for electricity that was adopted, a new legal code, and also a code for green hydrogen that will help us leverage large-scale projects, and a new law about public-private partnership, which is being drafted currently, with a very attractive investment code that was recently adopted by the Mauritanian government as well. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much of your leadership. You spoke about the need for public-private partnership, strong regulation, power pools, and this really goes hand in hand with the types of discussions that we want at the Heads of State Summit in January in Tanzania. But let me move countries now and look at, how donor countries can support. So, Minister Anne from Norway. Norway has always been a tremendous supporter of the African energy access space, and you funded, especially through some of your entities like Norfund. How do you see yourself contributing to the Mission 300 agenda?
First of all, let me just emphasize what an extraordinary ambition this is, and such a welcome ambition, because what we need now is scale, like you said, Madam Moderator. And in order to reach scale, we need leadership. And so I'd just like to start by thanking Mr. Banga and President Adesina for their leadership in order to bring us to scale. Because we all know that access to electricity is where it all comes together, right? The global challenges that we are facing in terms of poverty reduction, in terms of job creation, and of course in terms of climate. And I'd just like to mention also that this is not only about access to energy, it's also about providing clean cooking. We know that 4 in 5 people in Africa still cook their meals over open fires and traditional stoves, which is very, very hazardous. Kills many, many, especially women and children, a year. So from the Norwegian perspective, it's also very important to address and emphasize that clean cooking should be a key component of Mission 300. But in terms to your question on how we see our role as a donor country, well, it's obvious that in order to reach these ambitions, we need to get private capital on board. And as Minister of International Finance, I see that there is a lot we can do on innovative financing mechanisms in order to attract private sector and you know, use public funding and ODA to leverage the big sums of money that we need. Take some risk off for private investments. So one thing let me mention a couple of examples. Norway has launched a climate investment fund, which is administered by Norfund, our development fund, which is investing huge in African renewable energy, mostly through equity. We are setting up a new state guarantee mechanism, which actually today is open for applications. Next year we hope to launch the first agreements, and we are in close dialogue with the MDBs in order to get, you know, the big projects through the pipelines. And of course we have the guarantee schemes through the World Bank and the African Development Bank, MIGA for example, and others, where we see that it's really useful to put our investments, because this can be done, and that's what's so fantastic about the energy transition, because we have the technology, we can get the money, we just need the scale. So let's just get to work.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Minister, and thank you for bringing up a critical point, which is the role of clean cooking that sadly kills every 5th African woman currently on continent, and thanks to Norway and the Prime Minister of Norway taking that leadership. But it was really good to hear the different types of financing. You know, you heard it from the Minister that the application portal is ready, so please. And we're also hoping when your government comes to the Heads of State Summit that there's some key things and some key funding that we can use to drive some of the other platforms that both banks have set up. So thank you, Minister. I'm now going to move to my dear friend Jacqueline, who has been doing amazing things at Acumen. And as Mohammed said, we've launched the Hardest to Reach Fund, which exemplifies and tailors how innovative finance can really drive decentralized renewable energy. So Jacqueline, can you please talk about, you know, what is the theme? How do you see mobilizing resources, and what do you think we have to do to make sure that this M300 is a reality quicker?
Well, thank you, Damilola, and congratulations to you, and thanks for your voice of buy-in for Africans. And I want to join the Minister in just saying congratulations to President Banga, President Adesina, everyone involved with this M300, because it really is a wake-up call. What I think about is the fact that as we talk about 600 million Africans without electricity, we know that generative AI is going to require as much electricity as the nation of Japan in the next 3 years. And that seems something eminently doable. And this seems like something hard, and that is backwards. And so this call to action, this wake-up call is just so thrilling to me. And Mohammed Gulud said it really beautifully. This is about electrification, and it's also about how the world now has to come together and show that we can do hard things. It's thrilling that as part of the M300, yesterday the IFC announced its $45 million commitment to invest in what we're calling the hardest. This is it's a blended financing vehicle, very blended, and collaborative to. Try your. Is that better?
Yes.
A relief. To reach the most vulnerable Africans in 16 African nations that include Somalia, Chad, South Sudan, Burundi, Malawi, Zambia, Burkina Faso, Benin, Togo, Sierra Leone, and Liberia, and I'm sure I'm missing one or two. It's a collaborative. It's what Damilola is talking about in terms of two facilities side by side that starts with all grants, $60 million in philanthropy that has come mostly from individual philanthropists and foundations, and also from very creative investors like Norfund, NORAD, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And so thank you, Minister, for that. That allows this facility to move quickly. I think it was Dr. Kariuki who said, this is part of the market creation where there haven't been markets to go in and make equity investments. It also allows us to show this work even as we're building the debt facility. And so by the end of this year, we already would have made $10 million in investments, and I'll give you an example of one, maybe on the next question. Side by side is this $200 million debt facility, which is concessional funding that comes in with first loss from Green Climate Fund, the IFC, World Bank, the many other different partners, as I said, including NORAD, NFD, including BII and other DFIs, and in the top layer is Shinhan Commercial Bank, the largest South Korean bank. And so it's this mix of 22 collaborators across the capital spectrum that are coming together to show the world that with the right kind of capital, the right kind of character, and the right kind of collaboration, we truly can bring electrification of, by, and for Africans in ways that make the kind of difference the world talks about, and now we have to really put into action. So looking forward to working with many of you and being part of this.
Fantastic, and thank you so much, Jacqueline, by talking about, just like the Minister, the role that equity plays that's so critical for especially of the developers on ground in the continent, but also the power of collaboration. I know it's taken a while, but I'm hoping the next tranche does not take half as long, because we need more programs like yours. So let's move on to one of the solution providers, which is the role of guarantees now. Guarantees are critical for de-risking investments, high-risk markets, attracting private sector, and, blended finance is really there to leverage public financing. So I'm going to hand over to you, Junaid, to really talk about, what are the new things that the World Bank, with the World Bank Guarantee Platform, are putting together to make even guarantees easier to access and to see how it fits into this whole Mission 300 platform.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I have to say that as Africa changes, it cannot be that the MDBs don't change. Because if Africa is to rely on us, we have to match the change that Africa will go through. And there is an incredible change that is happening within the World Bank today, that President Banga has challenged us. Can we complement our lending function with becoming a leveraging entity? Because most of the money that's out there is not within our coffers, it's out in the capital markets. Can we leverage that capital market at an affordable rate into development. Can we do that in particular for Mission 300? And that's where the whole idea of guarantees has come into the game. MIGA was created in 1988 with $366 million. We have never gotten a capital increase since then. That $366 million has been converted to $85 billion of guarantees over these years. And the power of that guarantee rests on two factors. One is that for every dollar of our capital that we put in, we're able to crowd in about $20 of private money, 1:20, and that for every dollar of guarantee, we're able to syndicate or actually resell 70% of that to private reinsurers. So both by reinsuring as well as by crowding in private finance, we're able to give boost to development. In the case of Mission 300, we're already on the ground working with Africa in different ways, and I'll give you a couple of examples. In Congo, we've been able to, DRC, we've been able to enable $50 million of guarantee in equity by a company that's actually doing mini grids in small towns. Right? It's providing right now ability to provide access to electricity to 28,000 households in a consistent way, and that's going to move on to 5 million over time, completely driven by equity investments that we have guaranteed. Another example would be in Rwanda, where Arc Power, we've been using another private company that has been able to actually extend the grid into both business and communities. Right? This is direct private companies inside sub-Saharan Africa. In fact, 1/3 of all our guarantees, and today we have a portfolio of $34 billion of guarantees, 1/3 of it is in sub-Saharan Africa. And a large reason we're able to do that is because we have access to IDA PSW. IDA PSW acts as a first loss, which then allows us to bring in MIGA as second loss. And this is where the philanthropy funds that are out there, if that can come in, or bilateral funds from countries like Norway can come in as first loss, we can really come in as second loss in large amounts. To take an example from a completely different sector, in Ethiopia, which opened its first private telecom operator, digital function, which is extremely important in the welfare of nations, $1 billion of equity from Vodacom, Safaricom, and Japanese investors was underwritten by $175 million of World Bank capital. Of that 75 million is first loss from IDA. So you can see a small amount of 175 bringing in $1 billion because we're able to crowd in reinsurers in that process. So guarantees are not a boutique or just innovation, if you will. It is now mainstream in the way development banks will have to work. And for us, the movement from being a lending institution to becoming a leveraging institution is our commitment to M300, that we will be there supporting both equity and debt in order to enable private finance to come in and private companies to come in. And in particular, South-South, companies from within Africa to invest in Africa. That is something that we really want to support.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Junaid, for your insights of what the World Bank Guarantee Platform is doing. And I mean, I didn't know that 1/3 of the guarantees are already being spent in sub-Saharan Africa. And you know, a lot of people look at MIGA as just a government tool, but it's been said here now that this is something that the private sector can really, really unlock. So please, let's all go to MIGA. Now,
can I just say something?
Please.
I'm getting used to not saying this because it's become second nature. But what President Banga did was he took all of the guarantees of the World Bank and put it into one place in MIGA. So the IBRD IDA guarantee program is inside MIGA, and IFC's public sector guarantees are now coming inside MIGA. And I forget to mention this, believe it or not, because I've already absorbed it so much that that's the way we're going to do. Today we have a combination of our guarantees to be made available to countries. And actually that allows us to create blended finance, because IBRD mixed with MIGA actually makes a different pricing than just MIGA going to the going to capital markets to bring in resources. Sorry.
No, I think that's a really good point and just shows how much more leverage we can have. But turning it to African Development Bank, who has been working tirelessly on unlocking private sector investments. You know, you have your flagship programs like the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, SEFA. How is this fund and other AFDB efforts is going to continue to contribute to Mission 300? And I'm going to hand it over to Daniel. Sorry, we can't hear. I've just seen
Hello?
technical.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you now, Daniel.
No, thank you very much, Damilola, for the question. And let me first at the outset say, for those who've been involved sort of in the energy access agenda in Africa more than a decade, that it is really frustrating to see that 10 years ago, when SDG 7 was formed, SE4 started, we were talking about an access deficit of 600 million.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Still.
If you hold the mic up, I'm looking at the technical people. If you hold, you can't hold the bottom, you have to hold the top.
All right, okay. Apparently I held it not the right way, so something new learned, but after so many panels here at COP. I was just saying that it's quite frustrating to see that we are basically 10 years later where we started in terms of the number of people without access to electricity in the African continent. So we really need to have that step change, and I believe that that collaboration between the World Bank Group and the African Development Bank, crowding in all the other partners that are active from the public and the private sector, can really make the difference. However, in order to do this, and it was highlighted earlier, there is a need for more concessional capital, particularly to crowd in those private sector investors, to provide sort of some of the cushion, some of the risk mitigation that is needed. For the African Development Bank side, we have our Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, SEFA, that has really been active in this kind of segment, particularly the DRE kind of market segment, where you still have relatively nascent business models, you have high risks, you have relatively low returns. Many companies are actually struggling to achieve profitability and scale. You have at the moment almost like a perfect storm between currency depreciation, high inflation, some investors actually retreating from the continent. So there is a need under M300 to mobilize a lot more patient and risk-tolerant capital to improve project economics and close viability gaps. SEFA is uniquely positioned to play that catalyzing role for private sector investments under M300. We have more than 12 years of track record in Africa. We have particularly a varied toolbox of instruments, so we can provide technical assistance to public sector institutions in terms of creating the enabling environment for more private sector investments. We can also provide project development support to private sector kind of developers. We can provide concessional investment solutions around a range of instruments, from grants to reimbursable grants to junior equity and innovative funding structures to concessional debt. We have a wide sector coverage, so not only the DRE sector but also the utility scale, including looking into transmission and distribution and bringing more private sector into those market segments. And we are able both to support companies directly but also to work through financial intermediaries. Let me highlight a couple of concrete examples under these different pillars. Under the enabling environment, a good example is our Africa Mini-Grid Acceleration Program. Mini-grids do play an important role, but the policy, legal, regulatory framework for mini-grids, what happens when the grid arrives, what kind of compensation procedures are in place, are incredibly important. So AMUP is sort of helping to address some of these upstream kind of challenges that we're seeing. We are able to invest and catalyze investment in innovative developer platforms, particularly through equity, which is probably where the gap is most kind of hurting at the moment in the DRE market segment. So we have, through SEFA, for example, be able to invest 10 million junior equity in the cross-boundary energy access platform, sort of to act as a platform in that market segment. We've also been able to catalyze and establish the first fund actually focusing on the clean cooking deficit with Spark Plus. The 10 million junior equity from SEFA was catalytic in this regard. Otherwise, we would have not been able to bring in other donors. We have also been able to work on kind of mitigating a particular market disruptions. COVID-19 was one. We had our COVID-19 off-grid recovery platform established quickly and to work through existing kind of funds to provide them with additional kind of concessional capital alongside their commercial capital. With our IPP recovery program that helped to close a number of transactions that were stalled, such as the first 100 megawatt solar PV power plant Caravan in Tunisia, or just recently we approved 8 million in the first project that will benefit from the green co-aggregation model in Zambia, the Ilute solar PV project. So you see there are a lot of kind of different innovative investments, but that requires the concessional contributions from our donors. We're very happy that Norway is one of our donors to CEFA. We will approve this year over 100 million record investment of concessional capital in 2024. We have a pipeline over the next 3 years that would require more than $300 million. And the sad story is that if we are not able to mobilize significant additional contributions in the course of 2025, we would have to slow down. And I think that's contrary to the message around Mission 300, where we need to mobilize, where we need additional resources. So that's also a call to our partners to be as generous or even more generous than in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you for that call to action. Just want to put things in perspective when people hear about all the money that M300 needs. We did some analysis a few weeks ago at Sustainable Energy for All, and we realized in 2022, the G20 spent $221 billion of end-user electricity subsidies. The only country that did not subsidize was Japan. So let's put that, and these are people who built out their grids, and their people have energy. But because of the affordability, because I think that's how much they spent in 1 year. And that is basically less than what we're asking to provide energy for 300 million people. So when we talk about these numbers, can we please put into perspective of what even the developed countries still have to do, because energy and access to energy is so critical. So I know the minister has to leave soon. I'm just going to do one more round of interventions, and I'll just ask each of our panelists to reflect on what Mission 300 must do to be truly impactful quickly. So I'll first hand over to the Minister Baham from Mauritania. If you can just give in just 2 minutes just what you think that the program has to do to be impactful.
Merci, Madame la Modératrice.
Thank you, dear moderator. So, regarding what regards M300, we have much hope regarding the access for the sub-Saharan population and their access to energy and power. So to do so, we consider that the energy compact that was initiated a few years ago with some work that was done very well, deeply, and therefore the establishment of the National Energy Compact is done as it should be, and we hope for universal access to energy and power for the Mauritanian people by 2030. So, a series of preparatory studies, exhaustive studies were carried out with the support of our partners, including a master plan for production and transport, a strategy, and an electricity plan that is not costly, as well as a study for the integration of renewable energies in the grid, various roadmaps for the development of green hydrogen and electrification, amongst others. We have conceived the program for targeted projects with much attention, and this embodies the targeted impacts and expected impacts from the energy compact, and we plan that these initiatives will enable us to implement the projects and optimize the intermediary key performance indicators, and all the projects will have a substantial impact with measurable indicators. As for the outcomes that are expected in order to meet the objectives of the pact, all as follows: production, transport, distribution, electrification, rural electrification in a decentralized manner, and clean cooking. These projects need a global investment of $2,446 million, out of which 50% will come from the private sector, which is the size of our challenge when faced with this situation. And I was saying earlier on that we have much hope regarding this initiative, and therefore this is a huge challenge indeed, and we consider that getting access to power and electricity is a sine qua non condition for any development in our country, and therefore the measures that I have just mentioned are absolutely essential, and they were done by Mauritania in order to be able to reach our intended target and purpose for this important initiative, which is for all Mauritanian people to get access to power and electricity by 2030. I'm really sorry that I have to leave this very important panel, but I have some overlapping agendas and sessions, and I want to thank you, and the Mauritanian team will carry on with you. Many thanks.
So thank you so much, Minister Baman from Mauritania. I think it just shows the power of government and how important government is to lay out the master plan, to do the studies, to lay out the direction of the policies, to allow investments to come in and to allow DFIs to really work. I'm now going to move on to Minister Anne and pose the same question. What do you think truly we need to make this happen?
Well, I'm going to start by taking us back to the pre-COP in Nairobi last year, the Africa Climate Summit, which was where I feel that the leaders, the governments of Africa really put forward the green transition as the opportunity for the African continent, and where the main message was invest in us because this is the solution. And that's exactly what we're doing now, because this is such a win-win-win. So we have all touched upon finance, so that is obviously part of the solution. We still need to do a lot of capacity building, and as Minister of International Development, I still want to focus on that. Norway Norway has for many years had a capacity building program called Oil for Development. We have now redesigned that to transition out of capacity building on oil and petroleum and focusing only on renewable energy. And finally, we need the political leadership. My Prime Minister, Jonas Gahr Støre, is co-chairing the GEP, the Global Leadership Council. We need to just pull together, coordinate, and stay on this course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that deserves a round of applause. Before I move on, I have the great pleasure to inviting Minister Ruth, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development of Uganda. Please, I know you came a few minutes late. We just want you to come and just give us 2 minutes on how you see the role of M300 working in Uganda. So Minister Ruth, and she's one of our leading ministers on the continent who's also a female, which is quite nice.
Thank you very much. I greet you all. Bring greetings from the Pearl of Africa. M300 is quite exciting. Uganda sees herself as a beneficiary because our energy access to energy stands at 60%. And our target, which I announced in our energy transition plan last year in Dubai, targets 100% access by 2030. M300 is targeting 2030. So my 40%, which is still in darkness, is seen to be a beneficiary. And how I wish that we can be brought on board to be members of the next compact so that we feel the impact. It is quite ashaming when you come to Uganda to learn that Uganda has excess power, excess in quotes, because we have power which we have generated, renewable, but we are not able to supply it to our communities because of lack of the infrastructure. So that excess power, if utilized, can help the M300 to achieve their objective. I'd like to pause here and thank the World Bank and the African Development Bank, with whom we have been working together with the Norwegian government. Right now we are implementing a World Bank supported project, Energy Access Scale-Up project, where we received 638 million US dollars. And this is going to see 1 million connections in Uganda, 1 million homesteads being connected to electricity using this facility. So if you are brought on board, the policies are favorable. We opened up the sector for private sector. We welcome independent power producers. We welcome independent power transmitters. But it's so shaming to learn of power generated and it is redundant, it's not utilized, it's clean, and we are still cooking using charcoal, we are still cutting down trees. I feel bad. And so I'd like to place Uganda's request to be part of the M300 mission, because that's where we belong. Thank you for the opportunity, and I want to end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. And I think I can assure you from both banks that you will definitely be part of Mission 300. And it's great to hear that you already have an existing program and you have a target. So I'm going to pass on to Jacqueline, then Junaid, and then I'm going to end with Daniel about what truly do we need.
I would say quickly that what we really need are the 3 C's. We need the right capital, we need the right character, and we need the right collaboration. Progress moves at the speed of trust, and this whole thing depends on finding those individuals with whom we can build trust and who can really earn, therefore, the trust of all those young people who are almost giving up on the establishment. And so this is not just an opportunity, this is really an imperative for us. When I think about the investment we just made in a Malawian company called Yellow, we have to depend on the character of the entrepreneur. We have to work with people we trust at the EU to provide a guarantee. We needed to do a currency swap. We needed to take a dollar loan, turn it into a kwacha loan, and then work with the World Bank so that we could get in the very low income parts of Malawi results-based financing. This is not easy stuff, and the way that we will build it is to ensure that we have the right character at all parts, and that means we can also hold each other to account. That brings me to the second piece. Well, is the right capital. I've talked a little bit about it already. We can't have any of our financial institutions, and I've talked to so many of them, that will say, well, if we're doing things in Africa, you have to compensate us with the financial returns. We have to think differently about what risk is, and yes, we need to blend capital. It has been so thrilling to work with the Green Climate Fund, recognizing that they will take that first loss, with the IFC really stretching and working with IDA and the World Bank so that they can come in with with an interest rate that will make this affordable, with the Nordics, with Power Africa, all coming together with what they can do, but all stretching. We need to see more of that, the right capital. And then the third is the right collaboration. One of the things that gave me real hope in building this, even this, this is a blueprint, is 4 institutions: IFC, a commercial bank, a DFI, and a impact investor doing shared due diligence. We need to see more of it. My dream is that we will also get rid of bureaucracy and more red tape and legalistic barriers, and start to agree on shared sets of impact metrics, so that we're not doing bespoke impact metrics for each and every individual player in the collaboration. I think we're getting there. I think we're starting to see real steps being taken, but this initial collaboration has just, for me, been so inspirational. to be part of putting together. And the hard work starts, obviously, right now. We have to work with the right governments as well. We met yesterday with the Minister of Climate from Somalia and her team, and with the help of FCDO and USAID and the Nordics, and then the World Bank and IFC, we're starting to plan for what that will look like in a country that doesn't have a grid, and yet has the right people in place to try. And so more honesty about what works, what doesn't work. We can do hard things. Right capital, right character, right collaboration.
Thank you, Jacqueline. And now I'm going to move on to Junaid from MIGA.
Thank you very much. I think M300 is not just about electricity in a continent, it is about complete change in the culture of the way we function. And I think probably the most important story of the change process is the leadership of African governments. Without the compact, without the leadership of African governments, nothing else will come in. We will only be doing little boutique things here and there. As Africa leads, as African governments lead, so shall the rest follow. And I think this is probably the most important part of the puzzle. The compacts aren't just documents. The compacts are really the leadership signal of what Africa wants for itself. And I think that's where it begins. The second is we can't demand such goals of African leaders without demanding of us in the MDB system that we stop acting in a fragmented way and we begin to really create one system. It begins with Ajay Banga's challenge to us to become one World Bank group, but it also begins by saying we have to work as one MDB system. Our systems are all a function of different, if you will, processes. The processes have to be simplified and have to be unified. And I think that is something that is on us. So if M300 is to work, African Development Bank and the World Bank Group's collaboration must be groundbreaking. It just cannot be something just simply on the paper. And that, I guess, I'm speaking more as a Bangladeshi than as a multilateralist for sure. And I think the third part that I would put on the table is it's all about institutions. We have a tendency to try and fix the pipes, but it's time that we stop fixing the pipes and start fixing the institutions that fix the pipes. So utilities, power pools, trading in electricity. Africa has to take on the challenge of fixing institutions. It's not a quick shift. It's about a commitment to the future, and that's what I think is going to make a difference. One last example that I would like to give that I should have given earlier. On the clean cooking, what an extraordinary objective is to ensure that people don't die because of the way they cook. And here we are beginning to use carbon markets to bring in clean cooking technology in an incredible way. And the MIGA is providing guarantees to that carbon market. This is an example of the type of change that can happen. This is being done in Kenya and in Rwanda, and it's again being led by government's willingness to do that. So I finish where I start off. It is to governments that we look for the leadership to make all of us change.
Thank you. Can you have a round of applause? And then Daniel, the last word to you.
Thank you very much. And I think it's so exciting to see that even those countries that are not sort of part of the initial 15 are already expressing their strong desire and engagement to be part of M300. We had yesterday discussions with Burundi, for example, and they also asked us, can we already start working on our compact? And we said, of course, already start the work. I mean, this is really not, an initiative for 15 countries, an initiative for the whole continent. Let me just highlight 3 points. Jacqueline mentioned the 3 Cs. I would just want to highlight the 3 S's. pieces. First is we need to speed up. It's only 5 years until 2030. That means also that we need to look at how can we accelerate the implementation of all the projects of energy access that we have already approved from the World Bank on our side. How can we be more efficient in implementing? That links to the reform, the better MDBs kind of side. This is also where the technical assistance facility that was highlighted earlier by my vice president comes into play. You know, is there sort of additional TA that can unlock, that can accelerate, that can help, for example, a project implementation unit to understand better the procurement systems of the MDBs? So really speed up is a central element. The second is to scale up. We really need to have these different capital pools scaled up. We need to have the more concessional capital. We need to have other private sector kind of capital coming into the market. We need to be able to tap into also the capital, institutional capital that is available in Africa from pension funds. I know there's a lot of work ongoing, also led by yourself, Damilola, in Nigeria to this effect. So we need to scale up also in terms of the programs that we put on the table. Can we bring the different actors together, have large programmatic programs rather than sort of looking at individual small-scale operations? And last but not least, we need to synergize, and that links very much with the collaborative effort. We will be able to drive from the World Bank side, from the African Development Bank side, but we will not be able to achieve this with other partners sort of coming alongside ourselves. On the TA side, the likes of Power Africa, but also on the investment side, the various national DFIs, the other MDBs. We have actually a co-financing platform that has been launched and set up where we have identified projects that we are looking at from the World Bank side, from the African Development Bank side, where there's a need for co-financing. So we want Agence Française de Développement, we want the European Investment Bank, we want KfW, we want all the partners that have to be part of Mission 300, because only collectively we will be able to achieve what we need to get to by 2030. So that's my last call, collaboration, synergize. Thank you.
So thank you to all our distinguished guests. I just want to highlight a few things. One, there are 600 million people in Africa that don't have access to electricity, not 300 million. So this 300 million, there's still another 300 million we have to think about. So please, everybody does have to come together. I like the fact the role of government is central. I also want to put my government hat on to show how different the MDBs are working. I always tell everyone I'm one of the few people alive that have gone through a World Bank and an AFDB process in government. And in that time, it was torture. It took many months and it was very frustrating. And I had to bring a whole team back from outside Nigeria to come and work with me in Nigeria. I'm happy to say that that took about 36 months, and the new DARES program that had been made effective just now in the same country, Nigeria, took 12 months. So it's just to show you that things are changing. It is a changing MDB government, but more money is needed. More concessional money is needed, more technical assistance is needed to help the MDBs do what they need to do to support these countries. So thank you, all of you, for listening to us in this panel. I'm going to please give the panelists a round of applause. Thank you. Do you want me to? Okay. But please do not leave us. We need a group photograph. But before that, we want Franz from the World Bank, the Regional Director for Infrastructure at the World Bank, to deliver the closing remarks. Hands over to you.
Very good. Before we go to the group photograph, can you hear me in the back? Give me a thumbs up. Excellent. Thank you. Let me begin by thanking Damilola for her excellent job chairing this panel. I also want to thank all of our panelists for their very inspiring discussion. Let me sum up a little bit. Minister Anna Beate said it very succinctly. Access to energy is where it all comes together. If we had been in this room 15 years ago, access to energy would not have been just an African problem. It would have been a problem in South Asia and several other regions. Right now, every other region in the world, bar Africa, has electricity access in excess of 90%. Right now, access to electricity has become an African challenge. Did any of you wonder why we're in the Africa Pavilion and not the MDB Pavilion? We're in the Africa Pavilion because this is an African initiative, right? and the leadership of African governments, and I'm delighted to see many of you in the room today. You are what starts M300. You are the ground zero for whether it succeeds and it fails. Kevin and Mohammed started us off today by saying increasing access begins with us, the MDBs and development partners, changing the way we work together. I want to say that it started, as Kevin mentioned, in April at the World Bank IMF annual meetings. It started with African Development Bank and the World Bank. But it expanded very quickly. It expanded to SE for All, and Damilola was here to represent SE for All. It started with the Rockefeller Foundation very quickly, and I see Eason was here. It also started with GIAP and other partners. But I want to say one thing to everybody in this room. M300 is not a closed partnership. It's open to all development partners, all philanthropies, etc. If you'd like to join us, please come after this event. Let's exchange business cards. We're here to build a broad tent, not a cozy little one for just those inside the tent are there. We want everybody on board. Development partners, philanthropies, everybody else. So I just want to call out Richard Nelson, for example. He's from Power Africa. He's sitting in the front row here. Recently, after we announced this thing, he came and said, we have a lot of TA already under contract all over Africa. Use us. Use us to help countries prepare their national energy contracts. So we're very grateful to Power Africa and the US government, and we will be using their resources. But we also want, and this is what Daniel said at the end of his intervention, we want the EU, we want EIB, we want AIIB, we want KfW, we want all of the bilaterals, of course, including Norway in a big way. Let me say also, M300, if you want to take just one image with you, think of a stool with 3 legs. The first leg of the stool is development partners, African Development Bank and the World Bank Group, stepping up and doing more, and other development partners beyond us two as MDBs. We've committed to increasing in the World Bank Group the amount of financing for energy that we will put on the table between now and 2030 from 3 billion, which has been our average of the last 5 years, to 6 billion every year between now and 2030. The second leg of the stool is countries, governments undertaking ambitious reforms and setting ambitious objectives. Kevin gave a great overview of what that means in his opening remarks. Let me just say that right now we have 14 governments across Africa preparing energy compacts. And when you think of energy compacts, don't think of just a list of ambitions. Think about a list of ambitions married to reform proposals, married to structural reforms government knows that they have to do in order to increase access to electricity. Let me just pick out 2 of those pillars. The first one is Pillar 1. Basically, it says you have to bring down the costs of generation in order to get what you want at the end of the pipe. To get access, you can't have people connected and paying very high costs of electricity. So to get generation costs, you need to move from single sourcing to competitive procurement of generation. You have to move from expensive sources of power to cheaper sources of power. Or let me take pillar number 5. I think Kevin mentioned this. 58% of utilities in sub-Saharan Africa don't even cover their operating costs. No private sector investor will come and sell electricity to generation to a utility that doesn't cover its costs. So turning those utilities around is what governments need to do, and that's what those compacts are about. The third leg of the stool, it's the private sector. So our hope is that the private sector will see what the development partners are doing, that the private sector will see the reforms that governments are undertaking, and the private sector will say, we're in. Jacqueline is in. She's clearly in. I'm delighted she'll be getting money from IFC for the Hardest to Reach Fund. We need more Jacquelines. We need more private investors saying, we see what governments are doing, we see what development partners are putting on the table, sign us up. So I was in Niger earlier this week. We met with the Minister of Energy, with the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister. We had just we're working with them on an energy compact. We said one thing is, come with granular reform commitments. Because when you come to Dar es Salaam, there will be 1,000 people in the room. There will be 300 people from the private sector. They will be listening. If you have granular, real reform commitments, that will be credible. If you come with just ambitions, it'll be yet another conference that doesn't go anywhere. Come with credible reforms. There's people there to listen that want to work with you. I was very pleased to hear a lot of what came out of the panels just now. Mauritania is one of the, left already, but one of the countries, and Minister Massouda Baham said very clearly when she talked about Mauritania, she didn't just mention the ambition to increase access, to increase clean cooking, etc. What she also said is it begins with Somelec, the national power utility. And she started to say what Mauritania was doing concretely to turn its national power utility around. When Minister Anne Beate talked about, in her intervention, she mentioned that 4 out of 5 people are still cooking over open fires in Africa. Minister Anne Beate, we hear you. Pillar 3 in the National Energy Compacts is all about setting ambitious goals for clean cooking as well as electricity access. Jacqueline talked about Acumen's Hardest to Reach Fund, and as I said, I'm delighted that IFC has just approved a financial contribution, I think it was 45 million, to that. We need much more private investment off-grid, but also in grid-connected generation and, where possible, in transmission and distribution. Uganda joined us at the end, and I'm glad you did. Uganda said, we want to be in, we want to be connected. We hear you, you will be. M300 is open to every country in sub-Saharan Africa. And the compacts, yes, we started with 14 countries, but we'll launch the next wave right after the Dar es Salaam Forum. And frankly, if you want to get started, we'll start with you even sooner than that. We're on the road to Dar es Salaam, and with that, let me all say, this event, when we conceived it, was supposed to be something, a warm-up act for the big act. And the big act is in Dar es Salaam on the 27th and 28th of January, 2025. We're bringing together 1,000 or 1,200 private sector representatives, civil society. All heads of government of Africa have already been invited. They'll all be there. And we hope to give these compacts and M300 a big shot in the arm. We hope to see a lot of you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Franz. And one strong message that's come out today in this discussion is that M300 starts with African governments and ends with African governments. So it gives me no greater pleasure than to invite the Permanent Secretary of the Energy Department of Tanzania, Engineer Muramba, to come and welcome everybody to Tanzania in January, because that's where the heads of state are going to be signing the compact. So we'll just take a few minutes to listen to the Permanent Secretary.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. One message I heard from the panelists is that when African governments leads the way, the rest follows. And I'm here to tell you that Tanzania has decided to lead the way. Our President, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, agreed to host the meeting in Dar es Salaam. And so we are prepared and we are ready for the meeting. So far, our teams are in Dar es Salaam working with the World Bank and African Development teams to prepare the conference. And I just want to tell you that we are very far as I'm talking in the sense of preparations. So please make sure you come and you don't miss that opportunity. Dar es Salaam is waiting for you. We have prepared all what is necessary for this meeting to take place, and we are looking forward as well to take advantage of the benefits that are going to ensue from this conference. So, as representative of my country, Tanzania, I want to invite all of you to Dar es Salaam. The hotels are prepared, the roads are ready to welcome you, the venues are ready, and all of us are ready. Karibuni sana. Okay. Okay. So we need to use our headphones. Hmm? So we need to have our headphones on for the sound. Like. So once again, good afternoon and welcome to our event. This is an event on pathways to affordable finance for Africa's energy transition, which is part of the Africa Energy Dialogue platform, a joint initiative of the World Resources Institute, the African Renewable Energy Commission, the UN Economic Commission for Africa, the African Union Commission, Sustainable Energy for All, and there are other members who are also signing up to the idea. So, what is it about the energy transition for Africa? This is very important. And I always like to talk about the energy transition by citing this quotation, allegedly from some senior policy officer in Kuwait or Saudi Arabia or somewhere, who said that humankind did not come out of the Stone Age because they ran out of stones. They still had a lot of stones. They did because they found a better way. Yeah? And the energy transition is about the better way. What is the better way? What is the better way for Africa? Of course, it is for African countries to decide what is the better way. But being able to decide what is a better way needs some support in terms of being informed, being able to make the right decisions and so on. And the Energy Dialogue platform by these institutions is there basically to support African countries find a better way for their energy future. That is why we're here today to talk about some of this and introduce it. So to get us started, I would like to welcome our WRI Global Director of Energy Program, Jennifer Leke. Jennifer, thank you very much and welcome. Jennifer is, as I said, the Global Director of our Energy Program at the WRI. She leads a big program, a big team. By the way, before I come to you, Jennifer, today is Energy Day, no? I don't see any energy in this room. Today is Energy Day. Can we have some energy in the room? Yeah? So let's have some energy. So we are very excited that, Jennifer, you will be getting us ignited to get the electrons flowing so that we can have a very energetic event. I know you lead a very big team. You have been in this space for a very long time at WRI. You've created a lot of initiatives, including the Institute for Building Efficiency and the Green Power Market Development Group in 2001, and many other things in WRI. So please, welcome and help us to set the scene for this by giving us opening remarks on behalf of all the partners of this Energy Dialogue platform. Thank you, Jennifer.
Well, thank you, Linus, and hello, everyone. It's wonderful. Thank you for joining us on this Energy Day, and I understand that some of the pledges on The grids and batteries are in discussion as we speak, so I'm hoping that we'll have a positive outcome on Energy Day for all of us. But today I wanted to help start the conversation by just, first of all, thanking our partners and being present in this conversation. We have many here who have worked with WRI in the past, but for those of you who don't know us, we're an environmental think tank, meaning we work on bringing ideas and helping turn them into action. And that's the beauty of this partnership, is really focusing in on what are the ideas and how do we help the countries in Africa that are taking leadership positions on transition to make their efforts fast and effective. So the dialogue was launched last year at COP28 as a partnership, as Linus mentioned, of the UN Economic Commission for Africa, the Africa Energy Commission, and Sustainable Energy for All. It's designed to be a space that is inclusive, that is evidence-based, and it's a dialogue that is focused on a range of issues that are facing African countries as they seek to ensure equity and access, inclusion and economic development, and thinking regionally about how to support each other in this journey. Because, in fact, one country by one country by one country having to learn the lessons of the last is a much slower process. And frankly, with 2030 looming and our SDGs not yet achieved, and the climate impacts growing, we don't have time. So, as you know already, the continent has the renewable resources to make this transition. The 600 million Africans, however, are not part of the clean energy transition today. The clean energy access opportunity is over 600 million Africans who don't have access today. It's also the 1 billion who don't have clean cooking, and it's many, many more who are living in energy poverty. The growth of energy demand in Africa is continuing to be an important driver of economic development. For households, industries, agriculture, infrastructure, all of this requires energy. And yet, we know that Africa is receiving less than 3% of the global energy investment that's happening around the world. So the barriers to actually making this happen have to be a partnership structure in order to deliver the finance and investment. Governments have to look for sources internally and externally in order to create the change that's needed. And we know that many utilities have plans that can be brought to bear in this NDC revision period. We know that the sectors are eager to participate in getting access to technologies that will make them more productive, less wasteful, and more and cleaner. Diesel use can be reduced. We have the ability to think about that now. So how do we begin this path, and what are the approaches that can be tailored to the circumstances of the countries of Africa? What are the needs? What are the priorities? That's what we've been talking about this past year in our dialogue series. So part of this is an analytical exercise, part of this is a partnership discussion, and it's also about helping reach governments. And the governments that are part of and been working with us are a really important part of the process that we've been leading. You'll hear from my colleagues about some of those discussions today, the activities that we've carried out in the last year, and some of the solutions that are proposed in the work that we've done collectively. So we're going to have a panel that's going to talk through all those solutions, but we also need to hear from all of you. So my hope is that you will engage with us in this journey, that you, during this event and after this event, participate in the engagement with us and bring your perspectives, because the Africa Energy Dialogues is only as strong as the participation by all of us together to help chart those pathways. So thank you, and let me welcome back Linus, who is going to help us get through the initial presentations by our first two speakers.
Thank you. Can we give a round of applause to Jennifer for helping us getting started? Jennifer, you said some very important things there, but I can just speak on three things. There's a huge demand for energy in Africa because we have a big development gap to close. Africa has huge, abundant clean energy resources. A huge investment opportunity. Right? At the Economic Commission for Africa, we estimate that just for electricity alone, to really make any meaningful shift in the needle, you need to double the current capacity, which is about 250 gigawatts, to about 500, at least by 2030. That's an investment of about 500 billion, right? You need to increase that by more than fivefold by 2030. That's over 2 trillion, so a huge investment opportunity. But then the question is, what is missing? Yeah, why this is not happening? So for that, the dialogue will help us to understand that, but most importantly, we have a very powerful panel that will help us to understand that. We have Dr. Joseph Nganga, who is the Vice President for the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. We have my brother Yusuf from Afrexim Bank. We have Rashid, who is represented by Dominic. But before they do that, I want us to, as Jennifer says, to hear a little bit more about what the dialogue is all about. And you will hear from two of the powerful ladies who are driving this initiative, Dr. Meron and Mekalia. But there is also another one, Lanre from Sustainable Energy for Russia will be joining us later. But there are also other very powerful ladies who are driving this initiative who are not here with us in person, but are here with us in spirit. So before you let me call on Dr. Meron and Mekalia to help us get a better sense of what the energy dialogue is all about. Thank you, Dr. Meron.
Thank you, Linus. Can you hear us? I guess you can hear us. Hi. Thank you so much, and it's lovely to have you all here with us today. So I'm going to start to talk a little bit about where the African Energy Dialogue platform came from and what we have tried to do over the last 12 months. So the African energy transition, obviously, as has been discussed already, requires a holistic approach into making sure that the various challenges are managed and handled efficiently. So in 2022, WRI, with its partners, started a process what we call Listen and Learn. And the Listen and Learn process involved talking to partners and as well as African energy stakeholders across the continent, as well as those that are partners to us outside the continent. And what we have found is that there was a great emphasis for the inclusive dialogue to happen and the data-driven decision to be part of the process. So similarly, there was also notable experts that insisted that there should be an effort to align stakeholders' interests effectively to address African energy challenge. Therefore, we followed this call and decided to set up a program that we are calling African Energy Dialogue. The whole objective is to integrate African perspective as well as data-driven insight and lean on strategic partnership to make sure that we have been able to address the African energy challenges. So, as I said, African Energy Dialogue's platform was launched last year at COP28 in Dubai, with the continent to platform that. And since then, we have been proud to partner with AFREC, UNECA, and ESI4All, as well as also grateful for the support from Climate Forks Foundation, Bloomberg Philanthropics, as well as the African Climate Foundation and European Climate Foundation, which have made the work possible. So over the past year, we have brought together energy transition experts, as well as experts from national, subnational, and regional level, research institutes and NGOs, as well as international development partners to share their practice with us, as well as collaborate on strategies to deliver clean energy. Today, this event is an opportunity to give a chance to what that discussion has led to and what we have come to conclusion from. And therefore, this is not a conclusion to solve it all, but a conclusion on how to move forward with our challenges that we face at the moment. So we will call on group of agreements experts to help us identify those challenges and discuss points. But before we move on, what those identified key areas of message are from our working groups, I would like to bring Mekalia to talk to us a little bit about what activities it involved, and the objectives and the role of different partners in making this happen today. Thank you.
So the African Energy Dialogues essentially is comprised of 3 working groups chaired by the core partners of the Energy Dialogue. The Secretariat is run by WRI, World Resource Institute, and we have 3 essential working groups that conduct research and work on energy transition and climate finance issues in the African context. The first working group is the Investment and Finance one that's chaired by UNECA. The second one is Enabling Policies and Regulations that's chaired by AFREC. And the last one is Technology and Infrastructure that's chaired for Sustainable Energy for All. So these working groups essentially, we conduct research and analysis. We're supported by consultants that provide the data analysis, and then we feed working on some of the work that has been done by the different institutions that inform the dialogues. But additional to that as well, we really hope to engage with other platforms and entities that are really working in the energy transition space within Africa, so that we could enhance, cross collaboration to really bring our collective strengths to bear and make sure that we share knowledge, best practices, and really come up with, the different perspectives that feed into how the energy transition should take place, the different pathways should take place within the country contexts in Africa. So just very quickly, moving on to the next slide. There we go. So we really appreciate how a lot of different organizations, both within the public sector and the private sector, have joined the initiative so far. We've got about 15 or 16 organizations with different participants that are really informing and helping us to come up with the priorities and the activities that are undertaken by the African Energy Dialogues. Just to name a few, we've got the Blended Finance Task Force, the Africa Finance Corporation. I won't read through all of these. Within the Enabling Policies and Regulations, we have the Energy Regulation Authority in Kenya. We have the Clean Cooking Alliance, as well as the Ministry of Oil and Energy in Senegal. And in the last one, Technology and Infrastructure, we have South African Power Pool, Energy of NEPAD Agency, of course, and the University of Science and Technology in Ghana. So these institutions have really been helping us in terms of guiding the priorities and really how to move forward in terms of the work that we're conducting with the African Energy Dialogues. I'll now hand over to Meron to start us off with some of the policy recommendations that have come up from our work thus far.
Okay. Let's see. We have the discussion has been long and the areas that have been covered have been wide, but we decided for this to give you a little bit of a tease on two of the key elements that have come out across the board and across from the different working groups, as well as one-to-one consultations we have with colleagues. So I will discuss a little bit on the first one, which is the need for regional integration and cross-border trade for reducing sharing resources as well as reduce risk. And then I'll let Michaelia talk to us a little bit about the need to support and develop the local financial ecosystem in Africa. And both also kind of committed in terms of making energy affordable in Africa, leading to that element. So traditionally, we know that energy transition has been in terms of distinct between the interest of the supply on the one side and on the interest of the demand on the other. So this kind of has meant that on the one hand, we deal with the limitations around infrastructure, generation capacity, and transmission networks. But on the other hand, we also treat separately the lack of appropriate policy and regulatory frameworks, cost, and others. And I think we have moved away from that significantly in terms that everyone now acknowledges that a sustainable energy future requires a holistic that brings demands by addressing interconnected technical, financial, social, economical, and regulatory challenges. So hence why the working groups have been organized within this framework to address that and look into these issues. So one of the key elements that have been raised across the three working groups is the need for cross-border trade and the opportunities that it brings. Okay. Within this mind, so we know that there is currently a significant mismatch in power supply and demand across the region. For example, countries like Ghana, Kenya, and Ethiopia produce more electricity than they can consume at the moment, which often leaves government bearing the cost of production and excess production. At the same time, we have countries like Burkina Faso and Democratic Republic of Congo that face power shortage, creating additional economic burden and strain and costly for them to do so. So one of the benefits is obviously creating the cross-border initiatives can help extend electricity access to underserved communities And we have a clear example of that. For example, the Tanzania and Zambia interconnection, or the TAZA project, which is expected to bring electricity to more than 20,000 households in Tanzania, which are currently not being served. So regional power pools also have an opportunity to optimize resource by allowing areas with low cost energy to supply surplus power to those that do not have at a lower cost. So another example of that is that we know that, for example, the interconnection between Ghana and Burkina Faso has reduced the cost of electricity supply to Burkina Faso and increased the electricity export opportunity for Ghana. So instead of producing it domestically, it's actually cheaper for Burkina Faso to import electricity from Ghana. So by creating large and unified markets and regional power pools and interconnected grids also allows to reduce both investment and operational costs, also expand the markets, therefore creating economies of scale for capital-intensive projects. And so it is with this in mind that there is a need for energy investment. So we know that currently all 5 regions have a power pools existing, but however, they all have different stage and different level of engagement or integration. So for example, different regulatory frameworks and misaligned national and regional investment strategies pose significant challenge for making those happen. So the current landscape, I can tell you, includes most African members are at least members of one power pool. However, in most cases, trade is limited primarily to bilateral agreements without a common regulatory framework, and also due to insufficient interconnections and regulatory misalignments and limited infrastructure. The only one that stands out significantly well-developed, advanced of all this is obviously the Southern Africa Power Pool. 9 out of the 12 countries within that space are currently interconnected and also trading energy between themselves. This is actually supported by the Regional Electricity Regulatory Association of Southern Africa, which is a platform to help harmonize regulatory policies, legislation, standards, and practices, especially for cross-border initiatives, and more specifically for cross-border initiatives. So the policy, again. So to leverage regional collaborations effectively and strengthen the power pool, a coordinator effort is needed across multiple stakeholders. So key for advancing energy utilization is there are 3 key steps that have been identified by the working groups in terms of advancing this. The first one is to harmonize market rules with national priorities around energy security, sovereignty, to ensure that there is a smooth trade between countries. The second one is to establish robust institutions with regulatory mechanisms to oversee trade, resolve disputes, and also guarantee transparent interactions among countries. And the third one is to set up a regional regulatory body that can promote investment in key infrastructure projects and ensure that there is efficient capacity allocation and address both immediate and long-term challenges. So within this argument and within this request, we see few opportunities for international partners, member state countries, as well as regional collaborators in how they can help and support this to happen. So the first one is obviously the regional economic communities. Yes. So regional economic communities have played and continue to play a significant role, as we have seen within the Southern Africa Power Pool structure, where SADC has been a key element in making that happen. And this happened because of the strengthening cross-border trade by creating a cohesive framework has been a key aspect of that, as well as developing regional electricity master plans, including technical and regulatory, as well as commercial guidelines can also help and ensure that happening. And then finally, supporting national agencies to align with the regional standards and reducing regulatory fragmentation and therefore promoting smooth process. So organizations like African Union and other African organizations as well can also support initiatives through like the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, or PIDA, to provide strategic and technical support, guarantee policy oversight, and mobilize resources for technical assessment and project implementation. However, such initiatives are also often slowed down by diverse national priorities and disparity regulatory needs. So to overcome this, organizations like the AU and development partners, they can provide again the technical support towards standardized grid codes and regulations, as well as streamlining power dispatch policies. Taking these technical aspects out of the way could smooth a lot of political, institutional, as well as will aspect in terms of making that happen. Finally, member states can aligned under the African Continental Free Trade Area can be supported and also enforce the commitment to cross-border projects, reduce trade costs, and boost participation in energy infrastructures across Africa. Next, I will allow my colleagues to come and take one last time to replace and take me to do the finance policy argument.
I may have to zoom past the slides in the interest of time so we can leave our panelists some more time, and then of course Q&A for the discussion. So just starting very quickly, the significance of developing those domestic financial ecosystems is really gaining momentum and seeing that as a means of financing priority sectors and economic development within Africa to drive growth, because we can't depend only on international financing. So Africa, as we know, primarily relies on international financing for energy projects, and this really comes at a premium, and it's affecting us in terms of currency fluctuations, lower credit ratings, and associated perceived risks, which of course inflate costs and is seen as a very big challenge across the continent. Domestic financial ecosystems are still evolving and very nascent in the African, of course, space. Our capital markets face limited liquidity, a small range of instruments are available, and the regulatory frameworks are not strong enough or not equipped with to be able to attract diverse array of investors. On the supply side, of course, you have few institutions that have the capacity to raise sufficient capital, and on the demand side, you have the fact that the investor base is narrow and they're dominated by local banks. Yes, so a larger capital markets, of course, we're thinking of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the Casablanca Stock Exchange, and the Nigerian Exchange, etc. These are all, of course, they have the prowess to raise the capital that they need because this is attributed to the fact that they have larger economies and the participant base that's required to fund, to bring about the liquidity and fund infrastructure that they have. And of course, the fact that they have lower regulatory costs and higher market efficiency allows them to mobilize the capital that they need to be able to, invest in energy transition, etc. National guarantee mechanisms can help in reducing perceived risks. Partial guarantees, first loss capital, those blended finance agreements can help. One example that we've seen is Nigeria's InfraCredit, which offers local currency guarantees that have been able to attract the pension funds that are based there for infrastructure. And this is a model that we see that's possible to be replicated in other parts of Africa. Of course, innovative financing mechanisms like green bonds offer a vehicle for local investment. Given the 2.2 global green global market, I think Africa's only been able to tap into 1% of that, which again is very, very minimal, and we really see areas for growth. About 12 countries, the South Africa's, Nigeria, Kenya, etc., have been able to raise those green bonds, but this again is an area that we see that has potential for growth to be able to mobilize capital to fund those renewable energy projects. For example, AFDB Green Bond in South Africa was able to mitigate currency risks while offering structured guarantees. Given kind of that context, of course, these options, again, it's evolving in Africa. It's a very low stage, and the idea is to scale this up to see how other countries can make use of similar instruments. But these remain very limited and are only available in a handful of countries. So to be able to reach that scale and quantum that we need, this will require coordinated efforts. First of all, so kind of 4 areas that we see going forward. Establishing macroeconomic stability, of course, is foundational and fundamental. Without that, nothing can really kind of take off. Having clear fiscal policy alignment and commitments to renewable energy, these are all essential and kind of give investors the confidence that they need that the country is going in a certain way, and therefore they can put their money in that country. Countries to be supported by development partners to refine their fiscal policies to ensure that national and global standards are in alignment. A second area that we see, of course, is transparency. Regulated capital markets are very key, overseen by professional regulatory bodies. This is really pivotal. And regulatory frameworks and national regulatory frameworks need to be strengthened and greater, need to be more robust. Oversight is required. And of course, development partners and development financial institutions can kind of help best practices in market development to really build that capacity in regional institutions to be able to kind of harness this potential. A third area that we see is harmonizing policies. Again, the regional approach that we talked about earlier is needs to kind of flow through in this area as well to really build that cohesive regional market, standardizing investment frameworks such as green bonds, guarantee facilities that I mentioned earlier, can simplify cross-border investments and be able to mobilize those investments both from regional as well as international partners. RECs and Pan-African Pan-African organizations rather, such as the African Union, can support the emergence of a seamless environment for multinational energy projects. And finally, given the fact that regionalization, of course, is important, we really have to keep in mind the fact that Africa is a diverse economic landscape, and what works in Morocco will not work in South Africa, will not work in Ethiopia, will not work in Gabon. So we really have to make sure that we have those country-specific financing strategies to effectively support the energy transition. Leveraging strong financial systems in developed markets, such as the Nigerians and South Africas, they are able to mobilize that capital, but those might not work, and most likely won't work in the smaller economies. Therefore, regional partnerships and really bringing in shared infrastructure and customized financial solutions will be able to kind of help them move forward and be able to generate and mobilize the capital that they require. Having said those few remarks, I'll now hand over to Linus to lead us into the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. So can we put some energy to Michaelia and Meron for setting us a wonderful setting of what the Africa Energy Dialogue is about, synthesizing some of the knowledge that we've gained from the different pillars, the infrastructure pillar, the finance and investment pillar, and the policy pillar. So thank you very much, Meron and Michaelia, for that. So now that we've set the scene, we've seen what is coming out from the different pillars of the Africa Energy Dialogue. I'm now going to call on our very powerful panel to join us. And in fact, can I also invite you, Michaelia and Meron, to join us on the panel? Let me start by calling on Dr. Joseph Nganga, who is the Vice President of for Africa, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. Brother Joseph, please take a seat. Please welcome Joseph for us. Can I also call on Yusuf Diaf, who is the Director for Africa Union and Africa Continental Free Trade Area Relations and International Cooperation of the Africa Export-Import Bank. Diaf, welcome. Thank you. Please, yes. And so my brother Rashid, he's not in the room, but he's very capably represented by Dominic. So can I ask Dominic to join the... Where's Dominic? Sorry, Nixon. Sorry, Nixon. Please welcome. Welcome, Nixon. Thank you. Now, we're also supposed to have Dr. Iwan Low from the Green Climate Fund. Has not made it yet, but maybe as we proceed, he will join us. But can I also ask you, Meron and Michaelia, to also join us here on the platform? Okay, let me start with Joseph. So, Joseph, can you please tell us? Oh, you don't have the microphone. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, there is one. So, it's good. So, Joseph, please tell us, introduce yourself. I've introduced you, but tell us what the GIAP is all about, because I don't think everybody here maybe knows. But tell us about what GIAP is all about, and then I will ask you a question about what we've heard so far. So let me start by you telling us what GIAB is all about.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for being here on a Friday afternoon. This must be a very important topic for you to be hanging out with us, so greatly appreciate it. Thank you to WRI and all the other organizations for this work. And I have to say, the two presentations were very impressive. I'm delighted to see them because you've put into clear, articulate, data-driven work what I have been saying for a while, but I've not been smart enough to get to that level of nuancing. So thank you very much. GIAB is the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. It's funded by 3 large philanthropies, Rockefeller, Bezos, and IKEA. We exist to drive 3 outcomes: delivered energy access to the global south, do so with clean energy so that it's sustainable and good for the climate, and make sure that those electrons are driving economic development. And so we work across Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia to achieve those 3 outcomes. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Joseph. So guys, you heard what Joseph said, yeah? Who is behind GIAB? Therefore, we know that we have a very powerful force behind the energy transition. Big institutions that are funding you. So now, it's all about the money. Or, well, not all about the money, but it's pretty much about the money, right? And so we know that coming from a background of where the money can happen, we need to ask a few questions. But before I answer the question, we heard from what Jennifer was saying at the beginning, that less than 3% of the investments globally are coming to Africa, right? But what are those investments? Against the background of what I mentioned, that we need over 2 trillion over the next few decades to address just electricity alone on the continent. The International Energy Agency showed that from 2015 till now, over 14 trillion has been invested in clean energy globally, and less than 3% is coming to Africa. But yet we need trillions. So we are where investments are coming at a very low rate, and we need so much, right? But even in the presentations that Mekaeli and Meron made, they talked about even the need to, the high cost of capital when it is coming. But we also know, Joseph, that a few years ago, the Moody Investors Services report showed that they were analyzing project finance defaults globally, and Africa had the lowest default rate. So which means it's easy to make money in Africa because you have your cash flow. So, Joseph, what do you think is the problem then? Why, given all this enabling, everything is fit for huge amounts of money to flow for investments in energy in Africa, but it's not coming? What is your sense of what the issues are? What is it that is stopping the flow of the monies, like the flows of the electrons that you talked about earlier? And what are some of the innovations that our governments, our development partners can do to make this happen? So share some ideas from the GIAB perspective on how you can see this happening. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a pretty tough question, so I'm going to give it as hard a try as I can. I think there are 3 things. One is the scale of money that we're talking about needs appropriate investment opportunities. If we're talking mini grids, we're talking 200 megawatt grids in places like Burundi, they can only absorb a small amount of incremental investment. So number one is our projects are relatively small, which means that the amount of money that can flow is quite limited. If you're looking at a grid in the West, you're talking about gigawatts upon gigawatts of power. And so adding another 10, 20 gigawatts isn't that big a deal. I think the exceptions are places like South Africa, but the rest of the continent is relatively small in terms of infrastructure. So incremental investments have to be small because they're starting from a small place. I think the second thing is exactly what you talked about in terms of perceived risk. So the ratings we get say that Africa is high risk, which is not fair at all. And part of the conversation needs to be at a different level where we're talking about appropriate climate finance. You cannot base credit ratings on a country without assessing that country's potential. You're only looking at a very small subset of data, and the credit rating system right now does not position us well. Institutional investors, by definition, have very strict criteria on what they can invest in. And if your rating is below a certain point, they're simply not allowed to invest in that region. The third bit is what I think was discussed, which is our own local markets. We invest in real estate, we invest in agriculture, we invest in farming, but how many Africans do you know that invest in the energy sector. It's not the Africa's fault. It's in part that we have historically had energy infrastructure invested in by government and sovereigns. So it has been sovereign borrowing to invest into projects. That has transitioned to large-scale foreign investors investing on the continent on the energy space. Why? Because energy is infrastructure. Infrastructure requires long-term, low-cost, large amount of cash. Most of us African investors have the capacity for shorter term, higher return capital, and therefore don't look at the energy sector. So the third bit needs to be us figuring out what are the right mechanisms to drive Africans investing in their own energy sector. And I think that the presentation touched a bit on that. It's about using our local exchanges. I know Nairobi, for example, is looking at bonds to invest in the energy sector, and that gives liquidity. Another thing I've seen is BlackRock, for example, is doing asset tokenization. What is asset tokenization? It's taking an existing asset that has liquidity, putting it on the blockchain, and allowing people to buy even very small chunks of that entity in a way that's cost efficient. So with modern technology, we can also make energy investment on the continent for Africans a lot more accessible, because most of us don't want to tie up our money for 20 years, which is what infrastructure requires. So beyond just the stock exchanges, we need other mechanism that makes it easy for you to get in and out of energy projects. I'll pause there.
Thank you very much, Joseph. I like all those points that you mentioned, but this one that the last one that you talked about, is really exciting, I think, because as you also said, there are very rich people in Africa, right? And so why are those people not investing in the energy sector in Africa? And even institutions, pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, they invest the monies in treasury bonds in the US or somewhere, and then you expect the US investor to come and invest in Africa. So it's good that we really need to start thinking about this type of opportunities. So thank you for highlighting some of those innovations. We'll come back to some of those to discuss later. So let me now switch over to Yusuf. So Yusuf, I will ask you, can you tell us, you are from Afreximbank, and you guys are doing a lot of stuff. We see Afreximbank everywhere. So tell us what Afreximbank is doing, and then I will ask you a question about what we've heard so far.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me. My name is Yusuf Daya. I'm a director at the African Export-Import Bank. For those who don't know us, we are a Pan-African trade finance institution, currently with 52 African countries as members. We cover the entire continent with regional offices covering the 5 regions of Africa. And more recently, we've been championing this idea of global Africa. So it is Africans wherever they may reside. And through this initiative, we've had 12 Caribbean countries join the bank recently. So now our footprint has expanded to the Caribbean as well. As a bank, we are a trade finance bank. We provide traditional trade finance services. We do credit, we do risk sharing, we do advisory services. But also we do invest heavily in project finance, particularly where it has a trade-related aspect. So certainly Africa, in the context of our ambitions under Agenda 2063, under the AFCFTA, is pursuing an industrialization agenda that will be driven largely by trade. We still remain a very trade-dependent continent for our growth. So we've been investing in energy infrastructure, renewable energy infrastructure, transport infrastructure that will support trade across the continent. I think the two ladies to my left actually captured a lot of what I was going to say. I think your discussions under the energy dialogues have hit on the key critical points regarding the financing challenges. I know we'll come to a question on that, Linus. But I think what is quite interesting is also how we can unlock domestic capital to support this. The issues around credit ratings are a real issue, which limits us from accessing institutional money in the continent. We do have a number of regional and multilateral financial institutions on the continent that are playing a more active role in recent years, including Afreximbank and a number of others as well, whether it's DDB, AFC, supporting these kind of institutions. And I think what that does also is it is a way of domestic resource mobilizations, because these institutions are owned by our African governments. And capacitating these institutions will allow these institutions to intervene in a way that is supportive of the continental agenda, and also ensure that the money is deployed in a way that supports the development ambitions. But I'll take more questions on the financing later. Thank you.
Can we appreciate Yusuf for that contribution? And thank you so much, Yusuf. So you mentioned about trade. And you also mentioned about the importance of investing in the key infrastructure that is needed. What we do see quite common is that many countries with very limited public resources are wasting those monies to invest in generation. And then you generate electricity. We know that there are countries where people are in darkness, but there's so much electricity being generated in that country simply because the infrastructure to take it to where it's needed is not there. So now, if we can envisage a situation where we have, led by the African Union, we have this idea called AFSEM, the African Single Electricity Market. So it will be a big investment opportunity. What is it that is stopping the investments in the infrastructure? Because if we were able to link all the power pools, then it means that investors can then invest in generation, right? But we need public monies or some kind of type of money to go for infrastructure. So what is it that is stopping African countries as a whole investing in this key underlying infrastructure that can enable all this generation to now happen from the private sector and have a win-win situation?
I think the presentation earlier touched on something very critical, and that is the need for improving the policy and regulatory frameworks around this. We need our African governments to create a clear, stable and long-term energy policies that encourage these investments and protects these investments, so that when the private sector does come in, they are comfortable in terms of the protection of their investment, but also in terms of the return that they would possibly get on it. So this would include looking at issues around whether it's setting clear renewable energy targets, clarity on tariffs, clarity on the purchase power agreements, so that the return can offset whatever perceived risk there may be. Governments have an important role to play in providing the incentives for those investors to come in, whether it's tax credits of some sort, whether it's subsidies, even first loss guarantees that can be looked at working with multilateral development banks, so that you can crowd in the private sector investment to come in and attract more investment. And I think also what governments need to do is beyond looking at the public financing component and beyond looking at just the private sector financing component. The discussion earlier talked about what the success has been in SADC, in the Southern African Power Pool. But we know currently Southern Africa is in deficit. There's no power. The drought is really affecting a number of countries. Yet you have excess capacity in Angola. You don't have the transmission lines to link into the Southern African Power Pool. In East Africa, you have a similar situation where Ethiopia is producing excess electricity, but linking it. So if we take an approach that is still regionally based, I feel we miss an opportunity, because the RACs may create those regulatory frameworks that will support power trade within, or energy trade within the region. But beyond that, we need to interlink the regions. So I understand there's some discussions. I know you talked about Tanzania and Zambia. I understand there's discussions that would look at supplying electricity all the way from Ethiopia down to Zambia in an opportunity. So we need to find a continental approach. And I think the African Union, with support from UNECA and with support from the Energy Dialogue, needs to start championing that discussion beyond just the regional power pools.
No, indeed. Thank you very much, Yusuf. Very, very important. And we will come back to discussing about this and then linking back to trade and specifically the kind of things that you do at Afreximbank. So data becomes very important, right? Being able to, we say, okay, every time we say, 600 million of this and that, and we keep pointing at one particular data. And sometimes you feel like, no, I don't want to hear that data anymore, right? But listen, AFREC is there to help us with data, to get a better understanding of what it is that it is about the energy situation on the continent, and including how do we have digitalization and some of these ways to better understand our energy landscape, right? Because when we say that we have 600 million people, where are those people? And what kind of energy, for those who have, what kind of energy is available to them, and so on. So AFREC, I know you guys are doing a wonderful job in trying to address these data issues. So tell us a bit more about AFREC, and then once we tell us about AFREC, give us a good sense of how you see the role of data and the critical tools like digitalization being able to help us address the challenges that we are talking about here.
Okay, thank you for the question, and also thank you for WRI for having us here, and also for championing the African Energy Dialogues since COP28. So African Union, AFREC, African Energy Commission, is a specialized agency of the African Union based in Algeria, that's Algiers, in charge of supporting governments in developing policies and strategies that are meant to enhance or solve the energy problem in the continent. And one of the things that you have been doing over the years, as you have rightly put it, is to support countries in terms of collecting data, so establishing what we call the African Energy Information System, and using this system then to disseminate information in terms of the status of where we are as a continent on the various aspects on energy. So as you rightly put it, and I know is even a discussion we were having yesterday with our director, and people are saying they are tired of hearing the 600 million people statistic, because they were saying, he was telling us, I remember when he joined AFREC 10 years ago, that was still the number, and he was projecting maybe in 2030 it will still be the number. But then when you go to most of our African countries, there is a challenge of whether the 600 figure is the actual figure, or there is also maybe more or less people who do not have access. But then, considering that the research that has been done so far is giving us the 600, then we have to use it. So the question is, what is the challenge in terms of us having the accurate data? As I've said, the work on data collection by AFREC has been in place since 2012. But then it's been a challenge in some cases to actually get the data even from the member states. Because the primary source of the data is ministries of energy, for example, when we're talking about energy statistics. But then you'll go to a ministry in one of the countries and you'll find that they don't have some of the statistics that you are looking for. So what we have done as AFREC, working with IEA and the other partners, is to develop harmonized tools on data collection, and currently we are supporting individual member states to develop the national energy information systems, because it's from that national energy information systems that then we are able to develop what we are calling the African Energy Information Systems. So we have been able to review even some of the data that is collected by National Bureau of Statistics in most of the countries, and one of the things that is coming out is energy data has not been given that prominence as compared to, for example, the level of trade, level of employment in the different countries. And we have been having that frequent engagement with these countries to see that we're able to address this challenge. But then, being in the era of digitalization, we feel that then using the penetration of IT within the member countries, we can be able to collect more statistics, and then collect these statistics to have a reliable energy system that you can be able to use for planning. Because one of the key things that we notice is it's not possible to plan for what you don't know. I know in Africa we have a joke where we say, as a man you don't count the number of children. But then in this era, it's not possible to know how much you'll pay in fees if you don't know the number of children. So basically, it's the same analogy in the energy sector. We cannot say we are transitioning within the energy system to more cleaner sources if we actually do not know what is the current gap within the continent. And that's one of the things that AFREC is trying to do in a very strong way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nixon. Thank you very much. And I like that particular thing. If we don't know, if we cannot count what it is that we're trying to deal with, then how do we really plan and try to solve the problem? And also, as we say, when we hear the number 600 million, that is mainly in Nigeria and DRC, for example. Right? But then we think, oh, there's 600 million, but what are those people that don't have access to electricity? So it's good that you're having this information system that can help us to drill down to where the needs really are, and therefore also to identify the investment opportunities. So thank you very much for that. So now, Meron and Mekalia, I want to come back to you now. Based on what you've heard so far from our esteemed panelists, is there anything that triggered or has stuck into your mind about where we are going with the energy dialogue, or something that you think, wow, this is what we could do for that, or say, or something that, because I know Joseph said, yes, you have just said what exactly I've been thinking about, but you've done it before I did it, right? So is there something now that you've heard where you say, yes, we got it right with the energy dialogue so far? Let me start with you, Meron.
So first of all, I'm just celebrating so much that I have now been thinking forward, because this has been quite a journey, and I'm really glad we got here. Not only that we did get here, but we got here to the point where our panel members agree that what the dialogue and what the conversations and what the experts have said actually right to the spot, and this is the right time to talk about those things. And this is the point where we think about not only what the world needs to do for Africa, but also what African institutions and themselves have to do around both in terms of finance as well as also creating the market in the region. So my main takeaway is that we need to do more of this. And we need to do more of this and building on this, what exists, what we have done, what has happened. And I think the other thing that I have learned is that there is so much that is happening in the continent at the moment, more of at an experiment level or at a small scale level, that we need to bring together. And that's the whole point around cross-country learning as well as case studies, and bringing those examples and learning from them and contextualizing them is going to be part of that. So I am thinking we need to do more of that. And for example, about the blockchain, I'm impressed. I didn't know about that. So so I believe that there are a lot of people that also do not get those informations. And around data, we know that. But what I want to take away is like, how do we make those data issues solved? Because this has been an issue for a long time, and it continues to be an issue now. And we know that there are some data that are locked into different organizations, different institutions, and how do we create a better data governance in structure that allows in different sectors and actors to engage and to have access to that flow of information is going to be important. Yeah.
And Mekalia?
Thank you, Linus. Well, maybe not a key takeaway, but something that I would really wish for us to.
It's not a takeaway at this moment. We are still it's just something clicked with you. What has been said. So.
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
No, so I was talking about financial markets earlier, but if I may cross over to regional integration, what you said really sparked something for me, because we talked about the 5 regional power pools and the need. You mentioned the Africa Single Electricity Market, and I think the CMP. The Continental Master Plan really is trying to do that, to bring together the 5 power pools, to really have this Cape to Cairo interconnection and really get that flowing. I think that would really be a game changer. I know it's still kind of moving along. It hasn't quite reached the targets that it envisions to, but I really think that's something we really have to kind of bolster, because that really would be a game changer for Africa, to be able to make sure that where there's excess and where there's deficit, you mix that. And greening, like from Ethiopia, for example, we have so much excess. I'm from Ethiopia, so I could put on my Ethiopian hat. But yes, the CMP is really something that we really have to kind of do more research on and really kind of move ahead, I think, to really be able to meet that deficit. So, yeah.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you very, very much for that. So, Joseph, let me come back to you again. When we were talking earlier on about the fact that foreign investors keep saying it is expensive to invest in Africa, right? Now, you are driven mainly by philanthropy. What do you see as the role of philanthropy in being able to address some of these investment challenges? Because you guys are very rich, right? So which means that if you go to, if a private investor wants to invest, let's say in my country, Cameroon, and they say, nah, I don't want to go there, and so on, can philanthropy come and say, look, it is possible to invest in Cameroon. We will show that it's possible. You make a project, the project gets running, and then you see that there's a cash flow, and then you say, hey guys, I have a working business, who wants to buy it? Then the guys will come and buy it now, because now they see that there's no risk. So can philanthropy help us in this agenda?
I wish it was that easy. But before I answer that very interesting question, I wanted to touch on two things. One is the interconnection. It's not just where it versus where there is oversupply of data. Can you hear me? Yep. So I was saying it's not just where there's supply, where there's of interconnection. It's also time of day. There's no reason why Kenya and Nigeria should each invest in picking plants for when or eating, and that
try this one. See?
Thank you. Is this one working?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. I was saying, when we think about interconnection for the continent, it's not just about which countries have excess power and which ones have deficits. It's also about time of day. There's no reason why Nigeria and Kenya should each invest in picking plants. Picking plants are the most expensive in your power supply. Why? Because the capital utilization is only for 3 to 4 hours. And yet Nigeria is 4 hours behind Kenya. So by the time Kenyans go to sleep, Nigeria should be able to use the same assets, and therefore you have better asset utilization, which drives attractive investments, which then ensures that we're deploying a lot more capital. So interconnection is critical, and I'm looking forward to integrating the Continental Master Plan into your research. The other comment I was going to make is, yes, you don't count how many children you have, but we also say that each child comes with their own plate. You don't have to worry about how you're going to feed them, which I would like to extrapolate and say we have the solutions ourselves. We don't need to go elsewhere. The solutions are within our own domain. But back to the important question on money. Philanthropic money is a lot. It's in the billions. But we're talking trillions here. So relatively, it is nothing. It's negligible. We therefore must use it very, very, very judiciously to apply it to where it unlocks the big money. Where is the big money? It's not even the World Bank. It's not even Africa Development Bank. It's institutional investors. GFANs are sitting on trillions of dollars. That is the money we should be going after. So philanthropic capital should be used to figure out how do we de-risk these investments, how do we support governments to put together policies and regulations, how do we help the regional power pools come together, how do we develop trading platforms and other things that drive that level of engagement so that then the trillions can flow. So yes, we have money, but it's relatively small, and therefore we must use it very judiciously to unlock where the real money is. And the real money is with institutional investors.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joseph, for that. You're absolutely right. The money is with those people. But we also, again, still have the challenge that when it comes to investing in the continent, they will cherry pick, right? So if you put a couple of projects, let's say in Morocco, South Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia, Cameroon, Niger, Chad, and so on, the private sector guys will have the money, but they will cherry pick where they think is the easiest for them to invest and have the return on their money.
The reason they do that is because they're looking at Cameroon as a single unit. They're saying, how much is the demand in Cameroon? How is the health of the utility? And therefore, should I take that risk? Again, if we are regionally integrated, you're not just looking at one country and its conditions. You're looking at a much bigger region, and you're saying, if Cameroon is not in good shape tomorrow, the power will go to Nigeria. So I have diversification. If you look at Europe, they have they're fully interconnected. They are now at merchant plans, which means an investor decides, I see the energy demand growth across 4 or 5 countries in Europe. I don't need a long-term PPA. as long as I can build a power plant competitively, I don't have to go. Right now, if you want to do a project in Africa, you go through 3 to 4 years at least, negotiating the PPAs, getting the lenders on board. It's absolutely painful, and that deters large-scale investment. But if you knew that because there's enough interconnection, you have diversity of demand, if you build a power plant today, if one country fails, if one utility is having trouble, you can benefit from other countries, you will move a lot faster. So I would say one of the things we can do differently is not think about investing in energy on a country-by-country basis, but on a regional basis, which spreads the risk. Institutional investors also need to invest large amounts of money per project. Why? Because transaction costs are relatively high. But then large projects in small countries doesn't work. Large projects in a regional context makes a lot more sense. So number one, regionalization. For risk mitigation. Number two, regionalization for scale is some of the ways that we can drive those trillions into the sector.
No, absolutely. Wonderful. That's a very important point. And in fact, at the Economic Commission for Africa a few years ago, we tried to do a model on this to say that let's create something called Team Energy Africa, where we have Africa's own private sector investing in the energy, but leveraging, because these are, we have seen what the power of Africa's captains of industry can be in telecommunications, in construction, and so on. We've seen how that power can happen. But in the energy sector, we need to also see that. So we felt, okay, can we get these captains of industry in Africa, the investors and so on, to come together and then be able to look at setting up an investment vehicle. So where you invest in the vehicle, not in the country. So the investor, you don't see the country. You see the investment and the return on your investment. Then development partners can come in now to help in the risking, and then that vehicle is not the one that is responsible for ensuring that every single African country has the energy investment that it needs, so that they can produce the things that my brother Yusuf would like to see, promote Africa to trade. So Yusuf, is this something that Afreximbank can help us with? Because you're supporting trade and export and import in Africa. Somebody once asked me, can Africa make things? I said, yeah. He said, but you don't have energy, so what can you make? I said, but we can trade, and so on. He said, so we need energy to make things and trade. So now we see a model coming from the discussion from Joseph, Yusuf, and what we're trying to do with this team energy model. Is this something that Afreximbank can help? Because I know you are in charge of regional integration. AFC FTA is there. Can you share some thoughts that you have about how we can make this actually work and work for the continent, so that we can have investments going to every single African country, not be cherry picking where they should go?
No, I think it could certainly work. You know, an approach of a SPV or special purpose vehicle helps to mitigate some of the perceived risk or the risk that an investor may want to see. And if we take it at a regional perspective, like Dr. Joseph is mentioning now, institutional investors who may be keen to invest in a particular country or who are only allowed to invest in a particular country because of whatever rating requirements they may need could use the SPV to invest in that country, but through the SPV support regional infrastructure or regional energy projects. I think this can be done, and the capital is available with the institutional investors, but also with our governments. You know, if we look at the numbers, I haven't looked at it in a while, but I know that we currently sitting on over 300 billion in foreign reserves that sits and earns something in the US treasuries. If that money can be deployed to support something like this, the impact of the government funding coming in will attract private sector investment through a public-private partnership in a context of an SPV. And you can use your multilateral development banks to wrap this with insurance and guarantees that provides additional comfort and support a continental or more regional approach to the investment in these infrastructure projects. I think it's a fascinating idea, and I think it's something that we should take on. We should ask our colleagues at the Energy Dialogue to explore further. We'd be happy to have further discussions with them.
No, that's fantastic, and thank you for that commitment to support this area of work, because we think this is what is going to really be needed, because we're talking about energy transition. We know the money is key, and then we are asking African countries to come up with energy transition plans. What's the point my brother and Nixon were talking about, what's the plan talking about coming up with an energy transition plan when there will be no money for it, right? So we need to look at the energy transition agenda in terms of where is investment going to come from. And I think we're beginning to have this conversation now, coming up with a possible model that can make this happen, right? So I'm really happy about that, that we have that opportunity. But Nixon, so you made a very important point about the data and this information system and so on. But if we're talking about investments in Africa, is Africa also tracking where the investments are going, who is investing, and where the best deals are possibly happening? Or is this something that you are not yet thinking about? Or do you have some ideas about how we can begin to look at the data, particularly from where the investments are or are not happening?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and also to just contribute to what the panelists have, my fellow panelists have talked about, promoting intercontinental trade. If you look at it very carefully, it's something that we should be able to take seriously if at all Africa is supposed to make any progress, not only in energy but also transport, all these sectors that we continue highlighting about. Because as is rightly put it, at AFREC, we've been trying to develop what we are calling the Continental Energy Transition Strategy. And one of the things, the initial findings that you are getting is, which is reality, that each of the regions is endowed with different resources in terms of energy. And for us to be able to transition, the best way to do it is actually not to look at countries as individual countries, but look at it as a regional, in a regional perspective. And it's something that I think we should be able to look at. We should be able to encourage the trade in terms of electrons between countries. Let's not just look at it as a service, but also as a means of raising revenue for the different countries. Ethiopia, as she's rightly mentioned, has a lot of hydro. And if they can use that to generate revenue for the country or grow their GDP, is something that we should be able to consider. Going back to the question in terms of whether we are currently tracking, is something I think we should be able to look at keenly, but then we do track the investments that are being done in the continent in terms of energy, the projects being developed, and where the countries are moving towards in terms of investment in renewable energy and all the other sources that we are talking about. And one of the things that I would use also to emphasize on continental trade, we have seen quite a number of countries trying to look at the option, for example, of doing utility scale battery storage. I know South Africa, Kenya, Malawi, all these countries trying to look at how they are able to store, just to emphasize what Dr. said in terms of they're able to store electricity for only 2 hours. But then if you look at their neighbors, in this case, they have a good hydro reserve that can provide a spinning reserve that is required or is being sought for through battery storage, and even assist in meeting the peak demand that they want to meet at that time. So we should be able to emphasize on this aspect of regional trade, being able to exchange in terms of knowledge, being able to exchange in terms of data and what each other person is doing in planning, because one of the challenges that we have been having is countries planning individually in terms of the electricity infrastructure without taking care of what their neighbor is doing, and in this case incurring significant costs that they couldn't have incurred if they were to look at it look at the investments in terms of the regional perspective. Thank you.
No, thank you, Nixon. So one of the things that we have not talked about before, we now come for a discussion from colleagues, is the area of manufacturing and also the upgrade, yeah? Because we know that many of the population that really need access are in places where you cannot take the grid to. So what are some of the opportunities that we can use for upgrade, but at the same time ensuring that you're not promoting upgrade just by importing panels and batteries and so on that are made from somewhere else, but that are produced in Africa to be able to give more access. So I'd like to ask all of you this same question. So if I can start with you, Nixon, going across, and then after that we'll come to our esteemed colleagues in the audience for questions and answers.
Okay, thank you. Just to give a perspective, in my previous life, I used to work with the energy regulator in Kenya and very actively in the off-grid sector in terms of how to use solar home systems, how to use mini-grids, and I participated in the development of the mini-grid framework in Kenya. And one of the things that came out very clearly is we are reaching at a point where investment is not sufficient if you're going to look at just utility scale investments in terms of advancing access, because like in Kenya, the growth in terms of access is already plateauing in terms of how many people can get connected further using the grid, and therefore calling for the need to have mini grids and solar home systems in order to be able to advance access. And then the other angle to it was in terms of the amount of electricity being used by households being not as much as for you to warrant them getting connected to bigger systems. So one of the things then that we should be able to look at. But then considering that the continent is endowed with significant resources in terms of critical minerals that you can use for lithium batteries and the likes, it's important that we look at how we are able to leverage on manufacturing within the continent, not just to electrify our communities, but also generate revenues for the energy transition that we are looking at. So basically, how we can be able to use the minerals that we have, the critical minerals, for the key elements of energy transition, that is for the batteries, for the solar panels, for the wind components that we need to support the off-grid sector. And projections are that we might need half of the connections that we are looking for will come through the off-grid sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Nixon. And Joseph, please, the same.
Thank you. That question deserves a whole panel by itself. But in my mind, I think there are three things. Again, as rightly said, we have the raw materials, we have the critical minerals to develop our solutions on the continent. At the Africa Climate Summit last year, what the African leadership said is we want to come together, we want to leverage what we have on the continent to drive the climate agenda, which includes electrification with clean energy. And to do that, one of the critical minerals. At the UN General Assembly, the UN Secretary General also had the Pact of the Future, where one of the key pillars was critical minerals. How do developing countries use their resources to drive manufacturing for the equipment that they will use? But to achieve that, scale is critical. To build a lithium-ion battery manufacturing plant, you have to have big enough a market. And this is where regional trade comes in. If I am paying more taxes, so let's start with Nigeria. Nigeria has a lot of lithium-ion. It can build batteries for the region. The whole Sahel region needs solar and batteries to electrify. So if Nigeria can use its lithium-ion reserves to build batteries and is able to sell across the Sahel, you can make the business case for a mega factory. You can even invite Elon Musk to build that factory in Nigeria because there's critical demand. So I think, again, thinking as a continent and driving things from where we have the resources is incredibly critical. The second, I think, is planning. Not just on a country level, but on a regional level. And now with AI and other tools and the data that has been accumulated, you can say that this part of the country or this part of the region is best electrified with grid extension. And this part is better done with mini grids and solar home systems. So I would say the second thing is proper planning from a regional perspective. And the third is the right kind of funding. We need a lot more money, but that money has to be at low cost, it has to be long-term to ensure that you're delivering the right manufacturing and the right prices for what we're going to manufacture on the continent, whether they're solar panels or batteries and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. So in 2020, I was writing some talking points for my boss, and I said, imagine a situation where the huge abundant clean energy resources of the DRC are used to transform its critical minerals into this and manufacturing. And then she said, why is that not happening? I said, I don't know. So she picked the phone and called President Tshisekedi. And then before we knew it, she brought Afrexim Bank, So Yusuf, this is one of the big things that we have been able to do, starting from that work with the DRC. So tell us a bit more about this idea to establish the special economic zone, leveraging the Africa Continental Free Trade so that Africa can start manufacturing global electrification products, including batteries and so on.
No, thanks, Linus. I think you're probably better positioned to talk about this than me. But in any case, we know the wealth of critical minerals in the continent. And like you say, the executive secretary at the time spoke to President Tshisekedi, and this idea of creating a trans-boundary special economic zone between the DRC and Zambia to develop battery precursor manufacturing took hold. Afreximbank, working with the UNECA and working with consultants, we've done the pre-feasibility study. We are currently looking at the location, and we are currently engaging investors who are keen to come in to support this. We know that there is huge potential, and we believe that these kind of models can support it. So it's not only for electrification or for energy within the region, but also to feed into global value chains. We know the value of the electric vehicle market is growing exponentially, and there's a huge opportunity for Africa to be a key player in that, given the resources we had, and linking it to the auto manufacturing sector in Southern Africa, in South Africa in particular. So this is what we are trying to do with UNECA, and I believe we should be looking at it in the context of Nigeria as well, given what Dr. Joseph is saying, and how we unlock our own resources to support our energy security and how we support our industrial development more critically, because that is ultimately what we are driving at. We want to support a transformation of the continent. So this is what we are doing with UNECA. And one of the other things we've been doing at the bank also, I just wanted to touch on, is we realize that there are a number of innovative ideas out there. You know, Africa is a young population, no lack of innovation, no lack of ideas. But what we find challenging sometimes, and maybe it's the fault of the banks, it's the way we structured and the way we've done business traditionally, is we may not understand these things and we are too risk averse. So what we've established at the bank is a project preparation facility, which will allow some of these ideas to be brought to us, where we will then handhold the project sponsors and the investors up to a point where that project can then go for commercial financing, you know, taking it through the process, whether it's pre-feasibility studies, working with consultants, working with the project sponsors to ensure that these projects reach a bankable stage. So this is some of the other things, and this can also be used in the context of some of these energy projects. Because I think when we look at off-grid solutions, the challenge again is going to become the financing of it. How do we build capacity, particularly for off-grid solutions in our local financial institutions, to be able to support production or to be able to support these projects in country is going to be critical. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Yusuf, for those points. And for all of you, when you were speaking, I could see my colleagues, Meron and Michaela, busy writing down. So that means the dialogue ideas are coming through. But I'm sure that our colleagues in the room have quite a few things also to contribute, to clarify, to ask. And so let me...
Well, thank you. My name is Ibrahim Alosh. I'm the UNFCCC focal point of Somalia, alongside technical advisor at the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. Thank you for giving me the floor and the opportunity to ask a question to our distinguished panels. I want to ask a question to our representative from the African Dialogue of Energy Transition. In the context of African dialogue of African energy transition, how are you aligning with the ongoing UNFCCC negotiation process, particularly within the mitigation investment dialogues? Have you engaged effectively with the parties from the African countries to ensure the positions are reflected? For example, during the recent Fourth Global Dialogue investment focus in Sharm el-Sheikh, held 4 to 5 October, there was a lack of presentations from most of the African countries in terms of energy investment. to achieve the objectives of this African dialogue, to ensure sufficient allocation from the financial mechanisms, including the GCF, do you think that, do you believe that this dialogue should particularly reach out to the relevant stakeholders to enhance representation and advocacy for finance to energy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we take all the questions, and then any other questions or comments? Okay, so if no other...
Thank you so much, and thank you to the panelists for that very engaging session. So I'm going to come back to you, Dr. Joseph, for we're having a conversation before this panel started, and I was mentioning that there are mechanisms that Africa has tried in the past that has not necessarily worked for us, or we've made slow progress. And then at this COP, which is tagged the Finance COP, we're still looking at what are the ways that Africa can get money or financing to transition and to, close the energy gap. So, for example, the JETP has not made so much progress like, it was supposed to. A lot of other African countries that wanted to sign up have also, slowed down with the conversation. And we're looking at people like South Africa, Senegal to see, what are they going to do with this? So what are other pathways that we can start looking at for Africa? Because this is about pathways for affordable finance for Africa. What are these pathways? This is a finance COP. What are the mechanisms that Africa should be looking at, and what should be the conversation about getting money for Africa to transition? Thank you.
No, thank you for a very, very important question. Seeing is believing, right? So we need to see the JETP is working so that people can believe. But I think the gentleman's question was mainly for Meron and Mekalia. So if you could quickly address, and then we'll come to... oh, there's one? Oh, sorry.
Okay. Okay, my name is Hafsa El-Bekri. I'm from Morocco, and I'm working as lead consultant for UNECA for a project on regional value chain. And I'm just linking this with what you said before I got into the special economic zone between DRC and Zambia. And what we try to do in this project is to integrate also from North Africa, Morocco in this project. The opportunity. To see also to study areas of potential collaboration, but also in terms of energy transition, how actually with Moroccan expertise in this field, how it could enhance this special economic zone in order actually to benefit the region and also these three countries in leveraging the industrialization of electric batteries. And I would like to hear from your sides actually, what do you think about the integration of Morocco from a North African country in this project? How could it help actually to enhance the project and the development of this special economic zone? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Quick one, yeah. Quick.
Sorry, last question here. I think all the speakers have talked extensively about the need to develop transmission to unlock better utilization of assets across countries and to get the power flowing. My question to the panelists, how do they see would be the best way to fund this infrastructure? It's going to cut across different borders. There will be a tariff question. There will be different laws. I mean, common law, civil law, Anglophone, Francophone, Lusophone, the challenges around it. How do we get it to work? Yet we know that this is a key enabler to unlock progress for Africa, trade, all the good things we are talking about at the conference and at the continental level. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. A very, very important question. So we want to welcome Lanre from Sustainable Energy for All, which is also a major partner of the dialogue. So I will want to go from here. across so that Landry would then end with her contribution and then close the session for us. So I welcome our panelists to answer any of the questions the way they see fit. So let me start with you, Mekalia.
So a few things. Let me start with the last question. In terms of the need for funding for, I talked about the CMP and regional transmission, etc. That's a very, very good point. And I think we mentioned it earlier about how, there are many aspects to this, but I think fundamentally you really would need to have that harmonization. And I talked about that earlier because there's so much regulatory fragmentation right now. And there's no way you can get those investments to flow if X country is doing something and Y country is doing something else on Z. And I think Dr. Joseph put this eloquently earlier. Unless we have, there's no way we could reduce the risk that investors are trying to alleviate unless they see that regional approach. So we really do have to come together. We have to harmonize our national and regulatory frameworks at the national level to have that regional approach. And I think that would be one thing that would really help them to gain momentum, being able to mobilize the financing that can come in. I'll let the others. I don't want to take too much time because we really are running late. In terms of your earlier question, sir, about how we engage with the AGN, so we and Africa and the COP process, etc. We haven't directly engaged with them, so to speak, but be that as it may, in terms of the priorities that we see, the African energy dialogues really want to hone in and advocate the African perspective. And these are based on the priorities that the AGN, as kind of the custodian of what Africa's interests are in each COP process. So we're very much anchored and embedded in that, in those priorities, so to speak. But going forward, I think this is definitely something that we really would want to expand and have them actually contribute directly into African energy dialogues going forward, because we really are here to serve Africa. And given the energy transition and how that's important, and given the different kind of polarizing debates, we really have to be sure that we continue being anchored in the priorities that are, key for the African context. And I think there was one more question that I wanted to, yes, in terms of regional, the regional value chains. Very quickly, you mentioned about Morocco and the special economic zone, etc. So far, we really are focusing kind of on the battery precursors. As we know, the regional value chain, to get to the point where you get the EV, is quite extensive. But the idea is, of course, green industrialization, going up the value chain, making sure that the critical minerals that we have serve our interests, create those jobs that we need to be able to propel economic growth. So again, the EVs and the automobile industry that's happening in Morocco, for example, I think long term, seeing how we can link those two would really be something, because we're talking, I think that's one thread that came out throughout the discussion about the need for regionalization, whether you talk about it in the instance of finance or trade, etc. We really need to have regionalization flowing throughout. That kind of perspective is key for Africa going forward. So especially within the EV and battery chain, I really do see that link. So far, of course, again, we're starting the process, so give us a bit of time. But the idea is eventually to really make sure that that whole value chain is captured to the extent possible within the African continent, to be able to gain the most out of the process and kind of bring about socioeconomic development for our country. I'll leave it at that for now, because, time.
Thanks, Mekalia. So I would like to answer the question about what the role of the African Energy Dialogue would be in terms of engaging that. As Mekalia said, we have not got to that point yet, but the vision and the plan is not only to have the conversation among ourselves, but also to send out the message to those that are able then to take it forward, whether within their organizations or within their community that they work in. And the AGN is an important stakeholder that we would like to engage with, and not only amplify what they would like us to make the point for the continent, but also then send a message of what we hear from our experts and other stakeholders that we talk to. So that relationship is the next step, and it's definitely coming, and it's on our minds. And in terms of the conversation about what can be done in terms of different countries, different contexts, I would like to come back to the things that one of the recommendations that have come out from the dialogue is the need for a regional regulatory body. So not rooted in a country, not rooted in a place, but representing the region a little bit outside with an arm's length distance from the domestic issues, but able to balance the regional need against the national priorities. So that's what I would say is a key point of entry for that harmonization to happen. I would stop there because I think my colleague.
Thank you very much. I think much of it has been said. I'll maybe just talk again about the financing, but I think it comes back to what we had discussed on the panel earlier. The need for the regulatory harmonization and the need to take a regional approach to this can help us unlock some of those pools of capital, the vast amount of capital that is needed. Unlock the institutional investors to come in to support these projects, which will bring in not only the institutional investors, we can bring in governments, the private sector, your multilateral financial institutions, and create a mechanism or a structure that de-risks it and allows them to bring their money into the sector.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the young people. This is exactly what you need to be doing. You need to be pushing us, at least me with my gray hairs, so that I'm doing the work that you think is critical. So thank you for those very important questions. What I can offer is a platform, and that platform is what African leaders came together and said they want, which is captured in the Nairobi Declaration, which is Africa working together, engaging the world from a climate, energy, development perspective. And I think if we use that platform to then consolidate our views, take a firm position as a continent, use our AGN access to ensure we are negotiating from a point of strength, then we can have some of these things being addressed from a global perspective. If we're not coming together, if we're not clear about what it is we are asking for, by first doing our homework, capturing it within our leadership, which are presidents and heads of government, and then engaging in the existing structures, we will not be able to get the kind of money, the quantum of money we need. The JETB question is a very important one. JETBs were important and are important because they focus a government towards what is the plan, what is your energy transition plan. The challenge has been, if you don't know exactly what it is you want, if you haven't developed your investment plan, you get what people are willing to give you. If you have a plan in place, then you can say, no, that doesn't work for me. I want this kind of money because this is what will address what I have developed. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to add to what the panelists have already said on the transmission infrastructure and how we can be able to harmonize or build along the African single electricity market. One of the key things that I think we should not forget is the political leadership. I've worked with the regulator before, and one of the things that came out, you can have all the systems, all the rules, the grid codes, but then if there is no political will, then it becomes a challenge to be able to achieve what we want. So I think even as we push for the free African free continental area, one of the things we should continually do is to engage our leadership on why this is necessary. It's why do we need to integrate our electricity networks? Why should we be able to sell electricity to neighboring countries? And this will be very important because once we have that critical mass, then it becomes easy to attract private financing into it. And I know in the continent, one of the things that is currently coming up is the use of PPPs, public-private partnerships. Is something that we should be able to look into, but I only see the risk of if it's one country bearing that burden of PPPs, then it might be relatively expensive to access some of those services. So therefore, still calling for the need for countries to work amongst each other to achieve maximum benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So welcome our sister Lanre from Sustainable Energy for All now to conclude our session. It is often said, Lanre, in some critical that seek ye first the kingdom and all this shall be. So I would like you to conclude by saying what is it that we need to seek so that the transition shall be?
Okay, thank you so much, Linus, and I apologize for joining late. I don't want to keep everybody much longer. In terms of what to seek first, I'm going to speak to very quickly the theme, which is affordable finance, and I think that's what it is that we have to seek. There's so many ideas, and I think that that's really what we've got to do, continue to ideate around all of this and really put our shoulders to the wheel. I think Joseph spoke earlier about patient capital and institutional investors, and perhaps one class of investment or investors is perhaps pension funds. And I think that's something that we can start to look into within our domestic economies and then build it out from there, especially among the larger economies that we have on the continent, and start to build them out and grow from there. So that's just one idea I wanted to share. And thank you all very much for joining the Africa Energy Dialogues again this year at COP. Just another warm appreciation to our partners, the ECA, African Union, AFREC, and colleagues, and also to say that we are programming throughout the year. We very much welcome partnership with other institutions. We have a few subcommittees, the technology and infrastructure, the finance. So we're always thinking about these ideas throughout the year, and we'd very much like this to be the year that we solve some problems. Thank you again. Thanks so much.
So thank you very much, Lanre. Dear friends, we've run out of time, so there's no opportunity for me to make any summary, but we've had a very rich conversation, and that has been thanks to our esteemed panelists. So can you join me to appreciate their contribution to our discussion today? And I thank you all very much for your patience, for having been with us, and as Lanre said, we look forward to working with all of you to take this agenda forward. So thank you very much. So we need to have now a group photo with the panelists here.
Check 1, 2. Okay, here's the monitor. Okay, I checked den Monitor-Signal. Das kann gerne noch ein bisschen nach oben. So richtig Pepper hat es noch nicht. Gib mal ruhig noch mehr. Das ist für mich, finde ich, immer noch nicht genug. Da geht hoch, 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 hoch. So viel ist es nicht. Ja, weiter, weiter, weiter. Ist schon ganz oben. Weiter, weiter. Immer gib ihm. Immer drauf da. Ja, okay. Ich glaube, jetzt ist ganz gut. So ist ganz. Gib mal ruhig noch mehr. Geht noch mehr. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Aber ist es so laut? Ich finde es gar nicht so laut.
Nein, aber es reicht auf jeden Fall dicker aus, dass der vorne mitkriegt, dass sein Mikrofon funktioniert. Vergiss es, dass die da drüben kriegst du nicht Bescheid, dann bräuchten wir 4 Stück davon. Das funktioniert nicht. Aber es ist weder bestellt noch gewollt, noch sollen wir es machen.
Hello. Could you please take a seat, please? If you could please take a seat, because we're about to start. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. نور الوزير جاي ولا مش جاي؟ ايه؟ ايه؟ طيب يلا الناس وصلت. ايه؟ انا ممكن اقفل مفيش مشكلة. Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for this high-level dialogue entitled Africa and the Climate, Peace and Security Nexus towards a Common African Position. As you know, today is the Peace Day at COP29, a very important day, where already in the morning we have witnessed important announcements and results with the launch of the Baku Call and the Baku Hub. But we believe that this day is not complete without a spotlight on Africa and the challenges and the opportunities that Africa faces to tackle climate, peace and security. My name is Ahmed Abdellatif. I'm from Egypt. I'm the Director General of the Cairo International Center for Conflict Resolution, Peacekeeping and Peacebuilding, CCCPA, which is an African Union Center of Excellence and who works closely with the African Union on the issue at hand. At COP27, hosted by Egypt in 2022, our center was involved in the launch of an initiative called the Climate Responses for Sustaining Peace Initiative. We thought to bring forward African priorities in this discussion on climate, peace and security. So it is an issue that is very dear to our center, but it's an issue also that Egypt and the African Union has been very actively involved in. In fact, I would say that African Union and African countries have shown great leadership on the climate, peace and security issue that is not sufficiently recognized and acknowledged. In March 2021, African Union Peace and Security Council met at the level of heads of states and government on the issue of climate, peace and security. Groundbreaking. And then in November 2021, when Egypt was chairing the African Peace and Security Council, the request was made for the development of a common African position on this important topic. So we have strong African leadership on this issue, also leadership by the African Union, and the African Union has been working towards elaborating this African Union position. on climate, peace and security. So in this meeting, we will hear about where we are on the elaboration of the common African position on climate, peace and security. We will also hear for COP29 presidency on how the announcements made today are important for this process. And we will also hear from African countries, stakeholders, regional organizations, development partners, multilateral regional development banks, the United Nations, on their contribution, their ideas. So this is a two-way process. We want to update you and highlight the importance of the elaboration of this common African position. It will be the first time that a regional group comes forward with such a position. But we also, in the process, are looking forward also to your feedback, to the discussion that feeds into this process at where we are today in COP29. So without further delay, I wish to give the floor to the man of the day, I would say, Ambassador Iskandarov from COP29 presidency, who has been the driving force behind the Peace Day, who has established for the Peace Day this co-lead group of countries working on climate, peace and security, and Egypt was honored to be one of them. And he will share with us his reflection on what today unfolded and what is its significance also for the discussion we have ahead on the common African position. Over to you, Ambassador Iskandarov. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends, colleagues, Ambassador Abdulatif, thank you very much for a nice presentation, but as the saying goes, it takes two for tango. In our case, it took 7 for meaningful tango, and all the colleagues are the men and women of the day. So I really would like to thank all of our colleagues and all those who endorsed and supported, and those UN agencies with whom we entered into partnership today from the day of birth, of start, for successful inauguration of Baku Call on climate action for peace, relief and recovery, but also its vehicle to deliver, which is the Baku Hub on climate and peace action. I think that the connection here with Africa are immediate, are urgent, and also promising. To start with, we had 2 African countries in the COLID group, which contributed to development of this. We had an African Excellence Center of Excellence in the COLID group, and we also have African Developed Initiative, which is one of the 4 initiatives. So Africa is very strongly presented both in the Baku Call and Baku Hub. And that worked because this COLID group, my fellow colleagues, would support me in this, was not a formal establishment. We really had several months of discussions, negotiations, by establishing the first common ground at the meeting of the COP retreat in Shamahi, and then moving forward to development of 3 pages, I think full of substance, of the Baku Call, and then the structure of the hub. So everybody who will look into the document, and I'm sure that African member states of the African Union are closely looking into it, and we will hear more on their endorsements in coming days, will notice that the position of Africa reflected within the climate negotiations on the climate action is duly reflected in this call. But also, I think that there is a great role for African countries to be in a leadership for the action for the most vulnerable. since a number of the vulnerable countries are unfortunately also part of the African Union. Unfortunately, not because the circumstances brought them there. We are the country which today hosts this nice, beautiful climate summit and receive a lot of congratulations for organization engaged in driving climate talks to meaningful outcome in one of the most difficult topics of the finance. But 30 years ago, we also were a country in conflict and country which were recipient of the international developmental aid. And it took only, you know, for several decades for Azerbaijan to become emerging donor, to become a contributor. And today we enjoy, as the country, also a lot of working relationship with African countries, including in the field of relief, recovery, and now climate. So the role is very much promising. We are looking forward for African Union to work together with the African Union, to develop solutions, to develop concrete projects, so that the position of the continent, as it was reflected in the call, in the declaration, is also reflected in implementation. And most importantly, it is done together. Because when we are talking about vulnerable countries, our fellow countries, fellow developing countries, the motto there should be nothing for them without them. We're looking very much forward to work with all the partners and African Union in if we can help. Today we just inaugurated with the Cairo Center, African Center of Excellence, working group of the think tanks as part of the Baku Hub. So if we can help on the consultation level, advice level, expertise level, we are ready to do this, but also on implementation level. Thank you very much, and I wish all the success with Common African Position.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Iskandarov. Again, congratulations to you on the big success today with the launch of the Baku Call and the Baku Hub. You have taken collective action on this issue to the next level, and we are grateful for that. And we are also personally grateful that you came to Egypt in this journey to the Aswan Forum, which is also partnering with us. We are the Secretariat of the Aswan Forum, and it's at the Aswan Forum that we had very good discussions on also climate, peace and security with Director Serge Roba. The African Union was also there. So this was one of the stops towards COP in getting us here with a strong interaction with the African continent. Thank you again for outlining your commitment as COP presidency to the African interests and priorities in the context of the Baku Call and the Baku Hub. Without further delay, I would like to give the floor to Director Serge Roba, Director of Conflict Management at the African Union Commission, the PAPS Department, the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department of the African Union, with whom we work closely with the African Union in general, who will set the stage around and provide an overview of the process of elaboration of the Common African Position and where we are and where we are going from. And very important to put a spotlight on this at COP today. Over to you, Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear brother Ambassador Latif. I would like also to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank my colleague, the director from RB, Director Nyambe, for being a very good and effective partner on this dossier. Excellencies, esteemed representatives and delegations, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency Commissioner Bankole Adoye, the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, I would like to express our appreciation to Azerbaijan's presidency of COP29, our AU member states and partners for their active engagement on this matter. And I think a special sense of gratitude to you, Ambassador Iskandari, I think for being not only a friend of Africa, but a good partner and a good collaborator. COP meetings, you will agree with me, are critical opportunities for addressing the urgent climate challenges that we face that are essential for the survival of future generations. Esteemed representatives, in May 2018, the African Union Peace and Security Council embarked on a pivotal journey. Recognizing the profound security implications, the PSC initiated a critical study on the nexus between climate change and conflicts in Africa. This call by the PSC was further reinforced by the AU Assembly in its February 2022 and 2024 sessions, which reiterated the imperative for the development of a comprehensive common African position on climate, peace, and security. In March 2024, the chairperson of the African Union Commission submitted his report to the PSC, in which he outlined the challenges and provided concrete recommendations for addressing climate change in Africa and highlighting the importance of key stakeholders such as the regional economic communities, regional mechanisms, and African civil society. The report of the chairperson emphasizes enhancing governance by strengthening climate security capacities, ensuring inclusivity with a focus on marginalized groups. Finally, the report of the chairperson stresses the need for mobilizing finance, closing the adaptation financing gap, and ensuring a just transition to meet Africa's unique challenges. Distinguished participants, the AU has since then identified what we initially called 15 key messages on climate change, peace, and security nexus, which were presented in Sharm el-Sheikh at COP27. The messages that were presented in Sharm el-Sheikh highlighted the direct and indirect impact of climate change on peace and security, and advocated for a peaceful and stable continent to facilitate effective preventive, adaptation, and mitigation areas. Key areas of focus include national ownership, coordinated approaches, climate financing, early warning systems, and addressing climate-induced displacements and migrations. It is crucial to note that these key messages emphasize that climate change security risks adversely affect vulnerable groups such as women, children, and refugees in Africa. Through these messages, the African Union stressed that just transition pathways are essential for growth and development, and failure to address climate change can exacerbate vulnerabilities. Excellencies, in 2024, a member states consultation meeting in Nairobi, Kenya, brought together over 100 participants from various sectors, including, of course, CCCPA, to deliberate on the process, the focus, and the overall thrust of the common African position on climate, peace, and security. We have also, as the African Union, undertaken an initial study that culminated in the Africa Climate Security Risk Assessment, which was launched at COP28 in Dubai. This assessment provides crucial preliminary data that will contribute to the development of the common position. Excellencies, among other things, in the meeting in Nairobi, the 11 guiding principles were adopted by our member states. Principle number 1 is African ownership, leadership, and agency, and I underline African agency in the process. Number 2 is the focus on prevention and resilience building instead of response. Number 3 is responses to climate change-related peace and security risks must be multifaceted and cross-sectoral. Number 4, all actions on climate change-related peace and security risk must be complementary, and complementary here also would like to underline. And number 5 is it recognizes and addresses the diverse impact of climate, peace, and security on men, women, youth, and children. Principle 6 is climate-related peace and security risks are context-specific. In other words, we don't subscribe to a one-size-fits-all approach. Principle 7 is indigenous and local knowledge is essential for addressing climate change-related peace and security. And number 8, which is part of what we do at COP meetings, partnerships and mutual accountability are necessary to address climate-related peace and security risks. And may I go back just to reiterate that partnerships and mutual accountability underlined are necessary to address climate, peace, and security risks. The ninth principle that has been adopted by African member states is the need for the right balance between development and climate mitigation ambitions. I think a country like Azerbaijan knows very well how this works, and I think it's good that we are here. And the 11th principle that was enunciated by the member states in Nairobi is inclusivity and mutual accountability. I think this is extremely important. At the same time, we identified, and when I say we, it's the member states and the AU Commission, 9 key challenges which we feel are extremely critical in addressing the climate, peace, and security, and will be elaborated in the common position. The first major challenge is governance and fragility. The second major challenge is natural resources conflict management. The third one is the role of non-state actors. The fourth challenge is climate variability. The fifth one is livelihood, sustainability, and poverty. The sixth challenge is displacement and mobility. The seventh challenge is differential vulnerabilities that I talked about, the impact on women, men, disabled, and indigenous people in local communities. The eighth challenge is the impact of climate change on maritime security. And the ninth one is the negative impact of climate mitigation and adaptation. Now, in order to address this, we outlined 11 priorities. The first priority that we outlined is conflict-sensitive climate adaptation. The second one is the need for comprehensive strategies and policies. And the third one is strengthening adaptation and climate peace and security capacity. The fourth one is what do we need to do to strengthen regional organizations. The fifth one, quite frankly, is the elephant in the room, adequate financing. The sixth is just transition and technology transfer. The seventh, addressing differential vulnerabilities among the various demographics. The eighth is effective governance of natural resources. 9 is addressing climate-induced migration and displacement. And 10 is effective and enhancing early warning. And the 11th priority for us is fostering partnerships. Excellencies, moving forward, the African Union Commission will develop the Common African Position to a comprehensive and inclusive process. The Common Position, you will agree with me, is a significant step in addressing the complex challenges posed by climate change on peace and security, enhancing Africa's global influence, and fostering collaboration and attracting climate finance. The aim of this policy will be to bridge policy gaps, integrate climate change into peace and security strategies, and address the root causes of climate conflict exacerbated by conflicts. Esteemed representatives, on the 17th of October this year, the AU Peace and Security Council and the UN Security Council, during their joint annual consultations in New York, amongst other things, deliberated on the necessity of integrating climate-related security risks into peace-building efforts. The discussions in New York focused on how to develop joint frameworks, invest in capacity building and training, and engage local communities in decision-making processes. The two councils emphasized that policy and decision-making gaps can be addressed through policy harmonization, resource mobilization, and inclusive governance structures. Furthermore, on the 30th of October, just a week ago, the AU Peace and Security Council adopted a communique which emphasizes the importance of strengthened cross-sectoral coordination on climate, peace-building, development, and humanitarian issues. The PSC also stresses the importance of prioritizing water and food security, sustainable cross-border transhumance, and holistic responses to climate impacts, including rising sea levels and desertification. As we stand here today and at the crossroads of climate, peace, and security, our path forward must be one of unity, resilience, and proactive engagement. The process of developing a common African position is a call to action, reflecting our collective will to address these intertwined challenges with African solutions. Let us move forward with determination to build a future where climate resilience, peace, and security are realities for Africa and the rest of the world. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Director, and I couldn't agree more with your last words, that the development of the common African position is a call for action. Absolutely, and spot on. But I think we've heard from Director Ba that there has been a robust process around the elaboration of the common African position, starting with the key messages that developed in Sharm el-Sheikh, then through an analytical risk assessment study presented in Dubai, where we were also together, and then lastly in Nairobi, there was a meeting that brought together African countries that outlined the principles and the challenges that were presented by Director Ba. So I think I want to pay tribute to the efforts by the Commission to take forward this process in a new topic, still for many countries in Africa, but in an inclusive manner. One of the challenges is that to ensure that in the African Union we have inputs towards this common African position by both peace and security experts and climate change experts. And this is also an important part of the journey. I say African position is a destination, but a journey also. So in this journey, we need to bring together the climate experts with the peace and security experts. And from this, then I take this opportunity then to welcome our next speaker, which is exactly along these lines, Director Harsen Nyabe, the Director of the Directorate of Sustainable Environment and the Blue Economy from the Department of the African Union Commission dealing with climate change. We also, Commissioner Joseph Asako was in fact at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh that launched our Climate, Peace and Security Initiative. So they have been working closely together, and we'll hear from the climate side some reflections. Over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and allow me to submit to you the fact that peace and security is actually a prerequisite for development on the continent. And if we look at the aspirations of Agenda 2063, it's quite clear that we are looking for an Africa that is integrated, prosperous, as well as peaceful. And this is unattainable unless we actually address issues of peace and security. And there's no way that we can be able to attain peace if our people are hungry and climate change continues to actually drive the yields down. There's no way that we can be able to attain peace as well as long as our communities continue to fight for limited grazing areas. And peace and security will remain an illusion unless the conflicts that are related to shrinking water resources are actually addressed. And it's for this reason that as the African Union, and here I mean member states as well as the Commission, we have actually developed what we call the Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy to be able to pave a way on how we can be able to embark on low carbon development as a continent, as well as deal with matters of adaptation. We have also what we call the multi-hazard early warning system and early action, which is actually aimed at providing alerts to member states when there are looming disasters. And that gives them an opportunity to be better prepared so that they can be able to minimize the impact of disasters, because we have seen in many cases once a disaster strikes and communities actually are displaced, they end up in conflict with the host communities. We have also been addressing issues that are related to access to climate finance, and here we have been providing capacity to member states, but in addition to that we have of late embarked on multi-country programs like the one that we have, which has 15 member states, to address resilience within the water sector. And recently also we have been working on the helping member states to be able to access carbon markets. This is an area where as a continent we have actually not reaped any benefits yet, and we are simply scratching the surface. Therefore, we have put in place an action plan that will guide member states on how they can be able to better tap into this market. As if that is not enough, we've got what we call the Green Recovery Action Plan, which has 5 pillars, one of them being, the first being access to climate finance, the second looking at renewable energy, energy efficiency and just transition, and the third looking at nature-based solution, the fourth looks at resilient agriculture, and the fifth looks at smart cities. And if we talk of renewable energy and just transition, you'll agree with me that that's an area where we need more investments. As a continent, we have got about 600 million people who have no access to electricity, and about 970 million people who have got no access to clean cooking. Therefore, it's important that we are given an opportunity to use the current resources that we have, be it gas, be it coal, during this transition, to enable us to be able to reach where we are supposed to be and address matters of poverty as well as issues of hunger. And as a continent, we also boast with critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt, and so forth, which are also quite critical when it comes to clean mobility. And therefore, that's quite important. It's an area that also requires investments. And when it comes to issues of resilience, we have programs that we have put in place with other partners, of course, like UN Habitat, as well as UNDRR and UNDP, and looking at urban resilience program. We also have what we call the Sahel Resilience Program, funded by Sweden, and the Great Green Wall Initiative, which to some extent we neglect, but it has helped a lot within the Sahel region, actually, to foster peace. Therefore, as I conclude, I want to submit again the fact that to address the nexus between climate change and conflicts, there's need for us to address root causes or underlying causes such as poverty, such as hunger, such as unemployment. Otherwise, this will remain mere talks. And it's therefore also important to make sure that the voices of those people who are actually affected, apart from the experts who are sitting around the table, are also heard in the development of the African Common Position on Peace and Security. I submit.
Thank you, Director, and thank you for pointing to important issues that we need to have in mind also for this common African position. Climate finance, rightly so. Africa still only receives 4% of global climate finance, you know, and very little of climate adaptation finance. Early warning, very important you mentioned. And finally, thank you for mentioning the root causes of conflict. If we don't tackle the root causes, then we are just tackling the symptoms, and we continue to grapple with them at great cost, human lives and also economic cost. But without further delay, I would like to now move to country representatives that are at the front lines of this discussion and of the impacts of climate change. I'm very happy to have with us Mr. Mualem Stanley Jonah, Director of Planning Research and Statistics at the Ministry of Environment and Ecological Management of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. A great pleasure to have you. The minister had intended to come, but he could not come at the last minute. And Nigeria is an important country that we have worked with. We have been to northeast Nigeria. We have been to Borno State. And just, I read that Benue State is also facing some challenges in this regard. So you have a lot on your hands, and very interested to listen to your experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from the Minister of Environment, Honorable Balarabe Abbas Lawal, who is unavoidably absent. Indeed, he is within this vicinity, but he is caught up with other engagements. And so he has asked me to send his apologies for not being physically present here. Speaker upon speaker have talked about the nexus between climate change and conflict. this is indeed a reality. And Nigeria is no exception to this. Our challenges are similar, our challenges are common. In our country, Nigeria, we are battling with so many challenges arising from climate change. And the government, in its wisdom, has put in place a number of measures to be able to curtail with the debilitating effects of climate change. The clean cooking stove policy is one policy that is there to the government in order to reduce vulnerability among women and children. Just recently, the government launched that policy sometimes around September or so to address this key fundamental problem of vulnerability of women and children arising from the use of coal, charcoal, or whatever for cooking. The flood systems that have ravaged parts of the country are a source of worry, a source of concern. And the government, in its wisdom too, has put in place a number of measures. Just recently, well over 250 communities were ravaged in the last rainy season. A lot of measures have been put in place to address these issues. And so our challenges are common. And we are in sync. The government is in sync with what the African Union is doing in dealing with the scourge or problems or challenges of climate change. I wouldn't want to say much because I was just caught in the middle of this discussion just about an hour ago. And so on behalf of my country, on behalf of the minister, I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, and thank you for putting a spotlight on the situation in Nigeria, particularly at the grassroots level, at the community level. This is where a lot of the challenges are in terms of this issue. And Nigeria really is often presented as a case study in terms of the tensions between herders and pastoralists and feeding into dynamics of conflicts in the northeast and other regions. So thank you for sharing also what the government and what is trying to address to do this. Let me now, and I think please, if you can limit yourself to 3-4 minutes, provide the floor to Her Excellency Hawa, Executive Secretary of the Liptako Gourma Authority. You are in the Sahel region, very critical part of Africa for this discussion, and you have also been growingly involved in this debate, including through, you have been to Cairo, also to our center, participated in the UNDP Academy also on this issue. So you're one of the policymakers that now is actively engaged in this debate, and over to you on your efforts in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Abdel Latif. Good afternoon, everybody. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the African Union Commission for inviting the Liptako Gourma Authority to be part of this session. I would also like to thank Ambassador Abdel Latif. You have to take it. I'm not going to stop saying it. So for his tireless effort to keep the torch lighted up on the climate peace security nexus since the COP27 hosted by the Arab Republic of Egypt, and we could all agree on the continuous engagement of Egypt through CCCPA. Thank you. I can say with no doubt our great satisfaction when our continental body once more take the helm of this global concern. And you can be assured of our commitment to work hand in hand to address the challenges we are facing as a continent. And any action that takes us towards unity, development, common shared interest in respect of countries' sovereignty and dignity. We have a common destiny in Africa, and unless we work together, we will not achieve any goal. And yes, looking around, we can see that Africa is the one left behind. You know, when we always say we are at the UNFCCC and we talk about nobody, no one left behind, but Africa is being left behind in that climate action. We don't produce, but we take the consequences. So this is something very important we need to look at. Just to recall a bit, the Liptako Gourma Authority is the sub-regional institution in West Africa, 54 years in next December, created by Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. So it's only 3 countries, but we think we have a say, we have a place somewhere on the continent. And we are fully on board with what the AUC is doing with the CCCPA and all other partners to tackle this challenge. I really refer to everything my brother Ba had said. The document already reflects what we want and what we want to see in that common paper. You know, they already got it all together, and they think it's the reality on the ground, and will be more than willing to work together and address those concerns. One thing, though, I would like to say, because the previous speaker mentioned we cannot have development without peace. This is so true, and this is what we need to look at, taking into account the Liptako Gurma country, the 3 countries. I'm not going to name it, but we are fighting terrorism for more than 10 years in our countries. So we are at the same time facing the challenges of climate change, you know. So you will agree with me that that's why when we look at it, and you said it so well, we have to look also at the specificities of the countries. While fighting terrorism, facing climate change, facing poverty, and even that poverty, you know, I usually don't like saying we are poor. We are not poor. You know, we have to change that narrative. If I take the example of Niger, a country uranium rich, that is still called a poor country, it's not acceptable. So we have to really change the narrative. We are not poor. Africa is not poor. We just need to be together exactly to work together and make it happen. And we can do it because we have the resources to do it. So I'm very glad that, you know, the AUC is taking this like many others, but we really need to change that narrative. We are not poor. We have the means, and our government are doing all they can now to face that. And these are some of the challenges we're facing in the 3 countries. You know, we have the gold, we have the lithium, we have everything, so we need to find a way to really bring it up so that the people we call poor in the communities can benefit from what we have. And of course, fighting terrorism, you know, that was imposed on us also, because terrorism came from nowhere, and everybody would understand here in this room what I meant. And gradually it took a local face. And this is what we are facing also. The youth in the countries are engaging in that, and we are battling also to retain them, you know. So we really need to find a way to really look at the whole problem, to look at the problem as a whole, but not looking at it as just an environmental problem or a climate problem. We have everything in our region that should help us, you know, get to the right direction. That conflict also has brought in food insecurity in our countries. In addition to the climate change, food insecurity is there because people don't live in their natural environment anymore. They have to move. And the youth in the Liptako Gurma region, more than 65% of the population is young, less than 30 years old. And they are now trying to cross the Mediterranean, to cross the desert. So we need to also work together, and I hope this will all be taken into account in the African Common Position, so that we are able to address everything which is not limited only to the climate, but is the whole of a society matter we need to solve. I see Ambassador, which is a bit anxious, so I'm going to stop here, but just one more thing to say is it's good to have a paper, it's good to have a common paper, but we need to also be funding our strategies. This is the most important thing we need to do. We cannot prepare a document and just wait for others to come and fund it for us. We have the proof. The money is not going to come. You know, we have to find it our own. You know, it doesn't mean we don't want partnership, but partners have to come and complete what we already do. Having this paper should come with a robust budget plan, and we need to have the continent, all the countries, to really put their hand in their pocket to finance what we want to do. I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a powerful African voice to hear on this discussion. thank you so much. So strong messages on the need for unity, on the challenges we face grappling terrorism and climate change at the same time, and that we have the resources. We are not poor, absolutely, and we want to work with partners in partnerships that are based on equality, on respect for our priorities, and that are mutually beneficial. And I think on this theme of partnership, I want to turn to a country that has been an important partner of these efforts in our continent, Norway. My good friend Hans Olav, the special envoy of Norway on climate and security. As you heard very strong messages, Hans Olav. There's an appetite to work with partnerships, but also, as was said, on partnerships that complement what we do and work along our priorities. Over to you, Hans Olav. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmed, and thanks for that powerful speech that was just made there. So it will be a hard act to follow this. But climate change matters for all our security, so it matters to all of us. And I think that's my point of departure, because we are all into this, and we all need to work together to address this problem. I'm not going to dwell into all the issues here, because my colleagues have already outlined the clear links between climate change and security. So let me highlight just 3 issues building on the previous comment that I would like to address. I think we see real leadership in this room, and the speeches that I've heard so far is actually a testament to this. The African region has actually taken this issue fully on board, and you have included it in the AU Peace and Security Council, you have it in IGAD, and now you're developing a common position. And I would also like to compliment the various COP presidency from Egypt and Ahmed and his team that started this in the COP setting. And then we had a successful event at COP28 under the leadership of UAE, and now Ambassador Iskandarov and his team has actually brought us together to discuss this important issue at this COP. When we were in the Security Council in 21 and 22, we worked together with Kenya. And that was a great partnership we had in the Council, trying to move this agenda forward within the UN Security Council. And I think one of our legacies from serving in the Council was that we tried to reframe the agenda to climate, peace and security. And that brings me to the second point. It's the opportunities, and that Africa is actually part of the solution. It's not about the problems, but it's part of the solution. You have the resources, you have the talent, you have the youth to really be part of the solution to solve the issues of climate change. If we put on then the peace hat, it's also a possibility for entry points for mediation. If we get parties to start working together to develop common solutions to address impacts of climate change, it can help to build trust and confidence among parties. And I think this is something we need to explore further together with our mediator colleagues, because the climate change is a risk to all of us, and it's an external threat. You cannot solve this with hard security solutions. This is a soft security problem, and it needs to be solved through soft security issues. The third point is, of course, partnerships, and it was also rightly mentioned that this is key for us in order to address this issue. Of course, finance is needed, but when you're walking around at this COP also, we hear the trillions in needs, and we are talking about billions and maybe even millions. There's a long distance from the trillions to the billions, and I have to say that we collectively, and I would say collectively, have not been able to turn the billions into trillions. And I don't really see that we will be able to do that in the short run either. So I actually have we from the Norwegian side, we will of course work with our colleagues to try to get as much money as possible for development and climate. At the same time, we also have to look into how we can mobilize domestic resources. The Norwegians, we are taxed heavily, and I can help you how to tax your people, and so they pay it voluntarily. That's something we are really good at doing. Of course, we also look at subsidies, how we can redirect subsidies. So that is also key important here. And then we need to also start putting a price on carbon, because then I think that's a key element. And of course, we also should use the carbon market. I'm hoping that we will then resolve the Article 6 at this COP, because that could actually unleash significant resources to Africa to take action to combat climate change. Finally, there's one issue, since I'm coming from some energy events today, I think that's an overlooked issue, access to energy, more renewable energy. It's not just a sustainable development issue, but it's also a strategic resource that can promote peace actually by mitigating some of the drivers to conflict. And I think that's an area that we also need to work together. But again, let me commend you for your leadership. I've never been attending an event like this before where I see such leadership being on stage here from African countries, and you are the leaders in this, and we will try to support you as best as we can going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans Olav. Thank you for your kind words, and thank you for your partnership and support. I'm happy you mentioned energy, because you're right. I mean, when we're having the discussions, there's an energy also aspect to it, and we should bear it in mind, and it's sometimes overlooked. And that brings us with another part of the Commission also working on this issue than the holistic responses. But Hans Olav, I think that Norway released recently an Africa strategy. So please bring back the voices that we have heard today to Oslo that can help also guide and inform this Africa strategy on this issue. Without further delay, we turn to another important partner of these efforts, the United Nations. Barry Freeman is the Deputy Special Representative of the Secretary General at UNOWAS. Please join us. And UNOWAS, I think, is one of the entities in Africa that has a climate security advisor also, and has been engaged supporting the region on these efforts. Over to you. Thank you.
Pull this down a little bit. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, fellow panelists who've been really impressive, Ambassador, it's really an honor for me to speak on behalf of the UN Office for West Africa and the Sahel on a topic that is really shaping the future of the African continent. The impacts of climate change are disproportionately affecting African countries. We all know this. I'm really repeating everyone. Despite the region contributing less than 4% to global greenhouse gas emissions. And I think it's a cruel coincidence that alongside that 4% is the only 4% in climate finance that the continent receives. The nexus between climate, peace, and security is a reality that Africa is already experiencing, and it requires a united response rooted in a common African position. Africa must stand united to address the challenges posed by climate change, especially its impacts on peace and security. We have seen in various fora, including at the UN Security Council and in the African Union, the importance of a common African position on climate security. And it's clear today that much has been done, that you're already well down that road. A unified stance not only amplifies Africa's voices, but also increases the chances of mobilizing the support, both internal and external, needed to meet climate-related challenges and barriers to development, peace, and security. As a partner, UNOWAS has been actively engaged with regional bodies such as ECOWAS and the Liptako Gourma Authority in furthering the climate security agenda. We're committed to amplifying the voice of the African Union and its member states and pressing for the inclusion of climate security in global peace and security agendas. For instance, the Dakar Call to Action on Climate, Peace and Security, adopted in April 2022, serves as a foundation for building a common African narrative, reflecting the priorities of African people and the realities of the region. A unified African voice can better advocate for climate financing, particularly for conflict-affected regions like the Sahel and the Lake Chad Basin, with emphasis on the need for climate-resilient peace-building efforts. The relationship between climate change and conflict is complex, but it's clear. Increasingly unpredictable rainfall, prolonged droughts, and rising temperatures have led to competition over dwindling resources, exacerbating tensions between communities, particularly in the context of transhumance. Yet, in this context of fragility, there is a unique opportunity. Addressing climate risks can lay the groundwork for sustaining peace. In West Africa and the Sahel, we have seen that integrating climate adaptation into peace-building initiatives fosters dialogue and cooperation among conflicting parties around shared challenges. For instance, in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Ghana, community-led initiatives focusing on water management have been instrumental in reducing conflict between farmers and herders. Similarly, in Mauritania, joint resource management projects have brought together communities, creating local mechanisms for conflict resolution while building resilience to climate shocks. In conformity with our own UN Security Council mandate, and working alongside ECOWAS and other partners, UNOWAS advocates for policies that link climate action to peace-building efforts, ensuring that climate adaptation strategies are designed with a conflict-sensitive approach. This is essential if we are to break the cycle of conflict exacerbated by climate change. While Africa bears the least responsibility for the climate crisis, it faces some of the most severe consequences. 19 of the 20 most climate vulnerable countries in the world are in Africa. The discrepancy underscores the importance of climate justice, a key element of the African Common Position. In the Sahel, temperatures are rising 1.5 times faster than the global average, contributing to prolonged droughts, reduced agricultural productivity, and heightened food insecurity. The climate, peace, and security nexus is a continental challenge that requires a coordinated African response. The African Union's climate security framework, developed in consultation with regional economic communities and partners like UNOWAS, provides a solid basis for the common position. We must continue to work together to refine and advocate for this framework, ensuring it reflects the needs and realities of the African continent. Just to finish, let me reiterate the urgency of a common African position on climate security, and that it be an inclusive position. The challenges faced are immense, but so too are the opportunities for collective action. It's time to amplify calls for climate justice, secure the necessary resources, and implement strategies to build a resilient and peaceful Africa. Strength lies in unity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for this and putting a spotlight on UNOWAS's efforts in this area. And thank you for mentioning climate justice. Very important term, because when the countries most impacted by conflict and climate receive the least of climate finance, this is an issue of climate justice. And the UN is an important partner in these regional efforts. And I think given that the countries of the region share common challenges, the importance of the sub-regional approach is very key to advancing solutions. So thank you for that. I want to recognize with us the presence of Her Excellency, the Minister of Environment of the Gambia. Thank you for joining us for this discussion. And thank you for all the work you do in the climate negotiations for African countries. Thank you. I want to invite Dr. Yero Balde from the Director of Transition and Resilience at the African Development Bank, an important partner of the African Union on these issues, of the Aswan Forum, of the Cairo Center, and really groundbreaking work on both climate and conflict and peace and security and fragility in our continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I would first like to thank the African Union Commission and CCCPA for the opportunity to share the African Development Bank's perspectives on this key agenda item. The African Development Bank very much welcomes the increasing recognition of the climate peace nexus in the context of the past COPs and the continuation we are witnessing in COP29, as demonstrated in the launching this morning of the Baku call on climate action for peace, relief and recovery, and also the related common principles. The African Development Bank has long recognized the interlinkages between climate and peace, and this is also reflected in our 10-year strategy, which treats both as global public goods. In this regard, the bank welcomes and commends the African Union for the laudable initiative to have a common African position on the climate, peace and security nexus. This position will help to create the much-needed framework to facilitate cooperation and partnership and ensure that these topics are not treated in isolation from each other. For the African Development Bank, the conceptual recognition that peace and climate are regional and global public goods means that the delivery model of the bank has to be able to contribute to it. We do this by considering both peace and climate as cross-cutting issues under our 10-year strategy and mainstreaming these considerations into our activities. Today, all of our country strategies and all of our investments are informed by dedicated assessments to assess their externalities on conflict, peace, and climate. We have developed a number of quantitative and qualitative tools for this purpose, including a tailored country fragility and resilience assessment tool, which assesses the various pressures the countries face, including climate change. This allows us to have context-specific investments which are climate and conflict sensitive. This is complemented by a dedicated assessment of the climate impact of our investments and a deliberate effort to increase the share of climate finance, which has grown from 9% in 2016 to 55% in 2023. Our experience has shown us that these tools work. But we have also learned that we need to go beyond a compliance and checklist approach and finance operations that intentionally aim for peace and climate impact as part of the investment strategy. To this end, the bank, in addition to its co-funding windows, has created dedicated financing instruments to scale up climate action and finance in fragile settings. For example, the bank created a transition support facility since 2008 to mobilize more resources for countries affected by conflict and fragility. It has since then mobilized over $6 billion and continues to evolve its approach to increase its impact with a particular focus on prevention by addressing the root causes of fragility and conflict, which are increasingly climate-induced in some cases. In parallel, the bank has also created a number of financing facilities to advance the bank's climate ambitions with a particular focus on adaptation. Most recently, with support from the United Kingdom, Netherlands, Germany, and Switzerland, the bank created the Climate Action Window, which had since mobilized $429 million and leveraged over $1.6 billion in co-financing for adaptation interventions across the continent, including those in fragile and conflict-affected situations. These examples are illustrative of how we ensure that financing facilities that were set up to address fragility and conflict also intentionally advance the climate action and vice versa. Given the scale of the challenge that we are facing in Africa, we need to focus on how we can achieve synergies within the ecosystem of humanitarian, development, and peace-building partners, and also bring in the private sector. We believe that a common Africa position will help bring us closer together for this purpose. We are building strategic partnerships with others for this purpose, including with the World Bank, Interpeace, Islamic Development Bank, UN agencies, ICRC, and other bilateral agencies here present. We look forward to deepening and expanding these partnerships so that we can build a resilient and a peaceful continent where we are leaving no one behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director, for this, the overview of the African Development Bank's effort, both on the climate side, on the resilience side. Really, we're fortunate to have the African Development Bank because it has really been groundbreaking in some of this work ahead of banks at the international level in this area, including some of the dedicated tools and instruments that you have mentioned. And thank you for your support to the African Union's efforts and to our work also in this area. Last, not least, an important focus, and I wanted to end with the countries that and the regions that are at the forefront of these challenges. Our friend Aminu from the Lake Chad Basin Commission, the head of Natural Resource Management, another area that really is at the forefront of these challenges. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to address you on behalf of Ambassador Mamadou Nuhu, the Executive Secretary of the Lake Chad Basin Commission, who is unavoidably absent this year in the COP. It is both an honor and a privilege to address this esteemed gathering today at this high-level dialogue on Africa and climate, peace and security nexus, focusing on critical intersection of climate, peace and security within the African context. As we gather here, we are acutely aware that the challenges we face are not just local or national. They are regional and global in nature, transcending borders and demanding a unified response. It is indeed a privilege to speak on behalf of the Lake Chad Basin Commission and to share our experiences and perspectives on the complex challenges we face in the Lake Chad Basin region. Challenges that are interactively linked to climate change, security and development. The Lake Chad Basin, a region that has long been a crucible of climate change impact, conflict and humanitarian crisis, stand as a stark reminder of the urgent need for integrated solutions. The shrinking of Lake Chad, once one of Africa's largest freshwater bodies, has not only exacerbated food insecurity and poverty, but has also intensified competition over dwindling resources, leading to tensions among communities. This has triggered a cascade of interconnected crises, compounding insecurity, forcing millions into displacement, and creating fertile ground for violent extremism and conflict over resources. The Lake Chad Basin is a vivid example of how climate change and environmental stress can exacerbate political, social, and economic instability. The link between climate, peace, and security in our region is undeniable. As water availability varies and fluctuates in space and time, and the environment becomes more fragile, competition for limited resources is intensified, and the vulnerable communities dependent on agriculture, pastoralism, and fishing are bearing the consequences of these challenges. We therefore must recognize that climate change is not merely an environmental issue, but a profound threat to our collective peace and security in the region. Yet, we cannot solve these challenges in isolation. The nexus of climate, peace, and security is increasingly evident, and it is imperative that we forge a common African position that addresses these interconnected challenges holistically. Africa's future depends on our collective will to address the interconnected crisis of climate change, conflict, and development in a holistic, integrated manner. We must ensure that our response to climate change is not solely about reducing emissions, but also about building climate resilience and enhancing adaptive capacities of our communities, fostering peace, and ensuring that no one is left behind. This requires a commitment to collaborative governance where local voices are heard and traditional knowledge is integrated into modern practice. We are at the critical juncture. The challenges before us are formidable, but they also present an opportunity for African leadership to emerge as a beacon of resilience and collaboration. The Lake Chad Basin Commission, along with our African Union partners, remain committed to working towards solutions that addresses the climate, peace, and security nexus in an integrated and forward-looking manner. As we engage in dialogue today, let us prioritize the development of actionable strategies that not only mitigate the impact of climate change, but also foster peace and stability. We must leverage our shared experiences and their insight to craft policies that are inclusive, equitable, and sustainable, ensuring that the most vulnerable among us are not left behind. Let us remain committed to a united African stance on these pressing issues, advocating for a comprehensive approach that encompasses climate adaptation, conflict resolution, and sustainable development. To this end, the Lake Chad Basin Commission fully supports the ongoing efforts to develop a comprehensive African framework for climate, peace, and security, as championed by the African Union and its partners. It is crucial that the African voice remains strong in global discussions on climate change, ensuring that the unique challenges faced by the African continent are reflected in international policy and fund mechanisms. Climate finance must be accessible and targeted at the most vulnerable regions like the Lake Chad Basin, where climate change impacts are directly linked to regional stability and long-lasting peace and resilience. Let us reaffirm today that the future of Africa is not determined solely by the environmental challenges we face, but also by the action we take to address them with solidarity, determination, and foresight. I thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. And again, a very strong advocacy for integrated, holistic responses, a word we have often heard repeated today, and that we are also fully supportive of. And really also want to express appreciation for all the efforts you do at the Lake Chad Basin Commission on this very important issue for your region. Thank you so much. So I think we have heard amazing, really such a richness and diversity of interventions, so much work being done. So again, if you heard that not much is being done on this in Africa, no, it is not the case. A lot is being done, and we've just heard a small example of it. We have heard not only support for African common position, but excitement, urgency, enthusiasm. And this also is further a call to, for all those who are working with the African Union Commission, the Commission itself, to meet the expectations of this important call, and I'm sure this will be the case. I want to open the floor if there is any questions or comments towards the speakers, the partners that also have really shared some also of the work they have been doing on any of these issues. Yes, please. Thank you. If you can please present yourself.
Okay, thank you so much. And I would like to really take this opportunity to applaud all the speakers, because I think they gave a very excellent contribution towards the nexus between climate change and security in the continent. But it's also estimated that by 2050, we expect almost 1.2 billion displacements not only in Africa, but in the whole world. Displacement related to not only political, but also climate-related shocks like hurricanes. So refugees will hike due to climate-related shocks. So therefore, I think that it's very important today, like the rest of the presenters have made, it's very important and strategic when we are talking about engaging on reduction of emission, But also insecurity takes our top priority. And you can no longer talk about insecurity in the globe without linking it to climate change, because refugees will increase. I come from Uganda. I'm a member of parliament. Uganda is one of the countries in the globe that hosts the biggest number of refugees in the globe, actually, because we are the second largest. But these refugees are out of insecurities related to politics. But estimation, we will have more refugees based on climate change if we do not put climate change and security as a nexus and in our day-to-day modus operandi in terms of addressing issues of climate change, but also insecurity in Africa. Thank you so much. That's what I wanted to say. But excellent presentations.
Excellent intervention. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for bringing the displacement issue. It's new. It has not been specifically addressed or elaborated on in interventions, but it's very much present in the discussions. Today, the high-level launch of the Baku Call and Hub was with IOM, International Organization of Migration, which is a very strong partner of many of us working on this issue, and again, ensuring that there is a holistic and integrating approach. But thank you. Maybe the panelists will respond. But maybe let's take another question, Nazini.
Thank you so much. Nazanin Moshiri from International Crisis Group. I really want to congratulate the African Union common position, where we have the United Nations Security Council, which is even unable to pass a resolution on this issue. We have the African Union and 55 member states who are able to agree at least on this one issue, which I think is fantastic. But I have two questions. First of all, who is going to fund the operationalization of the African Union common position? We know that funding is a big issue. And also, are you going to appoint a climate security envoy? At Crisis Group, we think the envoy could be the person who could not only unite various regional bodies and member states, but also be the bridge between the African Union common position and the African group of negotiators here at venues like COP and maybe even the G20 as well. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and great question, and also thank you for the great work you do on this issue, particularly in the Horn of Africa, but more broadly. And we have also had the opportunity to collaborate with you on a guidebook on climate programming for peace operations in Africa, and you did a fantastic job in preparing that with us. Thank you so much. So two important questions on displacement and related to climate, peace, and security. And if there's any responses from on that issues or elaboration, and on the issue of the funding and the climate envoy. Maybe the funding and the climate envoy, maybe our directors from the African Union would like to elaborate on these two issues. I think that they also relate to what African member states will decide on them. But on the issue of displacement, would anyone would like to respond before we take a final question?
I'll give it a try. You are right. You know, there is a lot of climate-induced mobility that's happening. We did a study with IOM last year, and it really, shows that it is a big problem, especially in the hotspot regions. So we come up with some recommendations that are really geared towards making sure that we build community resilience in those areas where this is like to happen. But we also recognize that, you know, in order to address the issue of forced displacement, we should be ready to provide interventions that are integrated in nature, both for the people that are affected, but more importantly for the host communities. Countries like Uganda need to benefit from a lot of support because they are hosting refugees. But by the way, we also recognize in that study that these refugees, those people that are really forcibly displaced, they go with a lot of skills that can have that can bring a lot of benefits to the economies of those countries that they are going, especially at the local level. So we came up with some sort of recommendation that will allow us to invest both in terms of supporting those that are forcibly moved, but also the host communities that are receiving this disease. So I agree with you, and it's an issue that where we should pay close attention to, and the Common Africa position should really pay close attention to this issue as we come up with a recommendation.
Thank you so much.
But on the issue of financing, before the AU come, I just wanted to touch on one thing, that yes, in terms of really, funding issues as important as this, we should always know that the national governments themselves should take they should take leadership in the funding, that is using domestic resource mobilization. That's the first port of call, because the most sustainable source of financing is domestic resource mobilization. And the other thing also is that in terms of really making sure that this issue of climate peace nexus is funded, we should make sure that it is included in our national development plans. And that also touches on the issue of localization of those plans through participatory development approaches.
Thank you so much. Any of the directors would like to comment on the envoy or any other aspect? If not, or Director Ba, and then we have to bring this to a close. We're going to be wrapping up afterwards.
I think as you wrap up, I just wanted to really not to respond on the question of envoy, but to thank the Honorable Member of Parliament from Uganda, and to thank you and your people for hosting a large number of refugees. But also, Ambassador, you recognize the presence of the minister here from the Gambia, to really also thank them. I think it's one country that is also moving in the right direction when it comes to this issue. On the question of financing and on the question of whether there will be an envoy, on the financing component, this will be clearly articulated once the common position is finalized. And I think when you listen to the principle, the first principle that we enunciated was ownership, leadership. Ownership and leadership will have to speak to financing. So we're not going to come up with a common position that then will give the check to someone else to fund it. That would be an illusion. So at the end of the day, I think our common position will be extremely important. And when it comes to the advocacy that an envoy will do, I think our CAHOCS, the Committee of Heads of States on this, my brother here, Nyambe, can speak about that, is meant to do that. And if in their own wisdom, they feel that they need to appoint someone to further amplify their messages, that can be done. But we already have a framework for the amplification of the African desires and the African interest on this particular subject. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to leave the final word to you, if you want to, because we have to wrap up, and I want to leave on the next steps and the process.
Well, I think, Ambassador, I see you are determined to put a lot of pressure on us. Already you said that the expectations from here is the African Union Commission will deliver. I think just to say, Ambassador, we would deliver and will deliver in the name and on behalf of the people of Africa. And whatever we come up with will be a document that will be owned by you, the member states. What Dr. Mbalde said is extremely important. This common position will have to be domesticated in your national development plans, in your national budgets, and for the regional economic communities. Madam Awa, Liptako, Guruma, and other regional mechanisms will have to ensure that all of this is translated into their own action plans and work plans to ensure that it is properly owned and properly facilitated and properly financed. I think for us, we think the African ownership is extremely important. But I just want to reaffirm, Ambassador, and to thank you for being not only an advocate, but for pushing us and even using this platform to raise the bar very high to say that as we go back, we need to really increase our momentum in making sure that we complete this. And I cannot conclude without really thanking all the partners here. I think all of those who are on this platform are here to support us, either they are member states or partners, and my colleague here from the other department that actually deals with the science part of this. We comes from this, from the peace and security component, to say, thank you very much, we remain committed, and I am confident that once we come up with a product, it will be a product that the people of Africa can be proud of, and it's a product that the people of Africa can support and can also fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And with this, we conclude our panel on these wise and invaluable words. Thank you so much. Thank you to the African Union Commission for partnering us with that. And we'll take a group picture now. And thank you also for being with us this late. And there's a reception after this, also that is continuing for the Climate Peace and Security Day at Globustan Pavilion. Thank you.